Okay, thank you for joining us this morning. At this time, I'd like to call to order our meeting for May 5th, 2026. And if we could have the Pledge of Allegiance, please stand. Chief.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And Lucy, if we could have a roll call, please.
Here.
Banos?
Here.
Lewis?
Here.
Chavez?
Here.
Campbell?
Here. Okay, item 4, consideration and approval agenda as submitted. Any questions, comments by the council for our agenda? I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve agenda as submitted. Any further questions or comments? Not hearing any. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carried. And I have a presentation. Okay, Stephen, Pastor Hammond, all the other pastors, any other, please come forward. Well, we're honored today because we're honored every year. We love to give proclamation recognizing National Prayer Day in the city of Los Banos. And so the proclamation is recognizing National Day of Prayer, whereas in God we trust is more than a slogan that appears on our currency. It describes an attitude shared by most of those founded our great nation. And whereas those who trust God pray, and the history of our country has been continuous and indelibly marked by people who come to God in prayer. And whereas while prayer is deeply personal experience and its expression is shaped by different religions, convictions, it is a meaningful part of life for many people. And whereas our greatest leaders have always turned to the prayer in times of crisis, and many men and women representing every walk of life pray. And whereas the president and the governors of the United States have set aside a special day of prayer and invite all Californians to pray for our nation and our state. Now therefore be it proclaimed, I, Michael S. Amabil, Mayor and the City Council of the City of Los Banos, California, do hereby proclaim Thursday, May 7th, 2026, as National Day Prayer in Los Banos, and encourage our fellow citizens to humbly join us in prayer, asking that God would give his people wisdom in between what is important and what is not, the courage to make difficult decisions, a willingness to ask for, to receive forgiveness, and the strength to meet the challenges that come before us. So thank you so very much for what you do for our community. Really appreciate it. And I know, Stephen, you want to invite everybody.
Yes, thank you. We are just grateful for the continued support. It's our 31st National Day of Prayer ceremony in Los Banos, and so we want to welcome everyone to come out on Thursday at noon, be right here in the council chambers as we lift our not only our council but our department heads in our city, state, and our nation up to prayer. Thank you.
Thank you for what you do. Appreciate it. Okay, at this time, I'd like to open the public forum. Members of the public may speak to this city council on any item that's within the jurisdiction of the city council. This includes non-agenda and agenda items. Anyone that'd like to speak with us has 5 minutes to speak, and you're welcome to come forward at this time. Please state your name and for the record.
Because the meeting, I'll keep it brief. Just you know what I have been asking for, and I know that you have the power to go ahead and grant it. So I thank our Lord Jesus Christ for your positions and what you do. Just so you can have a little bit of what's going on, we're still in the middle of kitten season, and the shelter is being awesome about what they're doing. I really appreciate them. Currently, I have been continuing to trap those animals that don't have a home, don't have someone to love them, and were born without being socialized. They get their shots, they get their rabies, they get fixed. We assess them at the same time, making sure that they can be assimilated into someone's home if possible. One next step that I'm working on is getting individuals similar to myself in different cities or neighboring cities. So then that way, everybody is working together, the different cities within our county and our county. So then that way, to be honest, cats and dogs don't recognize property lines or county or city lines. So if we could reduce the dumping, reduce everything, we'll make our area on the west side a better place. So please, once again, I know your heart is in the right place, and I appreciate you and your staff of everything that you do. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else like to speak, please come forward. Okay, I do not see or hear anyone coming forward. Appreciate your comments, and we will move on. Item 7 is consideration and adoption of the City Council Resolution Number 7086, authorizing the termination for convenience of the Progress Design Build Agreement with Swellerton Builders for the Los Banos Civic Center project. And with this, we'll go to our Finance Director, Moreno. Minnie?
We'll be Minnie and Stacy. Call Stacy.
And Stacy? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Good morning. On this particular item, there are a couple of key issues that are highlighted within the staff report. The proposal, so back in October of 2025, the city entered into an agreement with Swinnerton Builders and the Taylor Group for the design, the progressive design build for the Development Services Center. Since that time, we've been working on a guaranteed maximum price within the programmatic needs of the building. But we've run into some key issues. The proposal that was originally a part of the RFQ, the request for qualifications, included a 15% markup on total project construction. So that came from Swinnerton. They told us that 15% would be what they would be charging the city for total construction. That's their overhead. And Swinnerton came back and applied that markup differently, more like 35%. This results in approximately over $1 million in additional overhead costs that are above the city's approved budget for this project. So the project status, the city and Vanner, which Vanner is our construction management company, our consultant, we disagree with the cost interpretation. And we've met with Swinnerton to discuss that interpretation and just have not come to an agreement. Multiple efforts have been had to reduce the costs unsuccessfully. We could not come to an agreement within our 7.8 million guaranteed maximum price with all of our programmatic needs. So what was happening is that the overhead was staying fixed the same from Swinnerton, but we were losing our programmatic needs. So the building, what we needed to be, was going less and less and less, but Swinnerton's overhead was remaining the same. So we're requesting permission to terminate our contract for convenience. We would pay the contractor only for completed work, and that's eligible work, and then we would secure the project documents for reuse, and we would begin negotiations with the next ranked team, and the project's budget would avoid overruns. So this is staff's suggestion. So we're recommending adopting Resolution 7086 to terminate this agreement with Swinnerton Builders for convenience and proceed with the next qualified design build team for the Development Services Center. And that concludes my report.
Mayor, if I may add a couple of things for clarifications. This project is not being terminated in terms of like we're not doing the project anymore. The project is proposed to move forwards. We're asking to switch the progressive design build teams. Swinnerton has a long working relationship with the city. They did a great job with our police stations. However, when it comes to this project, the overhead, like Stacy mentioned, was very significant. I think the latest estimates that we received from them would basically have an indirect cost of over $2.7 million with hard costs of only $5 million. That is pretty significant for a project that size. And the trade-off, really, for us, is to lose those programmatic or lose the project scope, like maybe the removal of retrofittings of our parking lot, of our lightings, of our frontage improvements, and removal of the vault, all of which are a very core component of that building for it to be functional to what it was originally intended. So for this reason, we basically requesting council today for your approval to part way with Swinnerton's and to engage with the second bidder, as they are at the time when we were scoring, were very close and have proven to have a good track record for us to be able to move forward with this project to keep the same scopes and the same budgets and then be able to move forward.
Okay. So at this time, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? Resolution 7086, authorizing the termination of this contract. Anyone like to speak on this item? Okay, I will then turn it back over to the city council for questions.
Yes, Mayor. The only question I have is I didn't hear the name of the secondary company that we're looking to contract with. Was there a name? Did you mention a name?
No, we did not have a
Okay.
name. There are 3 proposals submitted. 2 was the highest ranking. One of them was Swinnerton, so we'll just go to the second one.
And the second one was,
Fortune Ratliff,
I'm sorry?
Fortune Ratliff and Paul
Okay.
Halajian
Okay.
Architects.
All right, that
Okay,
was it.
any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Have we done business with the two mentioned contractors before, the city?
The one that we're in agreement with now,
No, the ones that you just mentioned. the
no,
initial-
we have not, they have not done a project with the city of Las Vegas.
Okay. Second question is, how soon after they accepted this job did they then change their overhead costs from 15 to 35%?
So we were working on a guaranteed maximum price, so within defining what the programmatic needs of the building were and defining what that budget was. And that's where, so it wasn't that they changed, it's, to them, it's what it's always been. And it was just a different interpretation from our contract documents, which we've had our city attorney review and feels that their interpretation is incorrect.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other comments? Well, I'll just say that it's very important that we get to rebuild that building to the level we first intended, and that's a 7.8 million. expenditure and make sure we have a building that's developed that the city can use in full potential. So with that, I agree with going forward with this. Do I entertain a motion?
So moved.
I need a second, please.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to adopt resolution number 7086, authorizing termination for convenience for the progressive design build agreement with Swinnerton's Builders for the Los Banos Civic Center project. Any further questions or comments by the council? Not hearing any. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Well, hopefully we can get really going fast on our next project manager. With that, we'll go to item 8, fiscal years 26-27 council priorities and budget workshop. That's why we're really here today. So with this, we'll go to our city manager.
Mayor, I think you all have noticed the different setup in our council chambers. I want to begin by saying that it's set up this way to begin to allow for a much easier discussions on each one of these items and to really truly be a workshops and goal setting between council and staff. I've written a little opening remarks considering my feedback from the state of the city, so I'll just read that off. First of all, happy Cinco de Mayo for those that celebrate. And welcome to our goal setting and budget workshop, the meetings where optimism meets reality. And reality usually has a calculator and 7 different finance staff. Today is about priority because our community keeps evolving, expectations keep rising, and our list of great ideas continue to grow faster than the available funding. Our residents want safe neighborhood, great services, strong infrastructures, and a high quality of life. And they all want it all flawlessly and preferably yesterday. Every department here brings real needs and thoughtful requests, and somehow they all make perfect sense. The challenge, of course, is that the math insists on being stubborn. This workshop is really about tough but responsible choices, deciding what we do first, what we do next, and what we agree to phrase as future opportunity. It's where we align limited resources with unlimited community expectations while remaining fiscally responsible and hopefully at the end be emotionally stable. So as we dive into today, let's remember, a budget is just our community values written in numbers, commas, and occasionally parentheses in red. Let's keep an open mind, a sense of humor, and maybe a little patience for whoever is controlling the PowerPoint. With that, let's get started, and because nothing says teamwork like agreeing on priority before our coffee wear off this morning. Okay, let's hope my clicker worked. So let's go with a little bit of ground rules. First is the objective. What's in front of you is not 1,700 line items. We don't have a furnished budget. Today is about setting goal priority, making sure what we are proposing are in alignment with what's council visions and what's the community expectations of us. We're going to be confirming some of the projects that are already carrying over, some of the project that has started, some that will be continuing, maybe some adjustment need to be made, or maybe some project or initiative need to be paused or suspended. But more importantly, a budget is not just a set of number. We need to understand the impact because, as you all know, we have a very finite amount, unlimited amount of staffing and services. So for today, I hope that, as part of the outcomes, we can establish council-approved fiscal priorities, have some clear guidance and expectations on the budget developments, and with all of this interactions, is that it can, in the future, reduce our mid-year policy changes and that we can keep all those expectations with our residents. So on the agenda today, first, we'll go over the fiscal context and constraints. That's typically going over some of our revenues, looking at the summaries of what our boundary are, whether it's legislative, regulations, new law that get passed down from the states or federal governments. We're going to look at what's prior year commitments that was made and some of the project that is ongoing that still need to be taken place and most likely will cross over that fiscal year line and will go into the next fiscal year. Then we'll talk about the fiscal year budget outlook. And then we'll bring back to each department to talk about setting the priorities. That's including staffing, project, and initiative. We'll have facilitated discussion among council, staff, and the member of the public. And then at the end, we'll be confirming the direction of the next steps. One thing that this is not a 5-year strategic plan. This is an outlook of 12 months of what we are going to do from July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2027. The 5-year strategic plan will be coming in the future once this budget is adopted. What this is not a detailed work plan for staff. This is a policy direction from council. What are some of the visions, some of the things that you guys would like to see from us, and how we can bring that back in a formal budget or a work plan to you in June. So with that, I will turn it over to our Finance Director, Minnie Moreno, to talk about key challenges entering this fiscal year.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. As we enter fiscal year 26-27, the city is navigating several key challenges that shape what is realistically achievable in the coming year. Many departments are operating at capacity, and the ability to take on new initiatives is directly tied to the staff we have available. This means we must be intentional about what we add, what we adjust, and what we pause. Second, while the city remains fiscally stable, our ongoing revenues must continue to support our ongoing operations. Rising labor costs, insurance, utilities, and regulatory requirements all place pressure on the operating budget. We must ensure that any new commitments fit within our sustainable revenue capacity. And third, several projects are already locked in for 26-27, include capital projects, grant-funded obligations, and council initiatives already underway. These commitments consume both fiscal and operational capacity before we consider any new priorities. And with these challenges in mind, I want to emphasize an important point. Everything being presented today across all departments is framed within the constraints of our existing revenue projections, our operational budgets, our assigned fund balances, and our capital project commitments. We are not presenting anything outside the city's financial capacity. We're not assuming new revenue sources, and we are not proposing commitments that exceed our ability to deliver. Today's discussion is about aligning priorities within the resources we have, not beyond them. Your direction will help us ensure that the fiscal year 26-27 proposed budget remains structurally balanced, operationally realistic, and fiscally responsible. Next slide. Before we begin discussing new priorities for fiscal year 26-27, it's important to ground ourselves in the commitments already in motion from the prior year. These carryover items shape our availability, capacity, and influence on what we realistically take on for the next 12 months. There are 3 major categories of carryover. First, we have council initiatives already underway. These are projects and programs that council previously directed the departments are actively implementing. They continue into the fiscal year and require staff time, coordination, and resources to complete. Second, we have obligations that consume fiscal year capacity. These include regulatory requirements, compliance mandates, and operational commitment that the city must continue to meet. They are not optional, and they directly affect how much bandwidth remain for new initiatives. Third, we have projects or programs that City Council previously prioritized. These efforts are already in progress, funded or contractually committed, and they carry over into fiscal year 26-27. Together, these carryover items form the foundation of our work for this year. They represent existing commitments that must be honored, and as we evaluate new requests, staff needs, and service level changes. And now we can go into each of the departments. So we'll go ahead and start with City Clerk.
Okay. Mayor and City Council, one of the things that I want to make sure that we are able to do is that there's quite a lot of number of slides that come up here. So as we are going through each one of these, if you do have questions, please feel free to stop us. And then I want to be able to allow the opportunity to discuss each one of those among staff and City Council as we go. At the end of the presentations, if there's any member of the public that would like to speak, Mayor, if that's okay with you, we can allow for those. But for now, the interactions, we can have those directly between City Council and staff. So again, as we go through each one of those, please note the slide number and just please raise your hands or press your thing, and then we can have a discussion on each one of those items. The first items here when we talk about carryover program and projects is in our administration department. Our administration departments consist of our city clerk, our city attorney, finance, human resources, and risk management. For city clerks, there's a lot of great progress that has been made. We onboarded new staff. We now have our assistant city clerk, Viana, / record clerks that are handling a lot of our Public Request for Information Act. However, our systems still remains outdated. We are still using a lot of very heavy paper forms. It started out when I was here in November, we were still doing a lot of scanning documents and handing physical signatures from one to another. For instance, just for agenda packets alone, sometime it requires 4 different physical signature before it get onto your agenda packets. That is currently being changed. We are onboarded Microsoft Office 365 to be able to do this electronically, and that helps out because if you notice, for those of you who review our council agenda online, you notice that it's no longer a scanned document. It's the original documents of what was proposed from whether PDF or JPEG. It made it a lot easier for ADA compliant as well as for any search or voice recognition program. But we still are not exactly there yet. This project, I would say, is at about 70% implementations. There are another 30%. Mainly is that electronic agenda doesn't just stay with just a physical packet that you have. Many other advanced cities that have a lot of good, robust systems tie those agenda to the video, to the council, because as you can imagine, some of these council meetings that we have here are 4, 5, 6 hour long. Each one of them cover very specific topics. So for a member of the public, for accessibility purposes, need to be able to come in and look at some of these video footage and tie them to the specific agenda and how those are then being discussed, and not sit through and trying to skip through 4 hours worth of meeting. Secondly, the second project for us is our Public Request Act. We have hundreds of PRA requests on a monthly basis. Tracking each one of those can be very challenging because they ranges from something as simple as, hey, I want agenda packet from last week, to I want body cam footage. I want all these other informations regarding enforcement, regarding PDs, all of which take an enormous number of staff time for us to process. That is cross-department. However, it is being housed at the city clerk. She is the persons that manage the information going out, as well as the interactions with the public who's requesting those information. And not to mention that each one of these PRA is time-bound. And that is a difficult part. Those time-bound is mandated by law. With the enormous number that we have, sometimes can overload our system very quickly. We find ourselves with our administration staff from PD, fires, as well as all the various departments slammed with this and not be able to communicate cohesively on what was due first and what's priority, because some of these things can be sometimes, like I said, 1 pages, 2 pages, to sometimes hundreds of pages of document. So a lot of our more developed cities has transitions to an electronics PRA tracking system. And that is what we have currently. We have used one of the Microsoft Planner programs to onboard PRA system that just started last month. A lot of departments are now trained on the systems. However, implementation for new software and developments will take some more time. So we foresee that this project will continue into next fiscal year, and we'll continue to look at other options. Because just because we have Microsoft 365, it does not mean that's the only programs that we have to use to be able to handle PRA requests. The third item for City Clerk is record retention and instructions. One of the things that everyone's come to the city for is our records. Everything's from plat maps, permitted data, infrastructure informations, all of those are being housed within the city. Unfortunately, how our cities are being handled currently is that we have a main servers at City Hall. We also have branch offices at Madison's, which house all our utilities. Then you have F Street's yards that handles their own little servers and documents carry over for fleets, streets. So all of these documents are being segmented to a lot of different servers and a lot of different records systems. What we're trying to do is bring all of those together so that when someone's or member of the public want to request for an information, there would be a self-service portal to be able to get some of those information in. We have now starting to basically do a lot of electronics review of all record document, so that we don't have to spend the repetitive times going back to rescan all these documents back and forth, put it into the systems, and then make it accessible to the public. Is that when we review those documents, it's electronic. And then when we finish, those things are also electronic, that's automatically able to stay in the systems and ready for distributions whenever that is needed. That is a massive list. In some other cities where they are in the same type situations like us, they have years of document that need to be scanned, and those can sometimes amount to millions of dollars worth of scanning document to go into electronic. For us, at least at this time, we have stopped a lot of our paper processing and has moved forward now to electronic so that going forwards, all of those systems are already built. And then as time allow, as budgets allow, we can go back and start rescanning all the hard copy and paper documents back into the electronic systems. The next item that is a huge lift for us, and you all will feel the effect of this starting in a week or two, is the SB 707 compliant. That is the mandates for us to allow for virtual meeting, two-way conference, and allow the member of the public to participate in the meetings remotely. This project was awarded. We will be starting construction. Physical on-site activity will be May 15. So anything after May 15 will be transitions to either the police training facility or community center. So we have already, for some of you have noticed, on the front page of our agenda, we've already have putting the notes on there. It's highlighted in yellow that say, hey, starting on May 20th, City Council meeting will be at the community center, as well as, starting the following week, the Planning Commission meeting will also be hosted at the police training facility. The project is slated to complete on June 30th, at which time July 1st meeting will we be back at the City Council chamber. It is a close to $400,000 project and will require quite a bit of implementations and commissioning. So we will go through those in detail with each of the council member once the systems are up and running. The other items is also to establish a public information office. Council have reviewed these job descriptions and move in favors of bringing on board this information because there's, like today, we're about to discuss 3 or 4 hours worth of priority and carryover project. We need to be able to communicate that to the public. There should be a website hosting. There should be some sorts of summaries, newsletter to be able to keep our community abreast of the policy decisions, the great decisions that are being made today with the City Council, and also some of the challenges. Because, in order for us to facilitate some of these productive discussions and communication, we need inputs and buy-in from our community. So that positions, as approved, will be funded starting July 1st. Right following that public information officer is the centralized public engagement platforms. You've probably seen and you've received comments about our city website. It is not intuitive. There's a lot that can be done. Our website should not just be content hosting. It should be another way for us to interact with our public. Just like if you have problems with your telephones, sometimes you go to T-Mobile. Sometimes you go to AT&T. There's a website. Or sometimes you need to shop somewhere. You go to Amazon, right? You don't just pick up a phone and call things anymore. The way we do business has changed. So we need to modify our website to allow for both content posting, interactions, as well as allow a platform for the public to come in and submit their requests, complaints, and things to us. And rather, currently, even though those systems is in place with the city, it is not locked into a work order systems. It doesn't tie into a schedule. Staff from each department has to do those manually. That introduced a lot of inefficiency. It introduced a lot of duplications of work to where we can centralize all of this under those centralized public engagement platform and allow for integration, because we know that as widely used as social media is, not everybody has social media. Allowing for a centralized location like our city website will allow for those integration between social media, our website, content management, as well as any emergency and public notice that need to go onto our website. So these are some of the carryover program and projects. And, as promised, we also need to talk about staffing level, right? As this project continues forwards, our city clerk department is consisting of our elected city clerk, Lucy Melanie, and Viona Lynn. Only 2 people with a lot of these project and initiative. And this is not even including the day-to-day operation that's already ongoing within the department themselves. Okay, any questions on the carryover programs and projects on city clerk? Okay, if not, I will try to use this. There we go. I will turn over to Mary to talk about the city attorney.
Thank you, Neron and Mayor and council members. As far as carryover programs, this is a new department, so what we've been focusing on is developing and implementing a premier city attorney's office. We are currently working on office relocation to Miller and Lex, which my legal assistant Alex has taken the lead on, working with staff to get the building up and running.
as well as the office itself. We're going to continue to secure and develop legal resources as a priority for the city attorney's office. When we're starting a new legal department, there typically you see law libraries, online resources for research, and so that's what we're building and securing. We're going to continue to build a solid legal, operational, and strategic foundation, which really encompasses all of these things, building the legal resources, building the department with an additional staff member and assistant city attorney. Our early priorities include defining the office's authority, structure, and core services while ensuring compliance with applicable law. We want to stop being reactive and start being preventative for the city going forward. And we want to continue to build strong working relationships with city leadership and departments as we move forward, continue to move forward. Does anyone have any questions about the ongoing? Although short in time, this is what we're focusing on.
Sounds good.
Mayor and City Council, the City Attorney's Office cover all scopes of the city works on a legal standpoint. And I know in the past, as we had consultants as well as third-party city attorney, every one of those services result in a direct cost. Versus today, it's a little bit different. With Mary and with Alex, those salary allocation and benefits are already prepaid upfront. You allowed it in your budget. Those services are in-house. It's instant. And I can tell you the level of service that we receive now are very different than what we had seen in the past. That's bringing, with great service also open up another possibility, is that in the past, we've been very, very limited, especially from a department standpoint, to be able to utilize legal services because cost has been very prohibitive for us. We have a set number of budgets in order to use the consultants at $400 or $500 an hour. We were very limited on what we can utilize them for, really on really high risk item. When really the city attorney's services are integrated with our day-to-day operations. Everything from our contract document review to our PRA requests, as well as looking at policy initiative and updating our city ordinance. Things and resolutions and things that you have been provided, those things need to be updated and housed somewhere and providing resources to each one of our department to be able to do those correctly, right? So as we bring these services in-house, we're starting to see additional needs coming from these departments. So with that, when we get to the next portion of this presentations, that's what we will going to be discussing is the staffing as well as what your vision is for that department as it continue to evolve. And that's the same thing's going to go for HR. So I'll turn that over to Isabel for human resources and risk management.
Could I make a statement, Mayor, if I may? Yeah. I'm really happy about the direction our legal department is going in. Especially, with you saying you're on that, we're looking at updating our, I'm going to put my glasses on, see what I wrote, our resolutions and our ordinances, and to make sure that they're much more clear for not only council to understand, but the public as well. So I'm just really happy about that. It's been a long time coming.
Isabel?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. For human resources, one of the projects that will carry over into the new fiscal year is the planning and the implementation of ExecuTime. ExecuTime is the time and attendance module in Tyler, which will automate timekeeping, improve operational efficiency, and it will also hopefully reduce errors in payroll. Hand in hand with that project is the city will also carry over the launching of an employee self-service portal in Tyler. This portal will allow employees to view their pay data, accruals, and also change tax exemptions, as well as review any type of city policies that we upload. The city also implemented a broader training program for its employees this fiscal year through a contract with Vector Solutions. Vector Solutions has hundreds of training courses in a variety of topics, including communication, diversity, equity, and inclusion, ethics, harassment, violence prevention, management, leadership, project management, Microsoft Office, and also many technical topics for the effective, efficient, and safe field operations. Human Resources is going to be working collaboratively with the city departments to develop a comprehensive training plan for each of the city classifications and for our employees. There are also annually legally required trainings that must be provided to our employees, including preventing sexual harassment, ethics, workplace violence prevention, among other trainings. The department is going to budget for some of these trainings and will continue to assess the best way to conduct the trainings, whether it's in person or online, depending on the training. This fiscal year, the city also implemented AB 339, which requires the city to provide recognized employee organizations notice for contracts or solicitations for services that are within the scope of represented job classifications. This new policy is also going to carry over to the next fiscal year, and the city manager's office, human resources, and the city attorney's office are going to work with the various city departments to ensure proper implementation of the Assembly bill. We're also going to be ensuring training for Senate Bill 827, which became effective on January 1st, 2026. And this bill requires covered officials, elected officials and department heads and others to complete 2 hours biannual of training on budgeting, contracting, financial management, to improve oversight and to prevent mismanagement. One of the last items that will carry over is our review of contract language together with the city attorney's office. We have been ensuring proper transfer of risk in our contracts, and hopefully that will minimize liability for the city, and ultimately it will reduce costs for the city. That are the carryover programs that we have in Human Resources. I'm available for questions.
Any questions for Isabel? Okay, thank you.
Mayor, one of the things I want to highlight from Isabel too, and she kind of touched on it very briefly, but executive time, the electronic timesheets, is a massive project for us. So as we were bringing on board Tyler Enterprise Systems, that came in with a lot of other micro modules that comes with it. One of which is that executive time. Currently, we do time part paper. So as you can imagine, with over 200 employees, every 2 weeks we have this stack of big papers of timesheets literally showing up to our doorstep to look at one by one, day by day, with shifts. And I got to give it a hand to some of our departments like police, fire, and public work, because with the shift differential, with the overtime and coverage 24/7, that is an enormous responsibility. And not to mention, if the employee happened to be sick that day that they need to turn in their timesheets, well, now what? Do I call a sick employee to come in on that day to turn in their timesheets, or now I have to assume what time they work for that week, right? It created a lot of complications. So we were very, very excited about this systems to bring on board, so that way, whether you're sick, whether you're not, you're remote, you can log into the system through a portal to then put in your timesheets. And from what we've seen, some of the demos coming from executive time is also supposed to eliminate some of the need for third-party software, to where we're then having to roll out for operational scheduling. This can now bring all of that in-house so we can do it all at once. And, you know, I kind of highlight public safety a lot, but Joe's run into that same problem when we're talking about part-timers. At a community center, when you're scheduling 7 different part-timers to cover different event at overtime. Now, all of a sudden, one supervisor's spending 5 hours trying to schedule 7 different people on what shift they can work, and making sure that we are in compliance with benefits, CalPERS, and all these other various things. So executive time is a really big implementation for us. Isabel is taking the lead on that with finance, as well as all the representatives from the different departments, to make sure we have a good committee in understanding some of the drawback of what the system is, and also to take full advantage of the benefit of what this will do for us in the future. So that's just kind of in a nutshell of executive times. And then the other big one for us too is employee self-service portal. Onboarding is another one of those that we do a lot of self-service. I know some of you guys have worked with other agencies. When you're going to apply for a new job and onboarding, sometimes you get bombarded with, 100 pages worth of new forms. This system's allowed us for the employee to actually access those forms electronically, fill them out, pre-apply, have any questions, so that on the first day coming into work, they would be able to come in and say, okay, well, I already filled up half of this. It speed up our onboarding process so we can focus a lot more on the training, the safeties, the orientations of the employee, rather than just the benefits form package. And that it's also become available at all times. So in the future, 2 months, 3 months down the road, so 10 years down the road, you need to change something, you can go into a centralized locations like an intranet to be able to click on those forms and modify those as we go, right? So that's one thing that we are trying to do is from support functions like HR and finance is how can we best optimize our system so that our employee feel comfortable to come into us and submitting all of those documentations. Same thing with Vector Solutions. In the past, trainings module has always been decentralized. Each department's handle their own training. While it is sufficient, one thing that doesn't help is for records and documentation. When that employee leave or when there's certain violations, right? Verifications of effectiveness of training. It's become difficult because not every department has the sufficient administrative staff to be able to handle such a workload and understand the legal requirements of those trainings. So we're working to centralize this back. Vector Solution has been a great tool for us. We have started rolling out quite a lot of training and now are going into individually for each job classification to set up pre-training so that when an employee come on board within the city, within the first day, they can't leave HR or City Hall unless they finish all their training. So that we know that when they're going out there to the job site that they are safe. They cover everything from their, PPE, their protective equipments, as well as defensive drivings, OSHA requirements, things like that. Those are rolled out first before employee even gets to their department. So those are kind of highlighting some of the progress that are already in place, but will continue to go over in the next fiscal year.
I have a question. Does this new program allow you to do budget scheduling? Like, I'm thinking, like Joe, you're going to do a project, should take 5 hours to do it. When you schedule, you can schedule 5 hours for it, an employee. Does it get to detail like that? Or is it more of just clocking in and clocking out? I don't know, does it get in that kind of detail, this program?
Not this program, but we do have a program where we actually have that we're looking to get training on to see if that is something that we're able to do with this additional program within, I believe it's Govern. It's a program we're looking at. We purchased it back when we were doing negotiations, and so it helps us calculate all that out. So we are looking to get training and to look at what the capabilities of that software is, and so we'll bring that back to council.
Yeah, I think that's very important because when you do have, when a department head is so overwhelmed with so much work to do, and you could real easily get scheduling and get out of control, get way more hours than needed for doing something. I just implemented in my business a program that for all my employees, they have their jobs to do, and it's all through texting and stuff, and when they finish that job, they click it on their text and it goes to the manager. They know these jobs are done, instead of having to go around making sure everything is done. And those are probably independent programs that won't fit into this, but there's a lot of things. I'm glad we're doing this. This is 10 years too late, but at least better late than never.
Yeah.
But I'm glad we're going forward with the staff we have today. I compliment you for bringing this forward.
Yeah. Mayor, one of the things that's going to be a little bit challenging, so we've found a way around that. At least, Public Works have now introduced asset management programs called Cartograph. That's allowed them specifically for those because we do have a lot of projects that require reporting. Let's say Measure V, SB1, and things like that we self-perform. A lot of those things can be budgeted through Cartograph, and it does track the hours. So the staff would have an iPad, and they know the time they work, how much allocation, because ultimately that is a asset management program that allows you to look at productivity and outputs. So that is, unfortunately, it's not tied into executive time yet, but I would envision that in the future, executive time will allow us to do that. The only thing is we have to work from a structural standpoint also. Currently, our budgets, when we adopt our budget book, it is not project. It is not tied to project. we account for the staff time in it already, and it all charged to salaries, benefits, and things like that, and it's associated, it's separated by fund. But we have not been able to granular and break that down all the way down to the project level quite yet. So, but in the future, that's coming.
And you actually will learn from it, the history, like, we think this takes 3 days and ends up taking 5 days, and 5 days is right, and so we start, your budget process gets better. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Next up.
Next up is Minnie on finance.
So finance carryover programs and projects. First, we're completing several required audits, including the PBID, successor agency, TDA, and Measure V. We're also going to be starting, I can't believe this, but 25-26 ACFR, which is our annual financial reporting, if I can get it right, annual comprehensive financial report, better known as our audit, our regular city audit. Second, we're going to be supporting the citywide rollout of executive time. This is going to be integrating as everybody shared, the electronic timesheets with payroll and ensuring departments have the training and support they need. It's going to be a multi-department. It's going to be all departments involved in terms of making sure that project is done successfully. It's going to help finance in as we're going to share with you in a little bit, with payroll transitioning. That's also something that we're going to be talking about. Third, we're preparing the 2026 budget for adoption by June 30th. This is a major undertaking that requires close coordination with all departments. And as you've heard me say before, the budget is a living document. So we need to make sure it is healthy. We need to make sure that it gets adjusted according to what is happening. And so we've been very transparent and with council and sharing all the changes that are needed, projects that can't be completed that need to get moved over to the next year. So that's also part of our ongoing efforts. And then finally, we continue to assist departments with long-range financial planning. This is going to be especially important as we balance ongoing obligation, capital needs, and the city's long-range financial stability. We need to start thinking about 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. Today, we're talking about 1 year, right? But we need to start putting these plans together, and not only the project component of it, but the sustainability of it. What is going to be paid cash? What is going to be paid with bonds? What is going to be borrowed? What are we going to need to do to make sure that the utility rates are adjusted accordingly to what needs to happen? So a lot of projects coming up and working with carrying these over to the next year. And I'm available for any questions.
Any questions?
Hey, Minnie, when do you anticipate the PBID audit will be complete?
So it's underway. They are providing the information to our auditors. We had anticipated we'd have it done by the June 30th. It's running a little slower than we anticipated. We're still shooting for that, but at this point, it's probably going to be carried. That's why it's in the carryover. We're making sure we're on top of it, that we're, providing them direction and making sure that they're getting what they need. At this point, they're in the process of reviewing documentation. So we're still hoping by June 30th, but just in case I put it in here for carryover.
Thank you.
So if I may follow through on that one as well, is this a matter of them not providing the information in a timely manner to us? Because it seems by the time we hired the auditors and them being notified that this was coming up, that those documents should have been ready.
So the person responsible for providing their documentation is a tax preparer, or I'm not sure if she's a CPA. So she requested that that she was not going to be able to provide information until after April 15th. So that was a little bit of the delay. And now she's actually pretty engaged with our auditors, providing the documentation that's needed.
Okay.
And Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, also, this is the first time there are auditings for these things. So a lot of documentations and process, although those are available, it's not in the same thing. Like for us, we do it on an annual basis. We know what format to keep them in. We know what to turn into the package. So when we are working with them, it's like, okay, well, I need this document. Well, here's a bulk level of it. So now I've got to get to go sort it all out and say, okay, which one is needed, which one is not. So we have a lot of raw data dumped also that we need to kind of sort through. That's what's adding quite a lot of time. We are working with them to make sure that as we continue to move forwards, that they know what formats to start having those documentations in, so that the next audits following that will be a lot easier and a lot quicker.
All right, thank you.
And all of that will be addressed in any findings or anything that comes from the reporting.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to Community Economic Development. Stacy, you're up.
Sorting. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. So our carryover programs and projects are initiatives that we are continuing in the next fiscal year and remain essential to community development and quality of life. The first is our Shop Smart Support Local campaign. This reinforces the importance of keeping dollars in the community and helps small businesses remain competitive and visible. Most communities in our area, especially in the Central Valley, are seeing a downturn in sales tax, where we're experiencing a different situation. We're actually on the positive side. We believe that that is because of this campaign and the education that we're giving our community to spend their dollars here at home versus outside of our community. The next is updating the community design standards. This ensures new development aligns with community expectations for aesthetics, safety, and long-term sustainability. This project is wrapping up. It is at really at the end stretch, the home stretch, but it will most likely have a little bit of carryover into the next fiscal year, and that's why it's included here. We have the general plan amendment, which is removing the bypass. This is a housekeeping item. It updates the outdated circulation assumptions that has the bypass included and aligns the general plan with current transportation realities, which it's really aligning our circulation element with our upcoming transportation master plan so that we are planning accurately for the community, which then translates into our transportation impact fee, and that we would be charging the correct fees to development for those transportation networks, that infrastructure. Next is the digital sign relocation. It moves the sign on the east end of town to comply with Caltrans requirements and improves visibility and safety. We do have some within this fiscal year, some design work that we're working with PG&E on the electricity of moving the sign and making sure we have electricity at the new location. But the new location, we are working with a property owner next to Holt. So right at the very city limit line next to the canal. And the property owner has been great to work with. We're just putting all of the logistics together right now in this fiscal year, which we'll be carrying into the next fiscal year for actual construction and relocation. Next is the Development Services Center, which we just talked about on our previous item. So like Neron said, this project is still continuing. We will just be continuing with a different design team, construction team. It supports the creation of a one-stop shop for planning, building, engineering, and fire prevention. The next is our One Tree Permanent Supportive Housing Project, which is funded by 2 grants. It's our Encampment Resolution Fund grant, ERF, for $11.8 million, and the Central California Alliance for Health. Christy, I hope I said all those acronyms, right, at $2.5 million. And so thankful for our housing division for securing $14.3 million for our One Tree Permanent Supportive Housing Project. It's broken ground. We have infrastructure currently in the ground. We have tractors grading out there. It's a really cool site. If you all have a chance to go out towards Gilbert Gonzalez and check it out. That is for 58 permanent supportive housing units. That will be carrying over into the next fiscal year, and by December, our goal is December 2026 to have occupancy in our first phase of units. So pretty exciting. Next is our bridge home. This is ongoing. This is because we have grant funding from our permanent local housing allocation. That's a direct allocation from the state of California. That's SB2 funds. That each recording transaction that happens at Merced County, it's a recording for Los Banos. We get a portion of that recording, and it's a direct allocation. We just have to apply for it. We have to have an eligible project. Well, our project that we apply for is for one of the bridge homes to stay open and operational. And then we have a contractor that we've contracted with, which is the Merced Rescue Mission, to operate and provide services to that home that operates 24/7. So that's on Rock Creek. And then ongoing is our emergency motel stay program. This provides temporary shelter for vulnerable individuals during crisis. And this has specific criteria. And this is a project that we will continue, hopefully, into the next fiscal year. But it's a pretty successful program. And in this program, there are certain criteria, essentially, and Christy can speak better to this, but there is an exit strategy. In order for either an individual or a family to be housed in our emergency motel stay program, they have to have an exit strategy. Some situations they have a Section 8 voucher. They're just a couple of weeks away from getting housed into an apartment, and we're removing them from the encampment to get them stabilized in a motel. Another situation could be that this individual is maybe experiencing harm and violence in the encampment and needs to be removed from it. And so in that situation, they would qualify. But there needs to be an exit strategy. So we're providing services and resources to get that individual help. Another could be a family with minors. We have had that situation just this fiscal year. And it was a family living in a field with two young children. Well, one of them was older, but young in that. Then the second one was in junior high, right, Christy? And going to school. And as you can imagine, that's a really difficult situation for that child to have to be in. So we were able to house that family for a short period of time until they were able to secure their Section 8 voucher. So a very key program to keeping our community safe. And then the last is encampment operations. This is to maintain hygiene, sanitation, and outreach services to reduce health and safety risks. So the porta potties that you see out at the encampment, the hand washing stations, the weekly cleanups, that actually comes out of the housing division's budget. So those are ongoing programs that we will be carrying forward into the next fiscal year. But in the next when we jump to future discussions and priorities, we're going to be talking about emergency shelter and our plan to hopefully start to get out of the tent encampment into a more stabilized situation. And that concludes my slides.
Any questions?
Mayor, if I may just kind of point out one thing real quick. The Shop Smart Support Local campaign, so I'll bring back the homeless encampment in a little bit, but Shop Smart Support Local, we have now passed its infancy stage. The branding is done, right? We have created and provide education campaigns on why it's important to shop smart, to shop local, provide and generates our own sales tax to support the services, right? But going into next fiscal year is going to be important that we establish what policy and what vision do you see this program going in. We have tried pilot programs for the infomercial for each one of the business to get exposure to all of our local businesses that may not have the big franchisees and stuff to be able to mail out coupons and stuff, right? We know the outcome of those. Some were very successful. Some were not taken as seriously, right? They weren't as successful as other. But more than anything, we want to continue this momentum. We just want to get your inputs on what that next step is. What is phase 2 for Shop Smart Support Local? Are we talking about grant program for businesses? Are we talking about incentive? Are we talking about other partnership and joint venture with other organizations to help facilitate that? We don't exactly know what that look like, because one of the things that we have been, one of our shortcoming was the lack of an ED plan or an economic development plan, right? And overarchings of that. Usually, those Shop Smart Support Local is one of the implementation leg of that program. For a long times, so that's why for next fiscal year, what we're going to be proposing to do is initiates what that long-term ED plan look like, while at the same time continuing the implementation of Shop Smart Support Local. It just to what form. So please keep that in mind. That will be coming to you as soon as the fiscal year's end, and we'll start looking at those policy directions. The other thing that she kind of touched base on lightly was the removal of bypass and general plan amendment. We have conducted our workshops. We got public inputs on that already. The difficult part for us is the circulation portion of that, right? When you takes any of the major overarching facilities or infrastructure like roadway out of the systems, where does that traffic go? So that's what we're going to be carrying over is the transportation master plan. Currently, we are expecting sometimes in August to be releasing the first draft of that circulation elements that will talk about where traffics are going, what intersection is going to be impacted, how is the future growth of Los Banos up to 2042 are going to be accommodated in our traffic circulations model. So that is a very large impact on the community. It will have impact on how we travel to work, active transportations, as well as costs, right? Impact fees and things associated with future development and how do we make that sustainable. So that is going to be a big lift for us coming this, basically late this summer. So I want to put that out there. Last one is the encampments. We have Christie's McCammon here. We have done a great job in consolidating this into a locations to where it is manageable. And then I think that's the key word. It's manageable. Is it perfect? No, right? We are continually there call. This facility that we have right next to the police stations, even though we are able to keep an eye and ears on it, is continue to run operating costs. And that's directly coming out of the housing budget, which is one of your discretionary fund. We are essentially removing all of the obstacles from all these places in town where you used to see all over the place and having PD resources stretched in to go to each one of those towns to now consolidate to one location. What is the next step, right? We have gone for the grants, CDBG. We're hoping to hear back this fall on what that might look like. We got the IRF encampment funds, but ultimately at the end, that portions of this encampment will continue to need to be functioning. And that's going to have a cost impact on our staff as well as our resources. So I'll leave it at that. I'm sure you might have some questions on the encampments and a lot of the stuff from CED.
I have a couple of questions, Mayor. Thank you. One of the questions that I have is, and I'm sure this is futuristic, we still own property southeast of where One Tree is located. Do we have plans for how we're going to use that? Is it going to be used for additional housing or apartments or anything that's going to help our numbers in the housing market?
So it is zoned high density, and I think our plan currently is to get One Tree off and launched before we can focus on additional funding sources. But the hope would then be after One Tree is up and operational and finished in terms of grant obligations, then we would be able to focus on additional funding sources, i.e. grants, to be able to have additional development. Now, that property would also need to go through the Surplus Land Act. So depending on the direction from the City Council, whether the council would want us to develop more housing or would want us to sell the property, it would need to go through Surplus Land Act regardless. And we would then determine the highest and best use at that point as well. So I say all that to say, really, it comes down to the direction from the council. It is zoned for high density, so because of the state of California, we will not be able to change that. And that means that it will need to be used for affordable housing. How that looks, I think it will look in the future. It depends if we have funding sources like IRF, or it would be some affordable housing builder that would build additional housing there. That's what I think the future will look like for that property.
Well, under the Surplus Act, I would hope the city would not even consider giving that land up, because it's hard to find land that we can do any building on at all outside of what the developers own. So, going forward for the future, however long this takes to plan out, I hope that the city hangs on to that property. In regards to our archway down on 6th and Pacheco, on the south side, as you're headed south on 6th Street, it says leaving downtown, which is really just verbiage that I think isn't appropriate for a sign that we spent that amount of money on. Are we looking at something in the future to change that out so that it's a more appropriate language as people have visited our downtown and now not there anymore, or leaving the downtown area?
Sure. So staff we did receive some quotes from the sign company. It would be about $20,000 to change that plate, that face. It requires some welding and additional LED just to take that plate off, because it's a double-sided plate, essentially a cabinet that portion is located in. We looked at different verbiage, and actually we could do quite a bit to fit in there, like thank you for visiting, thanks for visiting. We explored it all, but it is about $20,000. And if it's at the pleasure of the council to direct staff, and I'm sure Minnie's going to kick me because that's not built into the budget, but we did explore it. We just thought that was quite expensive to change that plate.
Yeah.
And there is quite a bit of work to go into it. It is so expensive because a crane has to be utilized, or it's actually a lift has to be utilized. The street has to be shut down. We need an encroachment permit from Caltrans. So it's a big process because of where it's located.
Did we look at any other fabricators that didn't make that sign that might be a lot cheaper to change that out?
So it's a custom sign, and the cheapest it would be is from the original fabricator.
Okay. Well, that, 20,000 seems like a lot, and I know as the future moves on, it's going to get more expensive, but that is way too expensive for me. You spoke about the electronic sign that's on the east end of town, that it's going to be moved near Holt. Is that okay? So I think that sign is not activated. It doesn't operate like the one we have on Pacheco and I. Is it going to be activated being out at Holt?
Yes. So moving it would then fall into Caltrans standards for a billboard.
Okay.
So that's why it's static right now, because Caltrans standards are not allowing it to be a billboard, a changeable sign. So we are trying just to keep it as a monument welcome sign. But in order to activate it as a billboard, as it's intended to be, we'd need to move it into Caltrans standards, into their requirements, which would mean moving further east.
So would that board coordinate with the one on I, or would it be rented out for separate messaging?
It can be both, but the intent was that, and which early on, we were getting requests actually separately from the West Eye. We were getting requests from businesses that just wanted the east sign and also just wanted the west sign. So I think it could be both, and we would come back to the council probably with a suggestion. And I don't even think so the current policy actually establishes what to do. If you recall, when that went to council for that second sign, it's its own price. So if a business wanted to advertise, they would have to pay for both if they wanted both. Or they would pay for one as it's currently operated. So, and that's to recoup the cost of the actual sign and its operations.
And I just have two more things in regards to economic development. As I watch other cities grow, especially the one that I came from, Morgan Hill, which is a far cry different than what our downtown looks like, although when I left, our downtown and their downtown could be running neck and neck as to how they looked and the services that they offer the community. I think we need to really focus heavily on making our downtown a destination place rather than just working with the property owners to bring in businesses that are going to enhance our community and destinations for people to go to, restaurants, different types of shopping. And I know a lot of people do a lot of online shopping, but there are cities that still have thriving downtowns. And it may mean bringing in various types of restaurants that offer different types of cuisine. I see a few businesses that are viable downtown, but I see that, we're bringing in a business that is an exercise business, and it really, in my opinion, doesn't fit in the downtown area and what we should be looking at as to how we're going to drive our downtown. And I know the property owners, it's their property, but I think when a city starts working really closely with them as to how we would like to move our downtown, have some visual plans up there, we need to have that, as an encouragement. The mayor can tell you, we've gone through several of those. When he was mayor, we had plans about how our downtown was to look and how 8th Street corridor was supposed to look, and things kind of get shelved. When I first became a council member, within, I guess, about 4+ years, we had another consultant that brought us some plans that kind of looked like Napa. Well, it wasn't really conducive to this area, but I think it's time now for us to really concentrate and stop spending money on just makeshift stuff, shelving it, and nothing ever gets happened. Because our city another 20 years from now is going to look the same way, that the downtown area, as it does now, and there's no forward moving. So we've got a lot of brick buildings downtown that are not retrofitted. We just have a lot of cleaning up to do to make our downtown a really nice place and a destination for people to go to. And then the last one is, and I know the mayor has spoken about this, is parking downtown. A couple of things. Employees are parking on the streets, and it takes away from their customer base, which I think they really just kind of don't think about in their head, that, this is a place that possibly customers could be parking. We do have some property owners that own their own parking behind their buildings. One is right behind our city hall here. That doesn't belong to the city. That belongs to, I believe, the owner of the building on 6th Street. So we shouldn't be parking there, but it's also a good place for their employees to park, and any overflow parking for public for the merchants that are on 6th Street. And I think that's something we can work with those business owners to develop, maybe a sticker for their employees' vehicles to assure that they're parking in the appropriate place and leaving customer parking out front. And then, of course, I think we've all seen it where people, especially down by the post office, are making U-turns in the middle of the street, or making a left turn, trying to get into an angled parking space. I see people backing up into parking spaces downtown, which is inappropriate. I don't know if it's against the law or not, but it takes up a lot of time for someone to back into an angled parking space when they're supposed to be driving forward into it and backing out of it. So those are just some things that I've noticed, economically about our community that I feel we can do better on and moving forward to make our downtown businesses be more thriving and to draw something more viable for customers to come to a different thing. I think what was the hamburger place that came here with the truck a while back? Chick-fil-A, thank you. When they came, I understand that they just sold out, as quickly as they probably could get all the hamburgers and things out the window. So, and I'm not saying that a Chick-fil-A should be downtown, but I think we have an opportunity to do something really unique with our 6th Street and our West I Street corridors. Thank you.
I'm going to talk a little bit about what you said, Mayor Pro Tem. One of the things that we're going to talk about in the future is maybe a grant program that the council can come up with the criteria and offer grants. One of the good things that would help and promote all businesses, not just downtown, is a work program. So if you hire so many new employees, it's worth so much money or something like that. And that would help small businesses get off the ground a little bit and they give them a little boost right at the end, plus create more employment for our residents. So those are the kind of things, also you want a downtown that's walkable. And I see, I'm not saying this is what we should do, but one of the things I've seen a lot is a lot of cities are making their downtown one-way streets, bringing out the sidewalks, allowing restaurants to open, have outdoor seating areas. You would have more room that way without really restricting parking. Because if we did that today with two-way, we would restrict parking. So there's a lot of things we can look at, but I do agree our downtown, I thought the original plan we did in the early 2000s was excellent. I didn't see the plan that you talked about later on. But walkable downtown is, it's sort of like, it's window shopping basically. And, oh, look at that. I'll go in that store, buy that. It's a lot of it's impulse buying, which is good for downtown. Also, just a comment on the sign on the east side, that location you talked about is going to make it so much more visible. You do see it where it is, but it's sort of lost in all those homes and everything like that. So I'm glad we're going forward with that. Let's see. I think that's all I have. Any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With the Shop Smart program, thank you very much for rolling that out. And it looks like it's had some success. Now, specifically, can you identify what aspect of that program has had the most success or most impact? Or is that you're still getting data on that?
No, I think as our city manager stated, it's really about the branding and educating. Our finance director early on did a social media campaign. She did a video in English and in Spanish, just educating our residents on the importance. I think the branding has also helped as well. As you drive through town, you can't go far without seeing that brand somewhere, whether it's in our parks, and thanks to our Parks and Recreation Department for partnering with us. We have it on Cobras off of Pacheco, subtly in places where you turn and you see a Smart Shop Support Local, sign, you see a banner. So I think it's really about the education and the awareness that has really helped. And we see with the data with sales tax that is helping. But I think like Niran said, it's really then the next step. What is the next step in carrying that program further, other than the initial first phase, which was education and branding?
Yeah. There are some businesses, I know one in particular in our downtown area that's been in business for over 32 years. That's remarkable. They survived the opening of Walmart, which drew a lot of customers away from the downtown area when that opened up. They survived the economic recession in 2007 and recently COVID. yet they're still there. And speaking with this owner, she wasn't very aware of the program. And I was wondering, are we canvassing downtown? Are we going business to business, door to door, saying, hey, look, this is who we are, this is what we can do for you, this is the strategy? Because this business owner does a lot of work. And again, it's remarkable that they've been in business for over 32 years. And so I'd really like to be able to have these businesses, and there's others, there's at least 2 others that have been in business for over 30 years. And that I know of have not participated in the program. So hopefully we can do a little more outreach to identify and just door to door. I think that's sometimes the most effective. It's very time consuming, I understand, but again, if we want to ensure that our downtown is as commercially viable as possible, we may have to invest some of that time. So that's all I have on that. Thank you very much. The updating of the community standards, does this involve the housing as well?
It does. The community design standards involves residential, commercial, and industrial, so all new development.
Now, a lot of the comments that I've received from residents is the offset, the space in between the homes. It's very reduced, and also the offset from the front door to the curb. Is there anything that we can do to adjust those offsets?
So that's not so much addressed in the design standards. That is located within the zoning code. However, the state of California has really restricted down on what the city can regulate in terms of what those setbacks are. And it really comes down to the density and those lots being smaller. And that's where it's coming from. The state of California is down onto the density. Now, in terms of the front yard, we do have a requirement that the driveway be at a minimum of 20 feet, and that is so that a truck could at least park in the driveway. But there is an allowance. It depends on the type of development. If it's in a planned development, they are allowed some flexibility in zoning if you know, you can remember your planning commission days, right? So that flexibility in zoning allows for that reduction to allow, say, the living space to be shorter, less than the 20-foot driveway or the garage at 20 feet. And that's to be able to maximize that lot. But it really ultimately comes down to density. And the state of California is only going to push smaller lots and denser neighborhoods as we continue to move further into the future. And as I see it, that will be taken further away. But there is a misconception in the community because they're seeing those denser lots that they feel that those lots are tighter together. They are, because the width is not there. However, the distance between the houses is the same. It's still 5 feet from interior, and that 5-foot setback on an interior, and it's much larger on a corner lot, but that 5 foot has been there in the city's zoning standards, I think at least since the 70s. So there is that misconception, but that misconception, it's not necessarily that it's a misconception, I actually should say. It's that the lots are getting narrow. But the city of Los Banos, we will not be able to change that. The only way I can see that we would be able to regulate would be maybe it's not a single family dwelling any longer allowed in medium density, where we would force the density to be a duplex or higher. If anything, I think you're going to see higher density. You're not going to be able to restrict it based on a single family dwelling. And maybe our city attorney can step in, but that's kind of my interpretation of where I see the city's
I appreciate that very much. I understand what you're saying. But yes, you know, those standards have been there, but now that is the go-to standard where you go to College Greens area, you have a lot of lots that have RV access on the side, even throughout town. And again, those standards were there, but that developer chose to make those spacings larger. and it creates a nicer kind of neighborhood setting. But I appreciate that. I understand what you're saying. The other issue or comment that I have is regarding the driveway, right? A lot of our residents, they are blue-collar workers, and so they have larger pickup vehicles, top vehicles, and they have a hitch attached to it, and sometimes it doesn't fit in that driveway because of the minimum standards, and therefore part of the bumper or even the hitch protrudes onto the sidewalk area. So again, just information that I'm receiving, I'm passing on to you, and hopefully we can do something to mitigate those issues in the future. But thank you very much. Now, as far as the removing of the bypass, I understand the presentation on that. My concern, and again, concern of my constituents or folks that have reached out to me, is the tractor trailers. The tractor trailers are a huge concern. They're a safety issue, especially those carrying hazardous materials. That's something that we need to address at some point, because if we want our economy to improve, guess what? The first thing that does is it attracts more tractor trailers because more goods are being sold and everything's transported on a tractor trailer. So again, I just think that we have not addressed that key issue, is what do we do with these tractor trailers going through the middle of our town? And I think that's why a lot of folks avoid 152 during those peak hours when it's just backed up. You know, a lot of times making a left onto westbound Pacheco from Mercy Springs, you get caught in the middle of that intersection because of the short distance between the lights there right after Mercy Springs, H Street, et cetera, et cetera. So it just creates a huge backlog. Or I was commenting before, is you know that the light is turning green because you see a tractor trailer zoom by. And as soon as it zooms by, it turns green. And so that's, again, that's a safety issue that we haven't addressed, and hopefully we can have something to address that. I had the opportunity to attend the housing summit a couple of weeks ago with Mrs. McHammond. I appreciate her being there. She asked a lot of good questions. I think you asked most of the questions that day. And it was very informative. There was a lot of good information. I've got a lot of developers out there with some innovative approaches to the affordable housing situation. And I've been in contact with some of them, and hopefully we can reach out to them and they can come and present that information, because I think it's going to be eye-opening as to what they've been able to do in other communities within the restrictions that we find here in the state of California in regards to housing. So again, I offer that out there. I've got their contact information. I believe you do as well. Hopefully we can bring them at some point and make a presentation here. And I don't see anything here with regards to the Chamber of Commerce. Are we doing anything to partner with them to utilize or leverage their capacity to reach businesses, again, because we want to develop commerce throughout the city?
So we will see that in the upcoming for next fiscal year, some priorities that we're asking for the council, and we're going to see
Very good.
some
Thank you.
items.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
You bet. Thank you. Anything else? Okay, let's move on. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break right now, and we'll come back at 10:45. Okay, thank you for staying with us. We'll go ahead and start up. And let's see, next is police, right, Chief? There we are done with, yeah, with our community economic development. So we'll go with our police chief, Ray Rana. Thanks, Ray.
So we don't have as many projects as the economic development. So on the police department side, our carryover projects are going to include, the first one is the police range project. And this will provide for essentially phase 3 of the project, which is water and sewer. So it will meet those needs of the new facility that we will be putting out there. So phase 1, phase 2, both complete. They included the expansion of the range facility. We increased the size by about 40% and our distance from about 100 yards to about 200 yards. It's all training. And then this last phase, it's an engineered solution. And so we are working very closely with the Public Works Division. They have the technical expertise to complete this project and to work with the vendors. The second is the Traffic Division. And I only mentioned this because the council approved the creation of a Traffic Division during this current fiscal year. You do see some of our staff out there, but our last traffic officer is in the process of training. His training will be completed June, July, so technically it'll carry over into the next fiscal year. And so you will see that. And then the last ongoing project for carryover is the homeless encampment. And that is simply just because we have not completed that, so the operations will continue. So we are out there Mondays, Fridays with Public Works. We pick up their trash. We work with the staff to provide for their needs. And as the housing division, you're going to hear more later, I promise you. They are very hard at work in finding a solution. They're hard at work and have a lot of things accomplished. So I'm not going to take their thunder, but Christy's got tons of information, a lot of good things coming on that project. So if I could answer any questions.
I have a fast question. With the housing division moving over to Miller and Lux, what's your plan with that space that's being used in your
So that
department?
actually is, it was originally designed as a traffic division office.
Okay.
And when we moved into the police department, we didn't have a traffic division. So now that we're putting one together, the plan is eventually to move traffic, that division into that office at some point.
Good. Any other questions for Chief? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next up, this is carryover programs and projects that have been already approved. And we go to Fire Chief. Brandon.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. We have 5 projects that we'd like to discuss today. First one is the P25 radio project. This project was spearheaded by Chief Tuala and command staff from PD. This was a project that upgraded our radio systems to include mobile and portable radios, infrastructure components, and programming resources. The remaining steps is to be completed this year, and they're looking to complete the statewide transition from an analog system to a digitized system. This system allows for seamless communication with surrounding agencies. It enables emergency alert features to help identify when we have a downed firefighter, and allows for a clearer and more enhanced communication process. So this program is in its final phases, and this is a long-term program that hopefully will be completed in fiscal year 26-27. The second one is a technology infrastructure. We are moving to a tablet command, and tablet command is a real-time tracking system for accountability for fire apparatus and people. This allows us to engage in incident mapping so we can visualize the scene, enhances safety. It connects with our dispatch system and allows us to share data with neighbors and those throughout the state. So Merced County and CAL FIRE, most of the state of California, we've been moving to tablet command. This allows for firefighter safety and accountability. The third is a fire inspections program. So our fire inspections program, over the last couple of years, we've been working on operational permits. Operational permits are an annual fire department approvals required for businesses or individuals who conduct activities that increase fire safety risks. These permits allow for fire departments to verify compliance with California fire codes, conduct inspections to identify current and correct hazards, ensure safe operations ensure safe operations of higher risk processes, and then protect life and property and community infrastructure. Operational permits are a standard requirement across California and are part of a statewide fire prevention framework. The fourth one is our weed abatement program. This program has been delayed temporarily. We are working through some glitches in the system. We have partnered with Sidwell. Sidwell is an efficiency tool that we will utilize from when the inspector is out in the field. They can take a picture all the way to the billing process. So it's currently a 10-step process that allows us to be able to identify noxious weeds and be able to correct that hazard ASAP, or as soon as possible, excuse me. This process entails the picture, the email, the intake process, the letters that are being sent, the time that's required for those individuals to respond, contractor agreements, and then a billing process. All right, let's see here. And then the fourth would be Fire Station 4. Fire Station 4 is moving forward. I don't believe we've selected a developer just yet. We're in the final stages of that, and hopefully we'll have a groundbreaking here shortly, maybe later this summer, maybe July or August. And that comes with an EOC, and the EOC is a necessary component for the west side of Merced County. It'll allow us to be able to provide training and a place for us to be able to congregate when we have a large incident. Vehicles and equipment replacement program. We currently do have a replacement program. We are dealing with some aging apparatus currently, and we are looking to move forward with the purchase of some new apparatus. We have some in the works currently. We have a mini pumper that will be delivered in June, and that mini pumper will need to be equipped with equipment this next year. And then we have a second one that's proposed in the budget. Do we have any questions?
Yeah, so for the vehicles, and I know our old fire truck seems to be broken down. Do we have any plans to get that corrected as far as the issues that it keeps having?
Are you talking about the antiques?
Yeah, the antiques.
Yes. So yeah, apparently we have issues with the brakes, and those brakes are they're kind of special apparatus, so we have to find somebody that can work on those brakes. And then the same thing with the water pump. I had spoke with Deborah earlier, or Mayor Pro Temp Lewis, earlier with regards to making that a priority for the next parade.
Okay. Another question on the technology infrastructure. Might not be exactly this, but do the fire trucks have the two-way cameras in them? You know, the out and interior?
No, they do not. They only have the exterior. There's some of the command vehicles have the interior and exterior, but the older fire trucks do not.
Okay. Any plans to move in that direction in the future, or?
There are plans to move that direction in the future. It's just the compatibility and getting that stuff started.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
Mayor, one thing to add real quick, on the technology fronts, I want to thank council for really being visionaries on this, because you probably seen Lookout today, a lot of our staffs here are actually on laptops. And I think from this current fiscal year, you kind of foresee that and understand that the needs for us to move away from desktop stations and allow for mobility. So with that, you know, fire department is doing just that. When they are onboarding new command now with tablet commands in place, they are now transitioned to Surface Pro. so that we can utilize the same type of equipments that can be used for day-to-day operations like at the office, but at the same time can be mobile to any of the location we have. So thank you for having the foresight and allowing us to do that. And a lot of, actually all of our management staff by the end of this fiscal year will also be moving to those mobile laptop devices as well. And that will help us prepare for any kind of emergency when an EOCs happen. We no longer locked into a desktop at City Hall when powers are not there, and we can actually go to an EOC and work from our own personal computer.
Good. That's very important. Okay, thank you, Chief. We'll move on to Parks and Recreation. Joe?
All right, good morning. So I did leave council, and I have some extra copies here. Some light reading on our department and upcoming projects. About 2/3 of the way through, you'll find some discussion on exciting projects that we have, and that's one thing that I am excited about is we have a lot of really great things coming up in Parks and Rec. This particular list here is some larger carryover programs and projects that we have. Later in the presentation, we'll be talking about some of the very large projects that we have upcoming. So I wanted to begin with South Point Basin Park. This is the basin space that's just north of Pacheco High School. We're hoping to get this project moving in fiscal year 2027, hopefully as moved along as getting bid docs out. That will be something that goes to both Parks and Rec Commission and City Council for review in terms of conceptual design. And that park is majority basin space and some walking paths and just open space in general. There's the community center backup battery. We're working with Peninsula Clean Energy, soon to be Westlight, and that project will provide a backup battery at the community center. This is to improve just resiliency at the community center. It's often the site for the city's emergency response, and it'll help provide emergency response if we do lose power. We had partnered with Peninsula Clean Energy on the solar facility there at the community center. So working with them, and hopefully there won't be any upfront costs. That's something that will be coming to the council in the form of an MOU at some point in the next year. Canal Trail improvements, really just one for the next fiscal year, which is a solar lighting installation. We expect the trail overlay to be complete this fiscal year, and a huge thank you to William and our streets team from the Public Works Division, Department and Streets Division. They have already overlaid the stretch from I Street to Center, and I believe they are planning to begin the next stretch on Thursday, although that'll be broken up into two segments. Both these projects are related to the San Joaquin River Water Authority, Exchange Authority, sorry, grants that we received. The trail we received 100,000 towards, and for the solar lighting, 125,000. We have budgeted 325,000 for Canal Trail solar lights, and we did put that out to bid this fiscal year. The bid was rejected due to too high of a cost. We're very shortly going to be putting that back out to bid again, and hopefully get a appropriate cost for installation of solar along the Canal Trail. And really for me, that project really highlights what I think is one of our strongest and most used assets in the city. I think if you walked on the Canal Trail this moment, you would see 30 people out there having a good time, and I just think it's a really a lot of times when I get people coming in from out of town, they compliment the Canal Trail, they compliment the community center and parks and locations like that, and so I think it really just highlights some of the good that we are doing. Pickleball courts lighting. So as you know, we are under construction with 9 pickleball courts at the Ag Sports Complex. We're hoping to open those here in the next month. And those will be the first courts in town, and we expect it to be a popular amenity, especially at the Ag Sports Complex, where we already have softball and a really large playground. And later in the presentation, we'll be discussing the remaining landfill there. So really looking to be kind of a regional site for facilities in Los Banos. Court lighting will provide for evening lighting, evening play, and that's something that's really going to support younger audiences as well as those that commute that are able to play in the evening hours. It's a fairly simple project. It'll just be a matter of installing some light poles, but it is something that we want to get out to bid and reviewed. The final project on this carryover list is our pump track. We've been working on this for a few years now. We are looking at Meadowlands Basin Park. And again, in this packet that I left, there is kind of images of where it's located at Meadowlands Basin, if you'd like to see that. But this is an exciting project for me. I think it's really kind of, in a way, mirrors the pickleball courts. The pickleball courts is very much for adults and seniors, and I think this pump track is very much for your youth and your teens. And I think it really will provide something that the community is really proud of and gets a lot of use, particularly being on that side of town. It'll be opposite of where the skate park is at the at Colorado Ballpark, as well as just south of Pacheco High School. For those that aren't aware, a pump track is a bicycle track that has ramps and slopes for fun. For, again, youth, teens. I mean, I'm sure adults will also use it as well. And it's for all-wheeled, non-motorized vehicles, but bicycles is obviously the most commonly used. It's something that we see more and more throughout California in particular, but nationwide. Corcoran just built some. There's a bunch being built in the Bay Area, as well as kind of north along 99. And so anyways, pump tracks, I think it's going to be a really exciting project for us. It's going to be something as well that is hopefully low maintenance. We're targeting an asphalt track. And we don't expect a lot of day-to-day operational maintenance out there. Additionally, this will be an item that comes to the Parks and Rec Commission as well as City Council for conceptual review. And this has a grant associated to it, $177,952 from the state of California. And that concludes these projects. I have some of the larger projects later on, but these are some of the ones that we kind of started this fiscal year and are carrying forward. And again, like I said, going through the packet, you'll learn a lot about Parks and Rec.
Joe, on the pickleball courts, the lighting, the power is already there. It's just the poles.
Yes, we have electricity on site. There's pretty much all of the, I guess you'd say, foundational infrastructure available for the lighting. It's just a matter of installing the light poles.
Okay, and I want to throw something back to fire, Chief. The EOC is going to have battery, or is going to have generator backup? What's planned, you know?
Should have solar on
Solar?
on the building, and a generator as well.
Because we can apply for Peninsula Clean Energy backup power for that.
Yes.
This probably should start that that application right away.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I just have a question, Mayor. On the pickleball court, when we approved that, there was a certain budget that we were within. Was the lighting approved at that time? Because I don't recall that it was.
No, so we had the lighting as a bid alternate, which meant that council had the discretion to choose whether they approved it or not. At that time, council did not approve that bid alternate for lighting. That bid alt would have exceeded the available ARPA funding for that project. At the time, pickleball was one of the last projects as part of ARPA, and so we were exhausting the funds related to ARPA. This lighting project would be funded out of the Park Development Fund, and it would be up to the discretion of council at this time, as well as when we go to bid award for.
So that still has to come back to council for approval?
So yeah, right now, the priority would be to put this project out to bid. Assuming that we get responsive bidders, we would then bring this item to council for notice of award.
Okay. And it sounds like, although we received funding for Colorado Park, is there any carryover on that project? Because it kind of seems like it's dragging a bit, and I'd like to see that project move forward as quickly as possible. It probably, of all our parks, it should have been, in my opinion, not just because it's in my district, been one of our first parks to rehab, because it's the oldest one and in the most horrible condition.
Yeah, no spoilers. That's later in the presentation, but
okay.
it is in the budget. And again, like you said, we have the $1 million from the state, and we do have some strategic use of the Park Development Fund with some larger projects to discuss,
Okay.
but I'll save
I'll
the
wait.
rest. So.
Thank you.
Don't tell us the ending of the story.
Yes.
I want to add one more thing to Joe's presentation. I think this is actually an evolution of our Park and Recreation Department. I mean, as you are all aware, a couple years ago, Park and Recreation was a part of Public Work, handling a lot of programming. So Joe, just like anybody else, overachievers, has a 50 pages documents now for light reading, but they have really transitioned from program and initiatives to capital projects. I think from a quality of life standpoint and, a little preview to what the futures are coming, there is a tons of project that's coming up. We're talking about regional park. We're talking about rehabilitating our existing park and in master planning a lot of future infrastructures that we have not seen before. That department in itself has really evolved. So really in preparation for that evolution to be able to account for all those staffing and operational needs, you'll see in the upcoming slides that there are going to be some staffing requests to assist in help, providing a lot of that output. But really, that department has really transitioned a lot from in the last couple of years alone. And I want to say thank you, Joe, for making that happen for us.
I have one other question, Mayor, if I may. In regards to the Cardoza Park, our our soccer park, and also I had received a call from a resident in District 2, which is Mr. Yamas's district, about, I guess there's baseball backstops there in that park, and that the residents on the fence line are often getting baseballs hit into their residential area, backyards, and what have you. And I had that same complaint for quite some time with the soccer park on Cardoza. So we kind of fixed that. But is there a proposal, since there is, that baseball backstop in that park, to rectify the situation where people are concerned about getting baseballs through their windows and such?
Yeah, so it's what I consider a smaller project, which Mayor Pro Tem Lewis is referring to as College Greens Park. Mm-hmm. There's a couple backstops, one of which is facing towards housing about 300 feet away. And unfortunately, adult softball players go out there and practice their home run hitting. And we've received some complaints about balls entering their yard. And yes, that is in the budget. We are looking to put something similar to what is at Olivera. Olivera, for those that aren't aware, has kind of backstop large netting with it's just posts with netting essentially to stop soccer balls from exiting the park and entering the roadway as well as people's houses. At College Greens, it'll look very similar, and it'll be along the section of the fencing. I guess that'd be the farthest south end of College Greens Park, the direction that the backstop is facing, and hopefully that will prevent balls from entering. But yes, we do have that in the budget.
So that's for next year's budget?
I put it in this year's budget for purchase, and we're looking to install at the beginning of next year. Okay. It's just a matter of when the netting will arrive.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Hey, Joe. Quick question. How many of our soccer fields in town have the ability or have night lighting?
So we only have, as far as soccer fields, we only have Olivera Park, which has two fields for lighting. Lighting is one of the biggest, I guess, needs or requests that we do receive. You don't really see too much lighting at school fields, for example. So there's really not a lot of options in Los Banos in general besides the high school fields as well as Olivera Park. In fact, during COVID, when they had an excess of scheduling going on there, LBHS soccer actually came over to Olivera for that reason. And I think it's something that we, later in the presentation, will hopefully be talking about at Ag Sports Complex, but it is a need or an issue.
Okay, yeah, because that question comes up a lot, so perfect. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that. I appreciate all the work you're doing, you and your staff, for bringing these recreation activities to the public. Generally, but specifically with College Greens Park, I know we talked about the vehicles accessing the park from that parking lot. Have you thought about that anymore as to what kind of a barrier system or kind of way to mitigate the access of those vehicles? Because, you recently put a lot of work into that park. and now we're having vehicles go onto there and causing the ruts all over again. So I just want to know if there's something that could be done about that.
Yeah, we've discussed internally about installing like a split rail fence, just something that would be a barrier for a vehicle to be able to enter. What Councilmember Yamas is referring to is College Greens Park. It has the parking lot that kind of lines up directly onto the field, and we get organized activities there from time to time, and you see large trucks that will drive out onto the field because there's no curb stop, there's no nothing really that's going to prevent that. And so we've looked at like a cost-effective solution being a split rail fence. Spence College Greens is also being mentioned. I wanted to mention we have a volunteer day there on May 9th, so I'm going to advertise for a second.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Eddie.
I just have a very quick question. Are there any plans for Vineyard Park up north for the parking situation?
So at this time, we've paused evaluating expanding the parking lot there. I think that's part of the larger discussion at some of these upcoming parks that we're going to have, whether it be the Ag Sports Complex solid waste disposal site or potentially some new park locations that'll be coming on board. Additionally, looking at how we can partner with a school district in order to either provide parking or additional facilities. But at this time, we don't have any plans to expand the parking. There is some funding to put in for, I guess, split rail fence along there as well to prevent in that case, more so for kids entering Vineyard Drive than vehicles so much, but we do see vehicles there as well.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, I had one more question. Meadowlands, names for those parks.
Yeah, yes.
You know, I had my event there, and depending on what source, you got 3 different names for that same location. Is there something that, I know we talked about it years ago, and I thought that was, solved, but we're still here with Meadowlands 1, 2, and 3. So any input on that?
Yes, so for park naming, it's like Councilmember Yamas has mentioned, it's something that I think is both a need as well as something we've talked about in the past. Just as examples, we have parks named Vineyard A, B, and C. Gardens 1, 3, and 5, 2 and 4 don't exist. Regency Lot D Park. And I think kind of on a more serious note, what park names and park signage really do is provide identity for that neighborhood, as well as like a marker for public safety. Hey, I saw this activity next to or a block away from X park. And I don't think we need to look at every park name in terms of we have, say, a park like Elena Talbot Park, it's named after somebody. I don't know that really needs to be evaluated, but a Regency Lot D could probably have a more creative solution. In the past, we've talked about bringing that to the Parks and Rec Commission for review and then on to the City Council. I think I would like to have a discussion with our city attorney and our city manager in terms of how we want to address that. I would also appreciate any comments from council, but I am assuming that council has some interest in updating those items, those park locations. But yeah, it's something that I think is an important kind of backdrop to some of these larger projects.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's a very good idea.
Joey, sorry, Mayor, if I may, on annually basis, you do put in the budget for a couple new park name signs, right? So I think as we move forward, as we are ordering these new park name sign, we'll bring it forwards to our Park and Rec Commission and let council know if there's a name change request or recommendation coming to you. So that way we don't end up with Meadowland 1, 2, and Regency D.
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
The other thing to consider too is our airport. We have this beautiful monument saying animal shelter, which I love. And you got this little sign that says airport. That's been there for 50 years.
Yeah.
And so I think we should at least make them equal.
Works for me.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Joe. No other questions? Let's see, we will go on to Public Works. And William, the last reel or video that I saw of you at your Public Works inspecting the One Tree project, I thought was done excellent.
Yes.
Excellent job on that.
Thank you. I'll pass that information along.
Uh-huh.
And noted on the airport sign, I wrote a note here, so we'll take care of that. And, excuse me? Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. We'll get it done.
Good deal.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and council members. I have a pretty long list. I didn't put pictures for everything, just because I would have like about 8 slides. So, the first thing for the carryover programs from Public Works is clean close the former landfill. Joe mentioned the former landfill a couple times in his presentation because it sits directly adjacent to the Ag Sports Complex. That has been approved by Cal Recycle for the clean closure. So we're ready to go. We're putting the finishing touches on the bid documents. We've had discussions about how to pay for that between the city manager and finance. So we're getting really close to get that out to bid and then get that done and clean closed. And it's been about 30 years, something like that, 35 years that we've been talking about closing that landfill. So that's going to carry over into next year and hopefully be completed in the next fiscal year. The second thing is to implement cartograph asset management. City manager mentioned earlier. In the utilities divisions, we currently have it in streets and solid waste. And we have our first train the trainer tomorrow, actually, for cartograph. So that's moving forward rather quickly. We've also added facilities into that, so we'll have to build out facilities, so we'll be able to track everything that gets done within all the facilities, be able to assign work, track the work, see the costs of the work, and all of that information will be available to me at any time. I can pull it up on my computer. So I don't have to go to my staff and say, hey, can you tell me where this project is? I can just pull all of that stuff up on my computer and share it with anybody who needs that information. Complete the in-house water meter replacement project. We're getting pretty close to that. What we're doing in-house is the 1-inch and smaller water meter replacements, and then we rebid the larger meters, the 2-inch and above. And that's where that will be coming on May 20th to award that contract. That should be done this year, so that's not going to carry over. The in-house, there's quite a lot more meters, so it's taking us a little bit longer. We have added some staff in utilities, so we're focusing on getting that done. Complete design for phase 2 of the groundwater recharge basin, and that's the pumping station at the north end. That's where, once the water gets in there, we'll have a way to pump it out and back into the Grasslands Canal if it starts getting too full or whenever Grasslands needs that water. We're going to complete all the master plans, storm, water, storm, and sewer master plans. And then there's some more coming up on the master plans later and the new projects for next year. Then we're going to complete the final kilometer sewer line upgrade, the portion associated with North Point that goes through the future North Point development. The contractor, the developer has been issued a notice to proceed for that, so that's getting close to them for them to finish their section so that we can make that final connection with our contractor. That will carry over into next year, but it should be pretty early into next fiscal year that should be completed. We're going to rehab the downtown alleys. That's currently in design, finishing up design on that, and then that'll be a repavement of the alleys and replacement of the valley gutters that may need replacing, and then any approaches from the streets into those alleys that may need to be replaced will be a part of that. And then street rehabs. So we have about a total for next year for street rehabs we're going to be spending about $8 million on street rehabs next year. Phase 1 is out to bid. We're going to open those bids tomorrow. So we'll see where we're at with those. That'll go into the limited construction this fiscal year, but it'll carry over into next year. But we will get started on that this year. Probably on the ADA corner upgrades is where they're going to start. Probably along I Street. That's where most of the replacements are happening. And then that should be completed late summer, late August, mid-September, somewhere in there if we don't have any issues. Phase 2 is in design currently, and then that will go out to bid probably early in the fiscal year, midsummer-ish, and then we'll award that and hope to get that constructed before the rainy season starts. Then we're going to complete the design and construct a full-scale test for the Chrome 6 treatment at one of the well sites. We're going to complete the test well 16 projects. That's going to be going out to bid, I think it's next Wednesday. The rebid, I think maybe the third time we've put that out to bid. But we have cooperation with the landowner, with the farmer who's farming that land. We've worked all of that through, so hopefully we get some good bids this time and we can award that to somebody and get that test well drilled. That should be done before September, somewhere in the summertime, we should get that completed. The Storm Station Meters project, that's another project that we went out to bid. We had some issues with the bids, so we reworked that project and we're going to put that back out to bid. The water and storm improvements on Adams, Jefferson, 4th, and Center Lane. These were two separate projects that we combined into one to get a better bid. And that's currently in design, getting close to complete on design. And that's going to put a storm line on Jefferson and Adams, which that's one of the areas of town where there's not existing storm drains. They're reverse siphons. They just go under the road and then the water comes back up on the next corner and there's some drainage issues over there. So we're going to put some storm lines in there connected to an actual storm line to carry that water away. And then there's a water line that goes down 4th Street and then Center Lane, not Center Avenue, Center Lane that comes off of I believe it's K Street. It's kind of an alley. There's a water line in there, so we'll replace some of those water lines. We're going to design and begin construction of complete the design and begin construction of Vineyard, Dove, Mercy Springs Roundabout. That's currently at about 60%, I want to say, 60% design. We're working with Caltrans, we're working with PG&E. We have some poles that need to be relocated, some transmission lines that need to be relocated. And then we're going to construct De Anza connection to Mercy Springs. That's currently, we have applied for an encroachment permit through Caltrans. That's 100% complete design, as long as Caltrans doesn't ask us to make any changes. As soon as we get that encroachment permit, we'll be ready to go on that.
That'll be this year.
That'll be this year, and the plan is to get that open to the public before December 31st of this actual calendar year. Associated with that is the Mercy Springs water line that goes in that same area. It goes right through. We're going to do that De Anza connection. That will be, we have the encroachment permit approved for that. We're making the final touches on that to put that out to bid. I'm pretty sure that's going to go out to bid next Wednesday too, or maybe the following Wednesday. Because we want to get the water line in before we put the brand new pavement for De Anza, because it's going to go right. We don't want to cut brand new pavement. So we want to get the water line in first and then get De Anza constructed afterwards.
So that water line goes on the east side of 165.
On the east side from Pioneer to the future connection to Radcliffe, right behind Save Mart, basically. And then the last one, at least for the carryover that I have here, is the continue the design for Pioneer Road Complete Streets project, which is, as we all know, a massive project that's going to take a lot of design and a lot of planning.
That's completed next year?
I don't know if we'll complete the design next year, but we're going to continue designing it next year.
I meant construction.
Yeah, we're going to get, yeah. We only need about 120 million for that. But we should complete the design for that, for the east of Creek connection for there. And then hopefully we get that completed design and then get it out to bid, maybe at least start the construction in the next fiscal year.
You know, the crazy thing is when we started working on the northern bypass, it was around 120 million for all the way around town.
Yeah.
Way back in the 90s.
Yeah.
Too bad.
Well, but 120 million was a lot more money in the early 90s than it is
That is
now.
true. We thought that was crazy too.
But I have it, here for any questions that anybody may have.
Questions?
Yeah, Bill, what's your estimate for when the water meter replacements will be done, that project?
We're thinking probably by fall, by the time we get there. We made a lot of progress on that. A lot of the zero reads is what this is for, the zero read meters. A lot of them, staff have been working diligently on checking those because some of them, the meters, there's no problem with the meter. There was just a zero consumption. So we've checked to make sure that the meter's working properly and whatever building is associated with that meter, they just hadn't used any water. And the plan going forward is once we get all of these replaced that need to be replaced, every time we do meter reads, every billing cycle, we'll get a list for zero reads and we're going to be able to go out and take care of them immediately instead of getting this huge long list. And some of that is with the added staff that Public Works has gotten and is proposed to get for next year. We're going to be able to stay on top of that immediately instead of waiting until the list gets really long.
Gotcha. Okay. And then for the rehab, the downtown alleys, is that just for the actual road and gutter, or is there anything to do with maybe some sort of beautification in the alleys, painting of any kind, or establishing what do you call it, one way potentially, and routes like that?
We have had discussions. Basically, this project is overlaying the pavement, the asphalt pavement. And the way we're moving forward with this project is 6 feet on either side of the valley gutter that goes down the middle. And the reason we did that was to avoid a lot of conflicts with utilities. There's gas meters that are actually out the back of the building that if we tried to pave all the way to the building, there's gas meters, electric meters, there's some basement accesses that are in there. So the best way we decided to move forward to keep the project moving forward was to just go 6 feet either side. That's really the traveled path. And then we don't have to worry about getting into foundation issues for some of these old buildings. So we kept it, we'll still have a nice smooth surface to drive on, but without getting into much conflict there because that could really spiral out of control if we did that. And we did have discussions about one-ways. We had a discussion with the Downtown Association last week. Stacy and I attended their meeting. And we reached out to them because we wanted to make sure that all the deliveries, all the delivery trucks, we didn't create an issue where they could no longer make the deliveries. And the preferred access is going to be one way, all of the downtown alleys from 7th Street to 5th Street. They would be one way from 7th to 5th Street all the way through. We considered having it one way towards 6th Street, but some of the delivery trucks couldn't make that turn to get onto 6th Street. And they would, if they were both one way going towards 6th, they wouldn't be able to cross over and go the other way without going the wrong way. So the best way, and we're going to take this back to the Traffic Safety Committee to discuss it and adopt it, is to go from one way from 7th Street all the way to 5th Street on all 3 alleys going the same direction. So if that gets approved at the Traffic Safety Committee, then we'll include signage, pavement markings, things like that with this rehab to make sure that everybody's aware that they're one-way alleys.
Gotcha. Real quick, there's a light, Henry Miller Plaza, keep blinking like crazy, driving me crazy. I know you saw it.
I saw it too.
I just saw it. It's still blinking like crazy.
Joe said he's got it.
We had an electrician out there yesterday actually looking at it. So we're going to get it at the Henry Miller Plaza lights, right? Correct.
I think the 3 of us
At
were
that
riding together.
intersection,
Yeah, that same one.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's been
yeah,
that way for a while.
yeah. I just want to make sure we get that squared away.
Traffic calming.
Yeah. Yep. Let's see what else. I think that was it. Yeah. I'm good. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one question. On our street rehab program, we're going to be spending quite a bit of money, and Phase 1 includes West I, which is going east from Pacheco to however the distance is. But for these collectors and major streets, are we thinking about contacting other agencies that may have underground utilities or want to bring in underground utilities, I don't know, like fiber optics or Comcast or whatever, so they can take care of this stuff before we repave the streets and not tear our streets up again?
Yes, and I was talking with staff the other day about that, and we haven't had, at least in the last few years, regular meetings with, annual meetings with the utilities, PG&E, AT&T, Comcast, anybody like that that has utilities. So what we're going to do for these, because it's kind of late in the game, but we want to give them the opportunity, if they have something going, to maybe move that forward. We're going to reach out to whoever usually submits their encroachment permits to us. We're reaching out to all of them to let them know that we've got these rehabilitations coming soon, so that if they had anything planned, if they can expedite that to get it done before we get in there. And the city manager and I met with PG&E last week with their representative, and we mentioned to start having annual meetings so that we could let them know ahead of time what we're going to do. And we'll do the same thing with the other utilities as needed, or as they want to participate in that, but notifying them. And then one of the things we've also discussed is coming up with a pavement moratorium and by ordinance that says for 5 years, whatever that turns out to be, for 5 years you cannot go back in here, and if you do, then you'll have to either repave it or slurry it or whatever that turns out to be, so that they're all aware that when we notify them that we're gonna pave this street, you've got X amount of time to get in there and do your work, and then after that, if you need to go in there, you're gonna have to repave the street for us.
Yeah, and also, I think this would also pertain to Caltrans as they rehab Pacheco. It gives the option for businesses to maybe use a different service when it comes to internet or whatever. So that's just something I thought of that, even the city, it would give us options in various areas such as that. So that might be a selling point to get them to move forward and get this done while those streets are open. Thank you.
Questions on the website?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I got a question. Regarding the alleys, I know that you had specifically downtown area. Are we also improving the other alleyways throughout the city? Particularly, there's one right behind 827 I Street, which is in dire need of some attention. Is that part of your program?
We do have some alleys, some internal alley overlays that are going to be completed this year. And generally, every year we do that, 3 or 4 alleys throughout the city that the streets crew goes out and rehabs those alleys. I didn't include that in carryover because those are going to be done this year. As soon as I was speaking with the staff, the operations manager yesterday, about as soon as they're done with the canal trail overlay, then they're going to go into those alley rehabs. And the alley rehabs this year, we're going to include the intersection of 6th and H Street. That intersection is in pretty rough shape. We're going to do that. And we're going to do the intersection of 7th and I Street because that intersection is pretty rough. So that'll be part of those alley rehabs.
Thank you, Director. Now, regarding the test site for the chromium 6 treatment, could you expand on the benefits of that and why that is important for our community?
Yeah, that's, well, it's a state requirement for the chromium 6. It's the maximum contaminant level is 10 parts per billion. And most of, or all of our wells exceed that, some a little bit higher than others. So we're required to treat that to remove at least enough of it to get it below that 10 parts per billion MCL. And the pilot study that we're going to work on for the next fiscal year, that's carrying over into next fiscal year, is we've done some minor pilot studies at a rate of, if I remember right, about 5 gallons per minute. So it's very small, just to test to see if it works, the process that we want to use. And what we're going to do is a full scale on a well that treats all of the water that comes out of that well to see if it works as good on a large scale as it does on a small scale. And then we're going to get an idea of what it's going to cost for the installation, what it's going to cost for the operations, because there's chemicals that have to be added to it, and then those chemicals have to be removed from it, and the filters have to be changed and backwashed. So the full scale is really going to give us an idea what that's going to cost for ongoing operations, and if it really works as well as it did in the smaller pilot tests.
Thank you very much, Director, because I know that's a huge concern for our residents, and as it should be, and I'm glad that we're taking those steps in order to get a baseline to understand what future actions the city needs to take. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, Councilmember Llamas, thank you for bringing that out. And I know there's been a lot of concerns about water quality. I think we definitely need to understand and make sure that everyone's understanding clear. The water quality and the water sources that we've been drinking from Los Banos has not changed. The regulation from the state has changed. This is a very new regulations that was struck down prior to 2020 for particular legal reasons, and then unfortunately got passed back. Some of these water qualities regulations required a lot of long-term technology improvement to be able to address some of these. Los Banos is actually pioneering a lot of these treatments. Quite frankly, we're the only few that's actually doing these testings, while a lot of other agencies kind of just sat back and waiting to see the result from our agency. I think Los Banos and Vacaville, and as well as one more jurisdiction in LA County, is the ones that's really taking initiative to actually address this. Many jurisdictions kind of sit back waiting for us. We've actually had a group of over 20, 30 different jurisdictions that's still emailing us today saying, Los Banos, what are you guys doing? What work plans? What work for us? So we really are doing the best we can. And we're one of the first in the state to actually have an approved compliant plan with the Regional Water Quality Control Board to actually follow with our testing and implementations. The legislative for Chrome 6 is very aggressive. I mean, we're talking about 2030 compliant timeframes. Any water jurisdictions our size, talking about 13 groundwater wells, right? Just from a realistic time frame from design and construction alone, typically take 5 to 6 years minimums. Not to mention the funding that comes with it. Unfortunately, right now, that bag of funding needs has left for basically the taxpayers and the Los Banos resident to be able to fund those. Luckily for us, we have been coming up with a lot of plan, and that's, with your approval, we have solicited Nosmans LLC to help us leveraging a lot of state funding. Just as recently submitted a funding request to Senator Caballeros for $4.5 million for just this project. So that is kind of the initiative that we've been taking. We've been monitoring and testing our wells on a regular basis. There are weekly tests, there is monthly tests, there is quarterly tests on all those. It hasn't changed. Secondly is that groundwater is not by itself, right? It ties to our pumping rate. It also ties to our stormwaters. As William mentions, we're one of the few cities that are actually implementing now Sigma program in partnerships with Grassland Water District. That's over 160 acre worth of new land that we as a city dedicated to just groundwater recharge. That's unheard of in Merced County. So there's a lot of different initiatives. I mean, many of us is now participating with things like the Los Banos Creek Dam project and looking at recharge to improve this quality, but it's going to take the entire regions. I mean, just to put in perspective, right? The amount of groundwater that Los Banos pump is 8,000 acre foot a year. The entire Delta Mendota subbasin's groundwater pumping is over 200,000 acre feet. So we are a very, very small fractions, but we are doing a lot in comparing to many other jurisdictions. And we're very thankful to our water partners like CCID, Grassland, as well as San Joaquin River Exchange that's helping us. But we are becoming now a model for a lot of other cities to look at on how to deal with Chrome 6 as well as now stormwater compliance. So, and another note to touch on also to William's point on another project that we're working on is our street rehabilitations. On an annual basis, we do have a very finite amount of funding that coming in. That is our various gas taxes, our Measure V, and our SB1. We're looking at roughly about $6 million or so totals in revenues coming in for streets. This year alone, we are investing a lot of our fund balance into that. So $8 million of it are going to our streets. But more than anything, as you will see for next fiscal year, we have to change our strategies and how we address street. Waiting for streets to get to PCI 0, like what we have now, cost significant amount of funding for us to pave. A lot of the road that we are taking care now are those rehabilitation, but we have to shift a lot of that mode to actually do preventive treatments. So what you will see after this fiscal year, we'll bring back a new pavement management plan for council to consider, to where we have to have a balance of preventive measures as well as rehabilitations. And we're going to run into this issue because there are a limited amount of gas tax and a limited amount of SB1 that's going to be going around. One of the options that we see are being used now and being tested with the county is to bonds against our local Measure V, right? They are doing that now to address some of those rehabilitations. Those are one of the options that we can consider from a council standpoint to see if that's something that you have an appetite for. But just like anything else, it's a trade-off, right? You bonds against that today to be able to rehab those roads. In the future, that money is not going to be available for those preventive because now it's becoming debt service. So it is a lot of challenging stuff that coming up with our road. But know this is that we are now turning the tide. When in the last couple of years, our pavement condition index are actually deteriorating. After this year, we're stabilizing. And that takes a massive amount of efforts, $8 million to say the least, to be able to put that together. And then moving forwards, how do we actually start increasing those PCI? We won't get to 70, next year or the year after, but in a 5 years or a 10-year plan, we can get there.
Yes, thank you. I was just curious, are there any plans or discussions for the addition of lighting on our streets? That's just one of the biggest concerns that I hear about.
We haven't considered adding any street lights to any, the newer developments have street lights included in them, but we haven't been discussing, at least not that I'm aware of, adding any street lights to existing streets.
Is that something that we would possibly be able to look at in the future? I know specifically myself, Mercy Springs, it's just pretty dark. I get back into town pretty late, and a lot of streets are pretty dim, and I know there's a lot of concern for safety and having to walk at night. That's just one of the biggest concerns that I do hear about.
On Mercy Springs itself?
Well, that's just my experience,
okay.
but just all throughout Los Banos, I keep hearing that we lack a lot of lighting in our streets.
Yeah, that's something we can look at. The cost of adding one street light is probably somewhere in the neighborhood of $50,000 if there's not existing electricity there, because the pole and the light itself are maybe about $10,000 to $15,000. But you have to consider you got to get electricity to that pole, and it depends on how far you have to pull that electricity from, and then so it can be quite expensive. I know there are some solar powered streetlights that are out there now. They've come a long way than they were even just 2 or 3 years ago. They've come a long way. So we could look into something like that to be able to install them, because that really cuts down the cost, because you don't have to pull that electricity. You don't have to trench that line for that electricity. So we can look at something like that for at least trying out some solar lights in specific areas and see how well they perform.
Right. Yeah, I think that'd be great. I had no idea how expensive adding just one single light post is. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And that's a very good comment, especially in the older sections of town by the hospital and stuff like that. I've seen a new product that on solar lighting that it illuminates the whole night, whole time of darkness. But if it senses any motion, then it becomes the full brightness. And then it allows to last the whole 12 hours at night during the wintertime or whatever the darkness is. So I think there's some opportunity there, and there's a lot of, like in the oldest section of town, there's a lot of telephone poles wood poles we can mount lights on, like we do anyway throughout the town. So there might be an option in the future looking at that. Also, I just want to say something about what Neron said about maybe in the future looking at bonding, talking with the county. So many, what a bond rate right now against a consistent amount of tax income that's coming in, like Measure V or something like that. Is it what, 3-4% the city right today could get something for, or no?
No, I think it'd be more like a 4.5, 5.
Okay, 4.5, 5. Well, what the county is saying that it's usually about increase of paving each year goes up 5 or 6%. So if we bond at say 4.5%, we're actually saving money if we wait 2 years to repave this street. And the costs go up to, 5%, 10% a year to repave. I mean, none of this is consistent, is in stone, because we don't know what oil prices are going to be in the future and asphalt pricing and everything like that. But all I can say is that that's what was one of the big things the county really looked at, is if they could pave everything at once, the cost of bonding Measure V money, for an example, ends up a wash because you save that money in future expenses that goes up in cost.
And I think that's going to be part of our long-range financial planning.
Mm-hmm.
What's the cost versus, the cost savings, potential cost savings in terms of bonding? What's the good formula in terms of pay as we go, and then going ahead and doing the financing to see what we're able to do and bringing that back to council with all that information.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Mayor, if I may, one thing, just to give notes on the lighting that Councilmember Perez, actually Councilmember Llamas also brought this up to me as well. And that's why the Canal Trail project is a good project for us to keep an eye on. It's the first time we actually deploy large-scale drop lighting for canal, and it's going to be solar, right? Depending on the success of that project, I know in my previous jurisdiction, we did design an entire intersections with the use of solar lighting, and I know that it's effective. It's just that for now, for us, the funding is the one big component, a challenge for that. And two is that we have to look at first, foremost is safety, right? So the city and the county and MCAG has developed what's called a local road safety plan that identifies hazardous intersections. And one of the components that looked into those factor of safety is lighting. So we're most likely going to deploy those at high risk and priority area first to make sure that that's something that we want to move toward. Because just like anything else, the solar lighting might be a little bit cheaper up front, but ultimately every 5 to 10 years, the battery's probably going to need to be replaced. And every 20, 30 years, a solar panel probably need to be replaced as well. Unfortunately, I know in the past, PG&E has been a great partners in installing lighting in their pole, but they really have moved away from allowing city and jurisdiction to use their pole now to install lighting. They have really moved away from the street lighting business, and it really put a lot of burdens on community. In some cases, they actually remove their existing lighting off the pole and transfer some of that responsibility back to the jurisdiction. But that has been in the top of our mind. We just want to make sure that, at least in the meantime, every intersection improvements that we do, especially those that include traffic signals and roundabout and stuff, lighting is on a big priority for us. Thank you, Mayor.
Remember, PG&E needs to get encroachment permits too, so, from the city.
Yep.
Okay, so where are we at now? Any other questions? Okay, yes, okay.
Can we put public comment to the end of the public hearing?
We're going to do it at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're at the budget snapshot? Is that
Yeah, and I
what-
think we
or
can.
we want to do that after?
Yeah, let's do that after.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to break for lunch. And this is part of our transparency of our budget. You can tell this budget process of this time around is much different than the past. So it's we just went over what we're working on and the carryover. And now we're going to go into a snapshot of what the budget 26-27 is going to do and future funding. I know it's a long day, but we have to do this for transparency to the public. So everybody knows what we've done, what we're planning to do this year, and what we plan on next year. So we'll be back after lunch. That's what, 1 hour?
Yeah.
1 hour. So we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Okay, we are back from our break, and if you're still with us, we appreciate it very much. This is a budget, transparency of our budget, discussion on where we've been, what's taking place right now, and of course, what we want to work on for our next budget year, which starts July 1st. And this is a very important part of the transparency that we've promised our residents and what's right for our city. And so we're going on to fiscal year 26-27, our next fiscal budget, and this would be the snapshot of that. And so who's going to start with that?
I am, Mayor.
Okay, go for it, please. Thank you.
As we look at the fiscal year 26-27 budget snapshot, the overall fiscal outlook is stable and encouraging. Our major revenue sources continue to perform reliably, giving us a solid starting point for the new fiscal year. On the revenue side, we're seeing steady growth in our core categories. Property tax remains strong, supported by ongoing development and continued investment in the community. Sales tax is also holding steady, with a healthy mix of retail, dining, and service-based activities contributing to consistent performance. We are always looking for one-time revenues in the form of grants to fund specific projects. At this time, we need to be realistic about our cost pressures. Labor, insurance, utilities, and regulatory requirements continue to rise across all departments. These are essential costs that we must cover and are projected within our existing revenue projections. Once we account for these required expenses and our existing commitments, the amount of truly flexible discretionary funding is limited. That's why today's priority setting discussion is so important. It ensures the resources we do have are focused on the outcomes council values the most. Our reserves remain in line with council policy, which is a major strength, keeping reserves healthy, protecting the city from economic uncertainty and unexpected costs, and it supports long-term financial stability as we consider one-time investments and initiatives. Overall, the city enters fiscal year 26-27 with a positive and stable revenue environment, paired with a disciplined approach to managing costs. This positions us to maintain core services, continue progress on major initiatives, and thoroughly advance council priorities within our available capacity. You heard me say this at the beginning. I'm going to say it again. Everything being presented today across all departments fits within our existing revenue projections, our operational budgets, our assigned fund balances, and our capital project commitments. Next slide. Budget trade-offs and priority settings. As we move into this priority settings, I wanted to highlight the key trade-offs council will need to consider. Increased service levels require staffing capacity and in some cases ongoing funding. One-time revenues can support capital projects, but they cannot sustain permanent positions. We also need to evaluate whether to defer maintenance or projects, especially where delay could increase long-term costs or risks. Finally, we must balance new initiatives with the need to sustain core services. The city has made significant progress in stabilizing operations, and maintaining stability is essential. When evaluating priorities, we recommend considering five key questions. Is this required this fiscal year? What is the immediate community impact? What is the risk of delay, financial, legal, or operational? Do we have the capacity to deliver within 12 months? Does this require one-time or ongoing funding? These questions will help ensure that fiscal year 26-27 investments are strategic, achievable, and aligned with council's vision. Budgetary costs in the following staffing requests are fully burdened costs. That means it's salary and benefits. And now we can go ahead and continue with staffing requests for the fiscal year 26-27.
Minnie, can you take a pause real quick?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, apologize. Council, one of the things that I want to point out as we are looking at for the next fiscal year now is that Los Banos is at a little bit different financial environments than a lot of our nearby jurisdictions. You look at across the hill or just somewhere around us here, it's just 40 minutes away, they're all projecting with a very, very flat revenue projections. We are still continuing to see steady growth which give us a very huge advantage to where we can actually plan on an increase in level of service and be able to accommodate new projects. We can't accommodate every new services or every new project, and that's why we're here today to talk about those prioritization. But it's overall, I want to really bring this out that we are at a very good special place here to where many agencies are forecasting for loss, staff cuts, layoff. We're actually seeing a steady growth. So that is a good opportunity for us to be at. And that's why at the next couple of slides, you'll see that we have an opportunity to continue to increase staffing, to increase level of service, while also adding on a couple more projects as we move forward.
Okay. So, Minnie, that was very well said. And I think that sort of rounds out everything. And so what Neron had to say. And just to remind everybody, if you're watching, this is a discussion. There's no votes will be taken today. We're just discussing priorities with the council and staff and their projections and also their vision for the future of Los Banos. So go ahead, go on.
Yeah. So the first one's how these are being formatted is that first we look at staffing, because as Minnie talked about earlier, staffing are part of our structural operational budgets. These cannot go above what our revenue are actually coming in. So we looked at our core costs, our direct operational costs first. All the leftovers in a one-time fund, those are allowed to be able to go into the deficit because the city has been saving up for those kind of projects. So each one of the departments, you'll see the format is going to be staffing requests first, what they're for, how much their cost, and then talking about the projects that's going to be associated with, what those staff are being added. The first department is going to be human resources, so I'll turn that over to Isabel.
Thank you, Niran. Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So one of the topics that was discussed during the budget preparation process was the potential transfer of the payroll function from human resources to finance. Finance already deals with all the disbursements, tax, the reporting, taxation, general ledger activities, reconciliations, auditing, and so it makes sense for payroll to be housed in finance. But as we know, payroll is not a single department task. There's still going to be continued collaboration and shared responsibility between human resources and finance. The data management aspect of the function, including entries into the system and approvals, that will remain with human resources, and the remaining aspects will move. There was consensus amongst the staff that it would move to finance. And so with that, the current HR technician that handles payroll, it would make sense for that position to move also to finance, which would leave a void in the HR team. And so in order to maintain and to increase capacity for human resources as the organization grows and as we enhance our programs in the department, the request during the budget will be for consideration to add the HR technician back to human resources. We'll lose one, but we'll ask consideration to get one more approved. The cost for that is at $114,000. Again, as our finance director mentioned, it's a fully burdened cost. And there is still going to be now plenty of functions for that position to assume. In human resources, the way that I would see the split, and these are, I'm talking about broad categories in the department. The list of activities or functions or responsibilities would be longer. But in broad terms, one tech would handle compensation, benefit administration, human resource information system entries, which is an ongoing activity, records management for the department, and risk management as well, assisting with the record keeping, the coordination of our claims management, employee leaves, which we have on an ongoing basis, wellness and safety would be part of the tasks, again, broad categories for one of the positions. And then the second technician would assist with recruitments, which is a major part of our operation, the onboarding of employees, performance management functions, coordination, making sure that employees get their evaluations timely and that we process all the related activity as well. As well as employee recognition, which is one of the new programs that we hope to enhance this year. And so there would be plenty of broad category and specific functions to justify the second technician to remain in human resources, or actually we would lose one, but request that it would be replaced. We do support over 200 employees currently, full-time employees, and so there's ongoing activity, and that request will be brought to the city council during the budget approval.
Isabel,
next fiscal
the
year.
one personnel that you're going to be losing to finance, is your department funding that person right now?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
So, quick question. So who's doing all the stuff you just named off right now? Who's doing that currently?
So so right now, we do have an analyst, and we have one technician, and then the second technician, which would move to finance, I would say about 85% of her time is spent on payroll-related duties. And so the remaining 15%, she does help with other tasks. And that is why I think it's important in order for the department to not only maintain the current service levels for our employees and our management team, our directors, not only to maintain it, but to enhance it as we start improving our systems, our programs, our processes, and as we grow, there will be a need for the second technician. And so to answer your question, it's being done by the one other technician and also the human resources analyst, and they are the ones that handle the majority of the day-to-day operations for the department.
Okay, I guess, I'm seeing it hard to sit there and ask for another person. They're going to go to finance, but at the same time, we're talking about executive time and all this system where it's going to basically take those stacks of paper from every week, and it's going to basically, take away a lot of that work, and as well as the portal for the employees and stuff to self-serve themselves. Are we taking all that into an account? Because I don't want to add just another expense or another salary or body. Because we have all that coming, which is the purpose of it, which it should be for every department, every update we're going to do. What are the efficiencies we're gaining? Usually when we do that, it's because, we're basically saving on labor is what we're doing. How do we get more done with less, basically?
Yeah.
And not to diminish the services we provide to anybody, but we're becoming more efficient and streamlined with it, which should be the goal. I think to do that, and we're still adding bodies, I kind of have a hard time with that.
Yeah, no, I understand that. And it has been taken into consideration. I think earlier somebody mentioned that currently we may be operating a little bit more on the reactive side of things instead of proactive. And my recommendation is for two technicians. I did mention the broad categories, but under that, there's a lot of tasks that would be involved with the function. And again, it's recommended in order to not only maintain our current service levels to the organization, but to enhance them as the organization grows and as we improve how we're doing things.
And Councilmember, if I may add also, so if you looked at this, Isabel kind of touched on that a little bit lightly on it, is that your question was, who was doing the work before? Yep. It's spread between 3 staff members. We have an analyst, and we currently have 2 technicians. But as you mentioned, one of them is currently doing payroll. Payroll is taking a lot more than just one person's as it is. That's why, from an organizational standpoint, tying it back to budget, tying it with executive time, help offset to basically keep it just at 1 and make it manageable for it to be under finance. But one thing Isabel didn't mention was HRs are short staffed as they currently operating. This building capacity, because one of the main functions that HR also do is risk management. That is in addition to benefits, in addition to employee self-service portal, there's also SSI, there's also state disabilities insurance. They also deal with general liability insurance, all of which are taking the other, I want to say, 40% of their day-to-day tasks that unfortunately, because of the legality of it, it's not really disclosable to this body or to the public, but that in itself has really made the departments function below where they need to be just because they're all been reactive to a lot of these stuff. They're not able to account for working with all the other departments to reduce risk, looking at purchasing policy, changing how our insurance requirements are working at, right? A lot of that stuff has not been taken care of because they don't have the staff to do it. Secondly, we talked about this too, is the training portion. The function of risk management and HR go beyond it. It's also include training. A lot of the training is being decentralized because HR as the department currently are unable to house all of that in-house. It's now become the burden of each one of the departments to where now a lot of those records are housed at multiple different sites. They're not tying back up to employees. So when disciplinary actions or promotions and stuff are coming in, it now takes us an additional 45 to 50% more just to like, okay, what is the warrants and what's all the background to include on those? And really, to put it into perspective, for a city our size at over 200 employee, we really only have 4 HR personnel currently, right? And unlike the private sector to where, you're only responsible payrolls and benefits, we're responsible for the other functions of it too, is the new federal and state regulation, the reporting that's all coming to what all of that. Currently, that function is being filled by the HR director. So when she's unfortunately have to get into the weeds and doing a lot of those day-to-day stuff, it stopped us from being able to implement things like executive times, things like the vector solution and stuff. And that's why, even though we bought this module years ago, it has never been implemented because they have been so short-staffed and working on a reactive standpoint. This just basically square up the department. And more than anything, how we are proposing for staffing today, it create a foundations so that in the future, 5-6 years down the road, when the cities grow, let's say another 10,000 or whatever it may be, right? This staffing here, we're not being reactive like, oh my God, now that we're growing these 10,000, we're short service to our resident, but we're actually building something that account for all of those increases. That's why, when you look at the city attorney office, finance, public works, fire, and all these staff requests, they all need support, and all that start with HR. That's the first line of defense for us when we do interaction with all new employee.
And I think I would add, in the last 3 years, you've added about 60 positions, right? Without adding staff to some of these departments that are using, that these positions are using, right? So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to bring them to the level of being able to do the things that they need to do and service the departments that they need to service, especially HR, purchasing for finance, which I'm going to get into in a little bit, but those have to come with that support, and they haven't been in the past. So it's making sure that that support is there and that foundation is there to be able to provide that service and that level of service, both to the employees and also to all the entities that depend on regulation-wise, that depend on these departments to be able to sustain it.
Yeah. And then one last thing, I apologize, is succession planning for us. It was really difficult. Usually in an organization like this, for a department as important as HR, there's typically some sort of succession planning to where if Isabel or like Lucy left, there should be some qualified staff to be able to take over. With everybody working down in the front line and doing the day-to-day work, there isn't any opportunity for the training and be able to take on the upper steps to be able to set up those succession planning. And that's what's been left behind now for finance and for HR.
I think, Mary, you had talked about you'd probably be helping out with some of the legal stuff, make sure we're doing things like it's supposed to, the buying process and all that other stuff. That's where you guys would come in.
Correct, yeah, across all departments.
Yep.
Any other questions?
For clarification, this position would also help to ensure that when new employees come aboard, that they are thoroughly trained in every aspect of whatever position they're going to, and so that they are going into their department more readily capable to execute their duties than currently they are doing now, and thereby creating a standardized process for onboarding these personnel. Is that correct?
That's correct, council member. And so one of the goals for the new fiscal year is to revamp our programs and to enhance the way we're currently doing things. And currently of course, we have an onboarding process, but we hope to enhance it in a way where employees will have all the required training and that there'll be more attention and time invested into that. And in order to do that, of course, it's going to take more time from the technicians to put everything together and to execute and implement the enhancements.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. Let's
Thank
move
you.
on. Mary, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So the primary funding request for my office is to increase capacity with the addition of one assistant city attorney. The compensation should align with the level of excellence the council expects from its legal department. If the goal is to build a high-performing, exceptional office, the salary must be commensurate to attract and retain top-tier legal talent rather than settling for a baseline that yields mediocre results. The request fully burdened is $324,000 annually. Also noting that moving third-party legal fees from professional services, those outside services council's been paying for to in-house, would save an additional $300,000 annually, recognizing this is not reflective of the actual legal needs of the city. Investing in a highly experienced and effective assistant city attorney is a strategic investment in the city's long-term stability, risk management, and operational excellence. An attorney with broad cross-departmental expertise ensures consistent, timely, and high-quality legal guidance for every function of the city, reducing outside counsel expenditures and minimizing legal exposure. Importantly, historical legal fee expenditures are not an accurate reflection of the city's true legal needs. Rather, they often represent a reactive approach to issues as they arise. As a result, critical preventative work such as policy development, training, and early risk mitigation may go under-resourced, leading to higher costs over time. Establishing this position enables a more proactive, strategic model of legal service delivery. Equally important, this position is critical for succession planning. It builds institutional knowledge, preserves continuity in legal strategy and future leadership within the city's legal department. Funding this role demonstrates a commitment to a proactive, resilient, and high-performing organization rather than a reactive, piecemeal approach to legal services. Some examples of the essential duties for the assistant city attorney include drafting and reviewing various legal documents relating to municipal operations, provides legal expertise to assign departments, commissions, and boards so that they can operate in conformance with laws and other applicable policies and regulations, represents the city in labor disputes and negotiations, and helps with personnel matters such as appeals from disciplinary actions, prepares for and represents the city in administrative hearings, assists in managing and participating in the development and administration of the department budget, recommends and/or presents training to city departments related to a variety of topics, including enforcement issues, public records access, and other legal matters, working with city staff and the public on a wide array of projects, processes, and topics, explaining, justifying, and defending department programs, policies, and activities, negotiate and resolve sensitive and controversial issues, investigating and evaluating legal claims filed against the city, and recommending appropriate action. It includes revising and bringing up to current legal obligations, the municipal code, preparing cases, including those related to the municipal code, for hearings, trials, and other judicial proceedings, and represents the city in those proceedings. We'll review form documents prepared by the city departments. We'll attend meetings in my absence, prepare complaints, and represents the city in cases for court and administrative hearings. Will help respond to requests for information from the general public, city staff, outside agencies, and other interested parties. will assist with resolutions and alternative recommendations, as well as maintaining awareness of new trends and developments in the field of municipal law and incorporating those new developments as appropriate. This individual has to have knowledge of operations, services, and activities of a city attorney's office, the principles and application of civil, constitutional, administrative law and procedure, knowledge of advanced methods and techniques of case management, prioritization, and control, knowledge of methods and techniques for legal research, analysis, and writing, knowledge of methods and techniques of case management. Oh, sorry, I've read that already. California codes and statutes applicable to the functions and services of government agencies, knowledge of judicial procedure and rules of evidence, knowledge of administrative principles, practices, and methods, including goal setting, program development, implementation and evaluation, policy and procedure development, and work standards, knowledge of techniques for effectively representing the city in contracts with governmental agencies, community groups, and various business, professional, regulatory, and legislative organization. Knowledge of California codes and statutes applicable to the functions and services of government agencies. Knowledge of federal, state, and local laws, codes, and regulations. Knowledge of principles of project planning, development, coordination, and direction. And then knowledge of the principles, practices, and methods of application of municipal law. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Any questions?
Well, I do have a concern that this is a huge salary request. Over 20 years is $6.5 million. Over 30 years is nearly $10 million. I don't see the need for that. Right now, I think that we should be looking more of an additional paralegal if we have the need for those types of work to be done. And I think that we still haven't properly assessed what the full impact of Ms. Lerner's being on deck here is. So I think that this is something we can bring back at a later time when we have a full impact as to the true needs of the city. I don't see the justification for this additional city attorney. Now, a lot of the work that is being done or that needs to be done, what happens after that work is completed? And we have this burden to the taxpayers for the remainder of this person's tenure and life expectancy. So again, I don't see the need for that. I understand there's a argument for it, but I don't see a need for it now. I think that the proper course, in my opinion, would be for a paralegal or a legal assistant to handle some of that work. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Yes, Mayor. Well, let's see. I've been sitting up here since 2012, and I've watched a lot of money go out the door for legal fees, where we hire outside attorneys to handle various problems and issues. It never stops. We're in government. It's just the way of life. And so with the amount of money that has been paid out for outside legal services, and you never know what you're going to get from an outside service if you don't know what to expect. And it was just all farmed out. So this is, to me, a blessing that we're going to have this career ladder staff here. None of us are going to be up here forever. And I think, we're moving into the 21st century. The various things that are coming down on us from federal, state, and otherwise is not something that one person can handle all the time. So I have seen hundreds of thousands of dollars being spent out of our budget hiring outside legal staff when we could be doing it in-house. And so for me, I think it's a cost savings to the city. Thank you, Mayor.
If I could add one other
Sure.
comment, I can't, I'll create whatever legal department the council directs, but I can't ethically have a paralegal or a legal assistant practicing law. That actually violates California law. So that's just something to keep in mind. But again, I will create whatever department the city council directs.
You want to say something?
Yes.
Oh, sure.
I just had a question. Now, with this attorney, seeing how they would be working closer with the council, I imagine, right? Will the council have any part in the hiring process of this individual? Or is that something that is going to be deferred to Ms. Lerner?
It's deferred to me.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much. Yes, well, I can see because we were in charge of the legal too. I just, 20 years ago when I was mayor, it's so different today than it was 20 years ago. The part of the job that we're required to do, plus what I'm seeing in the legal side. We were fined 20 years ago not even having the yard department, and things was done. What Mayor Pro Tem said is what I've seen is when you hire out, then you almost get put on a list, and when they get to you, they get to you, or you make it a priority, you pay more. I know when I went up to Sacramento representing the city, I told this story already once. I had a legal counsel next to me that we had a hire. We didn't even have you yet, and it was $1,000 an hour, and I was there 9 hours, and I'm sure it pays their time and everything. I think one of the reasons why we even looked at your department is because after being elected a year and a half ago, I saw the amount of money that was going out in legal services spent outside our community to firms. We don't even know, staff knew who they were working with. I didn't even know these people. And it was over $1 million a year back then. And we still had Bill Vaughn working part-time as a city attorney, which is almost impossible to have a part-time city legal department in a city this size. I see a cost of maybe $24,000 a year annually if you offset of what we're still paying an outside legal counsel today, even with Mary being here. And I think what it all really boils down to is this city, since day one, has been reactive to lawsuits, reactive to those types of legal complaints. And because that's all we could do. And I think even department heads were sometimes doing things, crossing their fingers that was it completely legally, not legally, but maybe defensible, and would it cause a problem in the future? So now I'm finally seeing us taking a proactive stance here at the city. I hate settling cases. I know you have to. In the past, we had all these cases in front of us in the last year and a half, and luckily we were really we did good with those cases. But I think it's a different way to look at things today than it was 20 years ago. I would never even have thought, even if it was half the price, never even thought we needed this. Today, in my experience, I think we do. I think the departments need it, and administration needs it, and there is a succession, again, we have to look at in every department, and so that's why I'm for it. But we do appreciate your comments and everybody's comments up here. Anybody else?
Just if I can chime in.
Sure.
It was running us about $1 million, so it is only, increasing slightly. And like you said, Mayor, this would likely be a wash, and maybe even a savings moving forward with what they're able to accomplish for the city with working with all of the departments and all the issues that we have. The capacity is there to be able to make this work. And I think the succession planning is really key for all of our departments.
Yes.
And I think that in itself is an investment moving forward with a department that is critical for the city moving forward, is my opinion.
And in the 90s, we had a lawsuit. I'll just I hate telling these old stories. My daughter's going to be mad at me. But anyway, we hired an outside firm, legal firm, that made some really bad mistakes in representing the city against the council's wishes in a closed session. We lost that case. It was a little over $500,000 that we were going to have to pay out. Luckily, we found that since they didn't follow up with the council's desire and instructions how to go with the case, the law firm had to pay because of omissions and their insurance paid for the city's portion of that, had to pay for that. So it is a mistake like that. Now, what would that be? $5 million? You know, that was a long time ago. So I think it's very important to have our people with their desire to make this city move forward in the right direction and caring about this city and working for the five of us. I think it's really important that that person works for the city of Los Banos. So, okay, thank you for any other questions? Thank you very much, and we'll move on to finance.
Mayor and council, as we look at capacity needs for 26-27, finance is requesting targeted staffing additions to support compliance and internal controls as well as operational efficiency. Our first request is for a purchasing manager at an annual cost of $192,000. This position is critical for strengthening procurement oversight, ensuring consistency across departments, and reducing risk exposure. The second request is within the information technology. We're proposing the addition of one IT technician along with establishing an IT technician 2 classification to support career progression. This would cost $140,000 annually. As the city's technology footprint grows from digital systems to public safety infrastructure, IT capacity must grow with it. These staffing requests are aligned with the city's need for stronger internal controls, improved service delivery, and long-term operational stability. And I'm available for any questions.
With that IT position, would that save us money on the companies we use now for IT? You think, Minnie?
I don't think so. What I was talking about earlier in terms of adding 60 positions in the last 3 years, there's a need to be able to service all of our employees and making sure that they have the things that in a timely manner, that they get replacements or they get upgraded or they get all of these things and all the technology that they need. We are looking at our overall IT budget, making sure we have those efficiencies and that we have all those things in place. But this one is just one of those catch-up positions that we've done without, and we've kind of been using the contract maybe to get some of these things done, or having people wait too long to get serviced. Abel does an amazing job, and kudos to him. He's pretty amazing at what he does. But we do need to get that again, succession planning and making sure that we are providing all of the services to our internal customers, which is the employees, and then also our external customers, which is going to be a potential website in terms of what it is, executive time. I mean, a lot of things that are going to get put out that we're going to have to make sure are running properly, and police and fire, and that everybody gets the service level that they need.
Question. Oh,
Sorry, Councilman, if I may just add one more things on the IT. So even though currently if we are to add another IT technicians, it might not be a cost saving per se because we do have a lock-in contract with Mid-Valley IT. How Mid-Valley IT contracts works is actually based on the number of machines that they continue to support. So in the future, so they have not counted the inventory of our machines in the last, I want to say at least 3 to 4 years. So with the amount of staffing that we have been adding and the new equipment that are required, whether it's police, MDC, mobile command and stuff, we are actually working on a very cost-saving contract. In 2 years, when that contract expires, they're going to do an inventory of all of our system, including all of our wireless networks, our cameras and everything. Those will likely go up significantly. What we're hoping to do is continue to build our own internal capacity. So when we are sitting in front of those contract negotiations, is that we tell them, look, even though our machines and number of supports goes up, we have internal staff that can take care of these items. So can we realize those savings? So that's kind of the intention of this position. And just like anything else, we're all human. So unfortunately, on day that Abel's not here, he's on vacation or he's sick, the service is different. We have to call Mid-Valley IT to send somebody on board, and that's by the hour.
Yeah, well, and Abel gives, 95% of his time to the police and fire and stuff, which is the most important.
So,
I think.
Wow, Mayor.
yeah, so I think you kind of answered my question.
I
Who's
think
Abel's
that's it.
backup? Nobody, right?
Nobody.
Yeah, that's a bad situation to be in. And we're talking about the police with their citywide camera systems coming. You're talking tablet command over there. We're talking about cameras in trucks that are coming. We're talking about the new systems that just went in. I mean, there's a lot of, everything's going in technology. That's going up. So I see where that makes sense. I see Abel, I see him all the time on the weekend, whenever we're working. Yeah.
He's there right now.
No, I know. And I just think, it's not fair to him or his family or to the people that are here, because if he gets sick or something happens, there's nobody that can step in right away.
And the other thing too is the purchasing manager is going to save a lot of money to the city.
Well, at one time, Mayor, we had 3 working IT people. We had the supervisor and then 2 staff as well. And that was on 2 separate occasions under 2 managements. And so it's now fallen under our finance department. And Abel was on that team when we had the 2 other personnel. So we are down significantly from where we used to be of actual working personnel in IT.
Mayor, if I may add one more thing, you're absolutely right on the purchasing managers. If you take a look at our entire budget portfolios, majority of it now is project delivery. Purchasing's today, it's not what it used to be before I was born, not too long ago. That there are all these requirements just from 2017's alone, the prevailing wage requirement, the double checkings of all of that stuff, checking certified payroll, looking at insurance requirements, looking at different type of procurement. You add on the design bid bill portions of things, you add in the RFQ, and then you add on the RFP, and then you add on all these other things that's coming in to get a capital projects out and hit the street before construction starts. It's almost 6-7 months. Those kind of legal requirement, it's not one that Los Banos plays, but it's the ones that are coming from the federals, coming from the states. And with us going more heavier now on applying for grant, getting state dollars and getting federal dollars, the more need for these reporting. Just for example, ARPA, $9 million. ARPA is one of the easiest delivered project in terms of no string attached. It was COVID relief. But believe me or not, as of yesterday, we were still doing the annual report of it. Same thing with our airport grant. It's going to have now string attached to it in terms of reporting. States Assemblywoman Saria's states congressional or state assembly direct spending, that's going to have string attached to it that required all these reporting to where to a point now finance staff are spending majority of their times meeting this reporting obligation to where now is really is the time to start splitting the account payable portions, contractings and procurements managements separate from the other functions of finance. And that's why this position will really help unbottleneck a lot of that procurement shortfalls that we've been running to see. With the number of projects, I mean, we really confident that with the addition of this position, we can start to have accountabilities on our procurement and our reporting and be able to push project and help, our operation teams like Public Works and PD to have a standard procurement process.
Any comments? Okay, thank you very much. And let's see, we're in admin. Right?
Yep, so now back to Isabel. So now that we talked about staffing, let's talk about the initiatives and project and programs that will come along with that.
Thank you, Nira, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So as mentioned earlier, one of the carryover projects is the implementation of the time and attendance feature in Tyler, and we've all said quite a bit about that. And so all that I will add on that item is that we're going to be adding, or we're going to be putting together a project team that will meet regularly to ensure a smooth transition. It will involve system integration of our current process, and it's also going to involve citywide training for each and every employee. And so it is going to be an interdepartmental project, and we hope to kick that off very soon and improve the efficiency in our operations. This year, we're also launching a more formal citywide recognition program by establishing an employee committee that is going to be charged with planning and executing several activities throughout the year to recognize our employees for their hard work, their dedicated service to the community. Every detail in that respect counts. It helps with team building. It helps with bringing the entire team together and showing appreciation. And at the end of the day, it's an investment in our workplace culture that will help with employee retention and employee satisfaction as well. Aside from that, the department, myself being a new director, I've spent some time in reviewing our current programs, our systems, our processes for potential improvements and enhancements. And I have identified a few areas where we can enhance, whether it's documentation for employee actions, improving the checks and balances systems that we have in place for proper operations and at the end of the day for audits. And so we'll be creating forms for better operations, and we'll be enhancing our communication, our correspondence with our potential applicants, our potential employees. And those are just some of the few areas that we're going to be enhancing, but we'll be looking at all our programs. We talked about the onboarding earlier, the recruitment is another big one, performance management, anything that we do in human resources. Again, we want to create a more proactive way of doing things, a more collaborative, more service friendly for the city departments and for the employees as a whole. We're also looking for ways to improve safety, efficiency, and even professionalism in the way we present ourselves to the community. And that could be as simple as starting by the redesigning of our badges to serve as employee identifications for when they serve the public, and those identifications would allow for entry access to the city. And so there would have to be coordination with IT and with our department in order to fulfill those projects. And so an overall revamping of our programs is what the goal is for the coming year and beyond. And that covers my bullets. I'm happy to answer questions.
Any questions? No questions?
Well, I don't have a question. I do have a statement. I'm going to use the mayor's term. Back when I was working.
My daughter's not going to like that.
Yeah, well, your daughter's not going to like that. We had an annual retreat. Now, I think how many employees do we have in the city now, roughly?
We have
220? Yeah, I think we had something like maybe 180 people in my office. And we'd shut the office down once a year. Now, I know we can't shut the city down completely. But we had a retreat at one of the county parks in Santa Clara County, and we would officially have a business meeting so that we were legal. But everything else was just fun and getting to know people and relaxing. And I remember just out of fun, I got Employee of the Month because I was in charge of the food, and I forgot the hot dogs at home. I had to drive 50 miles home to get the hot dogs and 50 miles back. So they gave me an Employee of the Month, and they call it the 100-mile hot dog run. So, you know, those times were really important to all of us because we were under a lot of stress taking care of people who were mentally ill. And we had a full service department, but everybody had the opportunity to get together and just relax and enjoy. So I'm just kind of suggesting a retreat of some sort for our employees. I don't know how the mechanics of that would work out, but I think it's really important because we're kind of spread out and diverse. We were all in one big office. You got public works here, police and fire, and administration here. And maybe some people don't even know who works in administration. It would be nice to have something like that. So I'd like to see us plan for something like that in the future and maybe do a trade-off, have employees stay back for 1 year and the next year they get to go to the retreat. But those kinds of things are really good team builders when it comes to your employees and satisfaction with work environment and the stress that they're under.
Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for bringing that up. One of the things that we strive to do now that are a little bit different too is how do we make Los Banos, the city of Los Banos, the employer of choice? If you look at statistically, right, when we look at our workforce, it's divided. You have a large number of positions that are currently at the higher limits to where retirements are coming up. Then you have another split of the other half of very, very new employee that's coming in within their first 5 years. The middle grounds of those that's supposed to be carrying the torch in succession planning for us are shrinking. That means the amount of experience that we would need to be able to promote people from within are getting short. So in short, really is retentions of our current workforce is very important. And we can't do that without having a proper ways to incentivize, not just through salary, because we know competing with Gilroy and Morgan Hill is not an option for us. Even though it's a drivable distance, that is not something we can compete with from a salary standpoint. So these kind of culture and recognitions, we are actually taking our playbooks from the Air Board, looking at their STAR program, and how can we incentivize and encourage an employee to recognize them to be performed at an excellence level. Not just at the middle, right? We do a good job at disciplinary actions, but we have nothing to incentivize an employee from being in the middle to actually be the star employee so that that person can then be promoted into the ladder and be in management and in leaderships. This is a new program, is a first step into that. It will take a lot of time. We look at a lot of recognition programs and good successful employee retention program. It takes somewhere from 5 to 6 years to develop and continue implementations and getting employee involved. So I mean, I want to give a shout out to Mayor Pro Tem for really allowing us a time to study this from different organizations and bringing those ideas in. Yes, it's going to take some time, but more than anything, at least we appreciate you council's visions on setting that 1.5, our cities being really that employer of choice because we are isolated. We have to depend on the workforce that we have. A majority of our employees are actually a resident of Los Banos, right? You treat them right, they go in and treat the customer right.
And if I can add to that, every month when we have our meetings, we have employee recognition. And it's generally anywhere from 175 to 200 years of service of our employees that are there. They just don't leave because of the level of satisfaction. And it wasn't always that way. It was, as Neuron said, it was a building process. And some people didn't buy in at first, and those people end up leaving. But, over the years, as that STAR system built, the employee retention was good. Employees who are your line staff come up with good ideas about something that can enhance the program. Those ideas are used and they're recognized for it. And it's like no idea is stupid. That's the philosophy there. And so it may not be used, but no idea is stupid. So yeah, it's a wonderful program. And just like now, when I come into administration and even in our police department and fire department, I see more joy and happiness in our employees. And as you build a process where, you have a STAR type program, it continues to go. And I see that when I go to the Air Board, everybody is just genuinely happy. And so I look forward to us being that way here in the city of Los Banos.
Comments? Okay, let's move on. And we have, where are we at?
Me, Mayor.
Okay.
Again.
Go for it again.
In addition to staffing, finance has several priority initiatives for fiscal year 26-27 that directly support transparency, accountability, and long-term fiscal health. First is the purchasing policy update, including procedures, training, and implementation. This will modernize our procurement practices and strengthen internal control. Second is the debt policy update, actually establishment. As the city continues to invest in infrastructure, it's essential that our debt management framework is current, compliant, and aligned with best practices. Third, we are planning a city hall remodel, as you're aware of, to improve workplace efficiency, accessibility, and service delivery. Fourth, we will be conducting water, sewer, and solid waste rate studies. These are necessary to ensure the long-term sustainability of our enterprise funds to support upcoming capital needs. And finally, I talked about this already a couple of times. We're developing long-range financial plans for all of these funds. This will give council a clearer picture of future obligations, risks, and opportunities. Have any questions?
I think that last one is one I believe in the most. It's every decision the council makes or staff makes has to be looked at short term. How's it going to affect our community within the first year? Then 5 years, how it's going to affect it, and 10 years, even though, I won't be around in 10, 15 years or whatever, we still have to be thinking about that. And somehow we have to be able to, future councils have to be able to know why we made the decisions we made. And I think that's really important. It puts a perspective in it because, things change a lot in 10 years and maybe it doesn't make any difference in 10 years. They can change it completely because of the new way things are going. But I always thought, I wish I knew why that decision was made 20 years ago, 30 years ago. But, okay. Anything else? Any questions?
I just wanted to add,
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for doing that, talking about the rate study analysis, and because we really need to know why it's necessary to continue to increase the water, and sometimes maybe it's not necessary. And so having this study will help us make those proper determinations, especially, as you know, a lot of our residents are having a hard time. So thank you very much.
It's really important.
And then, Minnie, if I may just add one, maybe correct me if I'm wrong here, and this is kind of a proud moment a little bit. Unlike a lot of other cities, I believe Los Banos currently only has one debt service, and that is the police department.
The
building.
police, yes.
The police building.
We have no bonds whatsoever, which is unheard of in any jurisdiction.
Yeah, and that's give us a lot of opportunity. It means in the past, based on previous council decisions and stuff, there is a significant amount of fund balance that has built up that's allowed us the opportunity right now to look at projects and actually bring these forward for our residents.
And it is going to be super important to keep in mind that borrowing is not a bad thing. It's what we can do and accomplish big projects that need to get done, like the police department and like the fire building. It's the tool that we can use. And so we need to use all of our tools, our cash that we have on hand, debt service, loans that we might have in between funds that we can leverage. There's a number of tools that combined make sense. And that's what we're going to be bringing back to council is what does that make sense? What does that 5-year, 10-year out make sense? Making sure always that we're sustainable, that we're fiscally responsible, and that we have those reserves in place, and not overly have reserves in place, not overly have cash, because we're not, and I think I've said this to you before, we're not in the business of saving, we're in the business of providing services to our constituents, right? So that's where we're headed.
That's a very good point, because if we're hanging on to a lot of money, that means we're not providing the services.
Yes.
And when the city manager says bond, he means taking out loans. So we're in a very good place because we really have not taken out any loans.
Yep.
And I remember, here we go, in 2002, 3, 4, Measure P, what year? Yeah, that was why that was for that police department, because we knew there was no way we could pay for this. We had to, and it took 20 years, and that's what we figured back then. And so that's very important. And then we talk about roads, we have Measure V, which is half-cent sales tax countywide. So we're in a very good spot with that. With the RDA, the good old days when we had a redevelopment agency, the whole purpose of the redevelopment agency is you'd always borrow. So it's totally different today than it was. We should look at the new RDA model, if it's even practical anymore, because they now allow that again. Okay, staffing with community economic development. Am I right? That's where I'm at?
Thanks, Joe.
Pages.
So staffing that we're proposing within the upcoming fiscal years to increase capacity to the building division. Now, just to give you a little bit of context, the building department is currently, right now, the oversight is with the fire department. Because historically, with the creation of the fire department, the building department was overseen by the fire chief, and the fire chief was our building official. Now, we currently have contract services for the building department. The entire building department is a third-party contractor, which is CSG. Their contract is going to be ending here in June. We have an RFQ, request for qualifications, out on the street right now. It's slated to close tomorrow, May 6th. So hopefully we get some good qualifying proposers, and we'll be able to go through the procurement process for another future agreement. But what we're proposing now is to essentially change the organization of the building department to be under the Community and Economic Development Department, a division within Community and Economic Development. And this makes sense as we're creating the Development Services Center. This will be all in one location to provide that one-stop shop. But with the addition of a building official and a building technician, we'd be able to bring those positions in-house, which are currently being provided by a third-party consultant. This will provide us the in-house oversight that we need within the building division. And to be quite honest, we've needed that for several years. We're a city of 50,000 people with lots of development, specifically residential development, and a building official, a certified building official, is necessary. And then that building technician is really going to be that front face customer service to receive the plans, be able to provide that customer service, which is an internal person, then would route to a third-party contractor for a plan check. We would still have inspections, but then we'd have a building official, which would be a city employee that would oversee that division. So that's what we're proposing for you within this fiscal year. Now, we're proposing that this would only happen probably at mid-year, halfway through fiscal year 26-27. By the time that we're able to do full recruitment and actually hire these individuals, that's what we're anticipating. So what we're building into the budget for this next coming fiscal year is only a half-year budget for those two positions, which we feel are critical to really the organization of the city of Los Banos. We need to be shifting in that direction. We've already done it within the city attorney's office, as you heard earlier, of internalizing a department, and this is the beginning steps of us being able to take over our building department.
And then Mayor and Council, if I may add on that a little bit too. One of the biggest comments that we receive at City Hall, especially when it's dealing with permitting system, is customer service, right? CSG has done a great job in providing technical services in plan review, in taking permits, and providing feedback. But the problem is with that model, we are a regulatory agency. There isn't that interaction to where if a business coming in said, hey, I don't know what I'm doing. I know that I want to get over there, but I don't know what I need for my building. That is not something that CSG can come in and just say, hey, let me sit down with you, let me walk through what you can do. But that's what a building officials and what our permit technicians in-house would be able to have, those kind of customer service, a little bit more hand holdings and more tailored services for our community. Second is that the way we are structuring this is allow the flexibility. So in the future, if this is materialize to be something that the service that are much become a necessity that our community really enjoy, that's something that we can always bring back as an in-house full service for the city. But we have to start somewhere. The building technician fill that roles of that direct communications with the customer, with the building officials on top, providing the oversight on the inspections and the highly technical portion, but also being the representative of the city to be able to meet with each one of those business and each one of those builder to be able to have constructive discussions about future projects. So what you see in front of you here is $232,000. That's annually if it was to be funded full year. So for this fiscal year, due to recruitments, timeframes, and things like that, the impact, if you guys were in favor of adding this position for the building official, the impact for fiscal year 27 would only be $116,000. Same thing for the building technician. That 112 is for a full annual. So for half year, it'll be half of that.
So would these two positions replace CSG?
To some degree. So currently, right now, we do have contract services for a building official, and we use it on an as-needed basis. So this would just then allow us to have that service all the time versus right now, we're very selective about when we call in that service. This will provide oversight that I feel that we've been missing within the building department to connect all departments, to connect fire, public works, planning, police, parks and rec, really to be that glue in the development process, to pull all of that together. So it's not that they would necessarily be replacing it to some degree, but it would be enhancing a service that technically we're lacking in right now because we're not able to provide, just as Niran explained, if someone comes to the counter and is asking, hey, I have this project and I need you to help me figure this out. I don't know what I'm doing. Well, that's not really within the scope of CSG to do that. We would be directing someone, you need to go hire a professional, you need to figure this out. Come to us when your plans are ready. And it's that lack of customer service, just as Niran explained.
And then one other benefit to this too is our own internal projects. Right now, we rely on CSG. So when we actually have to do plan review of our internal projects, I think the police department, if I remember correctly, it was $116,000 in permit fee. That is for CSG to do plan review, to do a lot of the coordinations, inspections and stuff, versus with a licensed building official, almost a third of that will be coming in. And not to mention that because this positions tie directly to development, tie to permit fee, it would be a cost recovery positions.
Yeah, I think it's way overdue. I agree. And the reason why fire chief is the building official is 4 chiefs ago when we had no money. And that chief happened to be in construction before he was fire chief. And so we did that back then. But yeah, this is, and it's going to pay for itself by fee, like what ends up paying for itself with fees. Yeah. And that's that thing I think you mentioned, somebody comes in, doesn't know what to do, you know.
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Mayor. I think, thank you for bringing this up, Director. It is long overdue, to echo the mayor's comments. It will help provide better customer relations, better outreach to our business men and women who want to invest in our city. It will streamline the process and, more importantly, provide oversight to ensure that there is a timely response and processing of these permitting requests. So thank you again.
Any other comments?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I've had some firsthand experience with this, with a business here in Los Banos. And it's kind of like, under our current situation, it's kind of like the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing because the reporting situation just isn't there. But when you have an employee in-house that oversees this, then all departments are connected about what needs to happen. And especially if someone's new and going into business, or maybe moving from one building to another, to really help coordinate and make sure that a building is ready for habitation, I'm hoping that something like that is going to be in this process, because right now, things are slipping through the crack. And I'm not totally blaming CS, the contract agency that we're handling. It's just, I guess, not a part of all of their duties. So there's this gap there that's missing for our city. So this is a good thing, and it's more beneficial to people who are going into business and already in business and renewing their license, just the whole 9 yards of it all. So I appreciate this mid-gap step here.
Okay, so let's go with priorities for community economic development.
And if I may, Neron did ask, any other staffing requests? I did preface that with, well, we don't have the Development Services Center yet, so if I can just plant a seed. Once the Development Services Center is built, we do have a program plan for building the Community and Economic Development Department for a long range of success of within that department. Would be then the new building division, creating a GIS division and economic development division, and all of the things to help us as we continue to grow as a community.
I'm glad you're thinking about that. Did all those come to end after the 2007, 8, 9? Did we lose all those people because they were in place before that?
You're right. So the redevelopment agency held the economic development department within the city. And with the loss, the abolishment of the redevelopment agency, economic development just by default got absorbed into planning at that time.
Okay.
And then after a few years, planning got retitled community and economic development to be able to capture then the economic development side. But it's really, and we're going to talk about that in the next slide, in establishing that division, creating a plan, and getting direction from the council.
Yeah.
All right. So, first off, we want to start with an economic development strategic plan. This is a part of really just the vision for economic growth and prioritizing actions and resources. This is important to establish a unified vision for growth and prioritize investments and actions. This will be important. We have a downtown strategic plan and a downtown master plan, which is it's a micro focus on downtown, but we do not have an economic development strategic plan for the entire city. We feel that this will give us some defined direction. We'll be able to work with the council to identify your priorities of where growth and focus should be, and then to be able to execute that strategic plan. So that's going to be one of the first steps that we're building within this fiscal year budget. Another item we've already talked about is the Development Services Center as being that one-stop shop. We're still proposing, just as you heard, to keep moving forward. That plan is not going to be stopping. We're now going to be working with the second responder on the RFQ process and just continue to hit the ground running. And hopefully we can be within that building maybe sometime next year, 2027. Hopefully this time next year, we're going to be somewhere near completion, or at least moving in. That's very optimistic, but I hope that that's where we are at this time next
I
year.
have a question real fast before you move on. Did they have anything to do with the remodel of the city hall?
It was included within that $7.8 million budget, also included as a part of the scope, just the remodel, which is electrical, very cosmetic, electrical, paint and carpet was within the scope of that $7.8 million.
Okay.
Then the general plan amendment, we also talked a little bit about this. This is one of those projects that we talked about in the carryover that's going to continue forward. We're hoping to have potentially a first draft. I think we were looking at potentially August, because this general plan amendment goes hand in hand with the transportation master plan. The two go hand in hand. The transportation master plan on a technical level cannot go ahead of the general plan, as the general plan is the city's constitution, and everything must be in accordance with the city's general plan. So the two must come together and be, the transportation master plan can't go ahead because it has some fundamental components, and that's why we're doing this general plan amendment, fundamental components by removing the bypass. Now, as Councilmember Yamas mentioned, the concerns about additional traffic on 152, that is where our focus is currently in the transportation master plan, as well as the circulation element within the general plan. We're looking at efficient ways to relieve that traffic off of 152 in the place of a bypass, where I wish 50 years ago, Mayor, when I look back and what were they thinking when they created initially, Wilmot and Overland and those general plans way back when, what were they thinking? Because if they had at that time established those as arterials or major collectors, we today would be in a lot better shape. But without the planning, without the forward planning that they did not have at that time, unfortunately, those transportation networks were not built with Los Banos 2030 in mind, or 2042 as our general plan is planning for. So what we're trying to do, us collectively as a team, but primarily Public Works and CED, is how can we plan for our transportation network to plan for future growth, but also help some of these deficiencies that we currently have? How do we lessen the burden? So we're really looking at that circulation network and identifying where we can make those connections. Essentially, making a local bypass is what we're creating, and then really enhancing, when we have Pioneer Road complete streets, it's really making sure that that continues. But on the north, it's creating that efficient roadway network. But in addition, we are also, William and I, looking at not just east to west connection, but also north and south, so that you're not having to go all the way down, say from Badger Flat all the way down to, Ward Road, to be able to loop around back to the system. There's still efficient north and south connectors to be able to then get into the loop and efficiently take you around town. We're spending quite a bit of time on that. It's being traffic modeled. So we're really excited, and hopefully we'll see a first draft of that in August. That's also, I do want to take a note on that. That's also on the public outreach that we did last year. We heard mixed feelings about removal of the bypass. And so that was really us taking into consideration all the comments and feedback that we received and seeing what we can do to really take that local network into our own hands.
Stacy, real quick, I know you spent quite a bit of time on it, but I want to kind of belabor this a little bit. This is why the Transportation Master Plan and the General Plan are taking a long time, is that if you're looking at the housing elements and the state mandate, there are less requirements on level of service at intersection delay. They're now focused on vehicle mile travel. If you look at what that translates to is that based on affordable housing's mindsets, the state want to have congestions. Congestions lead to active transportation, lead to alternative transportation like bus. We're not San Francisco. We're not LA. Our bus systems are not at that robust kind of level, right? So unfortunately, we have to find a way to work around that so that it's realistic with our community, because our residents do commute 40, 50 miles away out of town, whether they work on Ackfield, whether they work on other jurisdictions. Those things happen continually. So that's why the transportation elements is very complicated in Los Banos versus if it was just in the middle of San Francisco, because then I can just say, I'm not planning for any more road expansion. I'm not planning for a bypass. We're just going to add one more bus. Right? So this is the complexity of that. And that's why we're going to need all the input that we can from the community on how we make this a balance between state mandate versus what realistically the Los Banos city want. Thanks, Stacey.
All right.
What other thing?
What was that?
You said our master plan, our general plan's till 2042.
Yes.
So that means it was approved in 2022?
Yes, it was, October of
And
2022.
they left the bypass in 2022?
Yes, as that was the direction that we received from the elected officials back in 2019, when we did some public workshops there. We were hearing from the council the desire to keep the bypass in for the time being. It was just a different opinion at the time. I think since then, though, it's been very clear from the state, the CTC level, where that project was completely taken off of their books. And then at MCAG, on the regional planning level, it just was very clear now where we sit in 2026 that that is just not a feasible project. So next, we have the wayfinding signage update. This is a refresh of 9 existing signs. You can see the picture on the lower left-hand corner. That's an existing wayfinding sign, which I'm sure you've driven by a million times. You can't see what they say. You're like, what? What city is this? And where are those arrows pointing? So we're going to do a whole refresh. We're going to add the library. We're going to add downtown because it does not talk about our downtown, and we're just going to be able to add destinations within the city, so that's going to be exciting. Next is, and I'm sorry, I'm going to try to fly through because I don't want to be the Triple Crown winner of the longest presentation, so I'm going to fly through this. GIS enterprise configuration. This is for ArcGIS server environment. So GIS is a geographical information system. And what that is, in simple terms, is really a parcel-based, land-based system. So it's geographical-based. Planning uses this for everything. And as we see, all of the other departments within the city are also using GIS. From the fire department, they're using GIS for weed abatement. The police department uses GIS within their RIM system as they report to calls. And so this would create an environment that we, as a city, as an organization, as an enterprise, would be able to be on. Right now, it's very limited into the amount of licenses that we have because it is license-based. And right now, we don't have the infrastructure to be able to hold an enterprise system. So it's an enterprise server. And it's for long-term data storage so that we can have all of that city's information into one place. Next is our downtown parking management plan. We heard a little bit about this on the carryover when we heard comments from the council. So we are working on this. We're proud to say we're building this into the budget. We're developing a strategy for how parking is supplied, regulated, and used downtown. This is identified in the downtown master plan. So this is an item that we're going to be carrying forward. Next is our small business infomercial program. Now, this is an item that is actually not built into this current fiscal year budget. Sarah's giving me the side eye like, what, Stacy, you're going rogue. I am. So this is not in the budget. But we did want to hear, we wanted to seek council direction on moving forward with this program. Now, last year, we had a pilot program, and as many of you saw, that highlighted local businesses. And this was using our contract with Imagine Way More, already within their scope of services, to be able to do these infomercials. It was a pretty good success. Some businesses had a lot more success than others. I will say the businesses that did have a lot more success were usually those that had an incentive with it. Like mention this commercial and you get 25% off, or you'll get a free drink or something like that. So we were able to measure success with the businesses. So the feedback was very good, but that was a bit of a pilot program. We're hoping that the council would give us direction to move forward with that program, maybe provide some seed money because that is outside the scope of Imagine Way More's current contract, but where we could take, based on an eligibility criteria that we would go to the city council for approval for, we would establish that criteria and create an actual program versus that pilot program. It was really just to see if we would receive any interest, and it did really well. We actually have 10 businesses on the waiting list. So that's one item. And then the next is a nonprofit community benefit program. Now, this speaks to Councilmember Yamas. You talked about the Chamber of Commerce and any help that the city would be able to provide. And what we're really looking at is not necessarily a specific organization, but a nonprofit community benefit program. And the idea is that we would be able to benefit with a local organization. We'd set up the eligibility criteria, but it would be for them to deliver services and programs that would really align with the community's priorities and enhance the city's resources. So the city, I can't be everywhere, and neither can my staff 24/7, but if we're able to partner potentially with a partner, and maybe it's economic development, using the chamber to expand on the city's economic development. Maybe it's in youth programs, and we're able to partner with a service provider to provide additional youth programs beyond parks and recreation. Those would be the types of things that we would be looking at that would enhance our community and really be able to provide services to the community that the city of Las Vegas cannot provide. So with that.
A question on that one. I would assume that there would be an expectation of performance-based and a contract, because I'll just say it. We did help the commerce, the downtown
the Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you. During COVID, they got a $25,000 loan, and they also got $15,000 from the city through a discretionary loan through an acting city manager. So they were supposed to have had a performance-based to show the city that they were going to be able to recover and stabilize, which I'm not sure they were ever able to do, even with the $25,000 from the ARPA money. So for me, it would be a challenge to continue to give money to an organization that has had opportunity to prove itself to do something and not delivering. But if there is an organization that can contract with the city and has a track record of, being able to perform and deliver, that would be something I'd consider. But to me, that's throwing good money after bad policy and behavior. I just can't see that.
Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, these programs, currently we do not have any kind of grant or incentive program in place. The intent of this was to establish that. So staff would be bringing back the council to set up what is the eligibility criteria, and then what is the level of priority. It could be volunteerism, it could be community services, it could be event-based, it could be economic development, depend on at what stage does council want to prioritize. Those things we would be bringing back. Really, from a budgetary standpoint, we would just be requesting, like, for example, put in $25,000 or $50,000 into this grant program so that we can facilitate partnership with our nonprofit, because we do have an enormous numbers of a nonprofit organization that's providing a lot of great service. We want to partner with those and encourage their longevities and be able to bring some of that service in based on your priority. The grant programs, how I would recommended it is that you establish eligibility criteria, you establish the weight score systems, and then 2 members of the council would be part of the scoring committee so that there is buy-off from the council right up front on who we select and why. And then, of course, just like any other grant program that we apply, whether state or federal, it will come with a standard set of performance measures, things like report at the end of the delivery period.
Working on your crown. I guess you got next one, Tree.
I do, but I am going to turn it over to our housing Program Manager Christy McCammond, because all of these items are her projects specifically.
Stacy's still warm.
We have a lot of good stuff, I'm sorry.
I'm not going to go for the award
Is
either.
the mic on?
Thank you, Mayor and
See,
council members.
see if your mic's on. Make sure your mic's on.
Can everyone hear me okay?
We need,
So do I need?
It sounds like
oh,
it's on.
It's, I
It's
just,
on, we're good.
yeah, you're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, council members, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Christy, for those of you who may not know, Christy McCammon, Housing Program Manager. I proudly serve under the Community and Economic Development Department. So the projects and discussion points that we'd like to bring up, of course, the One Tree Permanent Supportive Housing Project. That's the development of 58 permanent supportive housing units. We are very heavily involved now in the Get Ready campaign, and that is so that we can work with the people that we have who are currently unhoused to get them ready to move into those units, both financially, physically, and emotionally. We're partnering with all of our nonprofit organizations that help us with case management and enhanced case management to work directly with our participants to get that readiness up to a level so that we are matching people with units in December. Now, speaking of numbers, we did have information come in yesterday. The point in time count data has been published as far as the continuum of care. I'm very, very happy to report that that will go to the continuum of care governing body tomorrow for acceptance. Our point in time count has a reduction of 11%.
Wow.
I'm very excited.
That's really good.
We are one of 3 jurisdictions in the county that has a reduction. That would be Winton, South Locados, and Molinas. So we are very, very proud. Again, the point in time count is the census that is taken in our county each year. HUD, the federal agency, requires that it be done every 2 years, and in our county we do it every year. So we are very, very proud of the work that the partners in the community have done, and we are very, very happy for the partnership with both Public Works and the Police Department on encampment operations. Very, very grateful.
So Christy, what's your number from last year and this year?
114 was last year, 101 is this year.
Very good.
Yeah. We have 23 people unsheltered, and the balance of that is unsheltered. When we say sheltered, we mean in our bridge houses and in our respite care home. Unsheltered, of course, means living in a place not meant for human habitation, and for our city, that's in the sanctioned encampment. If someone is not in that sanctioned encampment, then they are told about the camping ordinance within our city and directed to the encampment. The encampment is only eligible for people who meet 2 the criteria for the housing division. That is, they're in the city of Los Banos when they became unhoused, jurisdictional verification, and that they are homeless under the HUD definition of homelessness. And that's where we make sure our resources are being managed and directed to people in our jurisdiction and who meet that definition. The police department also does evaluation of
Christy, before you move forward, hon,
I'm sorry.
on that definition of the unhoused,
Yes,
that at the time they're counted, they have to be living in Los Banos. So that means they could have traveled from somewhere else, come to Los Banos, and when you count them as a Los Banos resident.
correct.
Okay.
We haven't found many people that are not from our jurisdiction. Most people are from families, multi-generational families here in Los Banos. And when we do find that somebody comes from another jurisdiction, we immediately connect them with Homeward Bound program and funds and get them back to their original jurisdiction.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Moving on to the emergency shelter village, we talked about this earlier. The city has applied for community development block grant funds to develop 30 shelter units located
near and overlapping into the existing encampment area. Those 30 shelter units would be accompanied by bathroom facilities, laundry facilities, and shower facilities. We'll find out in the fall if we've been awarded any money. We applied for 3.6. We also want to expand the city's capacity to engage unsheltered residents at the encampment with training, clear rules, and oversight by city staff. We look to the model of Vital for the police department volunteer force. We have offered volunteer opportunities to the people in the encampment, and we've had some really great success. I'll share with you one encampment resident started attending our outreach events, and she helped us deliver outreach materials to people. And once she got back into that habit of employment and work, she advanced. She is now working full-time. She has her own apartment under a Section 8 voucher that we accompanied her with. And she said that volunteerism and that opportunity were pivotal in her realizing her routines and schedules again, getting back on those good circadian cycles again. And we then extended it to another person and said, would you like to start helping us with outreach? That person said, I would love that. She is now reunified with her family. So these volunteer programs and peer-led programs are pivotal. They're impactful, and we'd like to grow that. And we are very, very grateful that we can be located at the Miller and Lux. And while we were touring, we found an asset that we could leverage. We've submitted a proposal for taking the existing space downstairs to become a resource and workforce navigation center where we can meet with our participants. We can help them with job readiness, resume building, and just in general be able to connect them with the computer if they need that for Social Security, healthcare provision. And this would take an existing resource at the Miller and Lux without, huge remodeling. We love it. Housing Division thought this is wonderful, and please let us use that as a resource to help our people. And finally, we're developing, and thank you so much, Chief Reyna, because I think we're in alignment here. We'd like to develop an employment readiness program that goes beyond what we're already offering. And this would look like a partnership with our faith-based communities, where we would find jobs, small tasks that our encampment residents could perform for a nominal fee. This would have to be through the provision of a faith-based or nonprofit organization, but we'd like to get the participants connected to that regular schedule and pro-social behavior, and we'd like for them to feel the pride and the joy and the satisfaction of even a small task. We need to take baby steps. This would be for the folks who are capable cognitively and mentally, and some even in the low to moderate mental illness spectrum could still be able to help in a small way. This is what we need to connect people back to that pro-social community behavior. And since we have limitations in government about how we can employ, what insurance is required, we'd like to connect with faith-based communities that might have a little more nimble perspective to this. So I appreciate your time. After listening to everybody's presentations, I am so honored to work for this city. We are in an exciting time. Thank you so much.
Christy, boy, you hit a couple of things that are really dear to my heart there. The outreach program and your faith-based employment readiness. That's part of the grant program for nonprofits. I could see us presenting a grant to a faith-based, then they use that money to do what you're talking about. I see the whole circle. It makes sense. And that, how many cities in the county out of the county and the 6 cities have a housing program? We do, Merced, right?
Yes.
Is that it?
I believe so.
Yes.
Okay. I can't,
Nope, that is true.
just seeing the success and what's required and how you do your follow-up, your department does the follow-up. To me, it's unbelievable that they don't see the benefit of having the program, the ability to go after monies, the ability, just, and to lose, and to benefit with 11% reduction is amazing.
That is a testament to the investment that the city and the council made in our division. We see what can happen when that investment is made by a jurisdiction, and I'm extremely grateful.
It's different times these days, and you have to be able to change and work towards the future. So that's very good. Really appreciate it. Comments?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I read a little bit online from some information that we received through our city email system about the new laws coming down and the governor's proposals for this. And there was a little blurb in there about the mental health courts and the restrictions on how they really can't help people get on conservatorship who really need that level of care and treatment and to be medicated to hopefully try to reintroduce them back into society. But, listening to some of the things that you've accomplished here, I was going to ask, as the mayor did, are any of the other cities doing some of these steps as we're doing here? And if so, are they having success or are they just not trying it?
I think Los Banos is in a very unique position that even one person unhoused is too many. But because our population is smaller, we can perhaps do things that other jurisdictions cannot. And an example of that is the sanctioned encampment. Because of the cooperation with PD and with Public Works, because the beauty of us being a smaller jurisdiction, it's more of a viable chapter. Merced has come to us several times now to visit the encampment and to understand how we're running the housing program. So they get a tour through the encampment from PD, and then they come to the housing division, and we talk about our policies and procedures and how we've created the housing division. We've had several people from Merced ask, why isn't Merced doing this? Well, Merced's homeless population is much, much larger. There would have to be a regionalized approach to what we're doing if they want to use our method. My guess is once the point-in-time count numbers are released, they're going to see that year over year since the housing division has been implemented, that there's been a reduction and there's been an increase in grant funds coming in and an increase in permanent supportive housing being developed, affordable housing being developed. I think that other jurisdictions that are larger have more of a risk and have a harder time gaining consensus. And to sound hippie woo-woo here, we just have an uncommon city. I've never seen anything like this, and I've worked in large jurisdictions like Portland, Oregon, and Merced, and I've just never seen anything like it.
Well, the one thing that I got from this is when the world that we live in loves to take away people's ability to be self-determined, to work, and I'm going to go from a scriptural thing here where the Bible says, if a man doesn't work, he doesn't eat. So when you give people back their incentive in a small way to volunteer and do something, and that leads to a next step, and to understand that I've gotten my ability back to be able to do something in life and maybe take care of myself and sustain myself through work, it is a big step. And a lot of these people in our society today, mental illness is not just from generational. Most of it is through drugs and alcohol. But that to me was very impressive to hear about those two people that were able, one to go back to a family and one to have gainful employment again. The other question I'd like to ask, and for me, this is, like our community, and I look at the smaller things sometimes, and it's like, people taking care of their yards, people putting their trash cans behind the fence rather than leaving them out in the open space. All of this is pride in community. And so in the homeless encampment, we have our public works with our police department trying to help manage some of the chaos that's out there for pickup. Has there been any way that we can help them understand that, not just leaving trash out in the open or picking it up and taking it to a container is a helpful way of where they live for right now? Has there been any learning factor for them rather than us doing it all for them?
So I don't want to step on toes of Public Works or PD because I want.
No, they work hard at doing this.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
talking about their learning, their ability to learn that this is a pride that I need to take within myself.
So yes, in the housing division, of course, we're modeling and teaching pro-social behaviors. Absolutely. We had one participant that 3 weeks ago said, "Can I have a couple of rakes and a broom so I can scoop up this stuff?" And Jen texted me, "Can you buy rakes and brooms?" I'm like, "What kind do you want?" I'm on Amazon now. Because we want to afford that to people who show any interest at all. We do have to keep in mind that there are cognitive, varying levels of cognitive ability, and there are varying levels of mental illness that we see. And so for some people, we have to recognize that capacity and understand that the most we can probably do is seek sources through county mental health, either through the crisis unit or through the CARE Act, CARE Court, which has had varying levels of success because there are patient rights. And so what we may think from a layman's perspective is, this person to me looks gravely disabled and very mentally ill. Surely there should be a place that that person can go, or some process that should be applicable to that person because they are really, really mentally ill. You would be surprised, even with the expansion of the definition of gravely disabled, we still have people that are severely mentally ill that make case management and engagement incredibly difficult. I mean, we can tell Christy, who is severely mentally ill, it's really better if you put your garbage away because you don't want to get sick, and there's no awareness.
Yeah,
There's no reaching that
I do understand that.
But for those like the participant that said, "Will you find me a rake?" That is an opportunity for a pro-social exchange. Yes, and if we come by your spot and it's raked every week, there might be something in it for you because we're really proud of you.
And maybe they can help another person in the encampment understand that.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that's the point that I was trying to make is, are we doing it all for them, or is there an incentive for those who are capable to maybe do a little bit for themselves and then grow in that process?
And that's really what this faith-based employment readiness pilot would be, is exactly that. And I love that you added for those who this is a capacity or capability, right? Not expect something from somebody that just doesn't have that capacity, but for those who do, this, I think, program is really what I've been aiming towards once we got some stability and some grant funds in, right? Now we have a place for people to achieve, we have a unit ready, and that's really what the Get Ready campaign is. When we first came, the housing division was first initiated, we didn't have 58 units of permanent supportive housing coming. We didn't have the emergency tiny shelter village, so I wanted some stabilization there. But now it's really time to say, all right, let's think about getting up around 9 or 10 in the morning. Take a baby step, right? Let's have some hot breakfast. Let's move on to, can you rake your area up? I don't see anything wrong with that. I see it as a gift. When you give somebody the gift of dignity and self-reliance, and you stand beside them to do it, and you offer them the tools to do it, I think that's loving. And I think that is responsibility being encouraged through compassion.
I agree. Thank you, Mayor.
Of that 11% reduction of 13 people, do you know what happened to all those 13 people?
Yes. So since 2023, when we were first instituted, we've been able to permanently house. That means somebody has to own and lease 29 people. I'm so excited about that number because that is a ratio that we don't see regionally with the amount of unhoused people that we have. We have data about where every single person in our program has gone. Most of that reduction is because of people being permanently housed under their own lease. We have about 10 people that received Section And we have several people that we help through the Homeward Bound program, which means they came from another jurisdiction. We learned that and we connected with somebody in that home jurisdiction and said, can we please send them home to you? Of course, we cannot kidnap anybody. So everybody, this is a cooperative moment from all. And so some people went home with the Homeward Bound program. And between the permanently supportively housed and the Homeward Bound, that accounts for, even more than that 11% reduction since 2023.
Any questions? I just want to make a statement that when, I'm in a lot of these meetings on the east side of a county, and I hear our public works and our police department is taking care of that encampment, cleaning it once or twice a week, and I hear the other jurisdictions asking Caltrans to clean up their problems on close to 99, close to 59 that go through the towns and things like that. And I just sit back, I don't say anything to them publicly, but they're not taking care of this stuff themselves. Even though it's close to 99, it's not right on 99, they still want Caltrans to clean it up. So almost every meeting at MCAG, I get another report of Caltrans cleaning up another encampment. And it's just interesting how they go about doing things and how we take things in our own hands and take care of ourselves.
Mayor, back to the budgets on this one a little bit. With the amount of efforts that the housing units are doing, and also with other departments, how we have budgeted in the past is that each departments like police, public works, and things like that, let's say garbage dump fees and everything that's going into public works, solid waste. Police taking care of code enforcement, material supplies, and everything. But overall, the entire encompassed project is actually housing. So what we're doing in the budget differently is that all those efforts is now going to be recombined under one budget title, housing. So you'll see moving forwards in the next budget cycle is that all the efforts are being put into housing will be under that one item so that it's supportable, and then you'll be able to tell the community and what efforts are being put into that level. So
Very good. That's where it belongs. Okay, next up is our police.
Afternoon, Mayor, Council. Okay, so we are back. At the police department, we try to be very thoughtful about our staffing requests. We are obviously a 24-hour-a-day operation, 7 days a week. We never close, even on our birthdays. In the past, we've tried to prioritize where we need to put staffing. So in prior years, we've received police officers, we've received code enforcement staff. Years before that, the priority was the animal shelter. We doubled staffing there, went from 2 full-time staff to 4 full-time staff. We've had jailers, we've added dispatchers. So this year, our priorities, our discussions are as follow. So for number 1, we are requesting consideration to add 1 traffic sergeant. Now this sergeant would be deployed to the traffic division. As I've discussed before, we are creating this division, and this would be to have a supervisor in that place, being also that we have a staff member in training that we will be adding to this division this summer. And so this would be to increase the staffing there. The division is already doing very well. The staff at the police department, the sworn staff, are doing very well. For example, I'm always looking at our traffic stats. January to April, when I compare traffic stats from 2025 now to 2026, the efforts that we have made have resulted in 25% reduction in traffic collisions from 2025 to 2026 in that 4-month time period. And so when I look at April, just April to April 2025 to 2026, we went from 51 collisions last year in April to 26 this year. So it's a reduction of about 49%. And that's, again, with the traffic division not even being fully deployed. The sworn patrol staff are picking up the extra work. And so adding a supervisor to that division, someone to point at, to make sure that we are complying with all of the regulations, all of the training requirements, all the technology, the equipment, the motorcycles, and then also deploying the staff appropriately to where the community is experiencing some of these issues, I think is very, very important. And it's in alignment with our goals. Second position would be to add another code enforcement officer to the code enforcement division. Currently, we have a total of 6 code enforcement officers. 4 are assigned to community preservation, and 2 are assigned to animal control. So we have a total of 6. So this code enforcement officer would be assigned to assist on some weekends. We would use them also to assist with some of our homeless efforts. And then on the code enforcement side, one of our biggest complaints is abandoned vehicles. And so we lead the charge countywide in terms of abandoned vehicle enforcement. It's not perfect, but I would say that when you look at our statistics compared to the rest of the county, we blow everyone out of the county when it comes to our abandoned vehicle enforcement. That being said, it is one of our biggest issues. And so our request is to add another staff members there. And then the third, this is an entry-level position, so this would be the consideration of adding 1 additional community services officer to our staff. And our goal is to deploy a CSO to the patrol division. So a lot of departments do this. It's a fairly cost-effective way to add more eyes and ears to the patrol division. CSOs, they can't do everything that a police officer can do, but they can do some things. So for example, a CSO can respond and take cold calls. Cold calls are where there's no suspect present. Maybe it's a misdemeanor offense, perhaps a minor theft. It could be a non-injury traffic collision. It could be a variety of things. And what this does is it frees up the patrol staff to respond to priority calls and handle other emergencies. And so we want to add a CSO, and we want to go through this training program. It also provides an opportunity for us to train staff who we are potentially considering sending to the police academy to eventually be a police officer. So in many ways, they would complete a lot of their field training. They would have to go through it again, but it would be a way for us to prepare for the future. So those are our 3 requests for the year.
So
Any
scouting
questions?
out future potential officers then, to vet them out before sending them to the academy. What about sending out the CSOs, hey, the music's too loud over in this neighborhood, and you send them over, go knock on their door and tell these people, hey, is that something you could send them on or no?
That's an example of something a CSO could do, absolutely.
Okay.
Even a code enforcement officer.
Hey, I'm just trying to help him out. I'm just trying to help him out with these things.
I disagree, because what if the neighbors get into a dispute, then we're putting somebody who's not sworn in possible jeopardy. I mean, it kind of.
So our police services manager disagrees with me.
Yeah, I kind of got that on peripheral vision over there.
No, so for example, this is already something that our non-sworn code enforcement staff already handle. So our code enforcement staff, they're non-sworn, they don't carry firearms, they don't have powers of arrest, but they do go knock on doors, they handle a number of complaints, and in many cases, they're dealing with people who don't want them there. And so we train them appropriately, they have body-worn cameras, and then if something gets a little out of control, they get on the radio that you've provided them with, and they call the police over. And so.
I guess I'm thinking more about nighttime, like parties and stuff like that. That's what I'm like.
Councilmember, and I think that kind of bring up a good point, because police and enforcements are a reactive things to the community, right? I think a lot of our community members know what's right and what's wrong. They just need a little bit of reminder. So dispositions like a CEO and a CSO positions is just serve as that reminder. They're not there to go do heavy enforcement until like, a rave party for our high schools who there may be weapons and stuff involved, but they're reminded that, hey, by the way, at certain times, there's a noise ordinance that's involved. Maybe you shouldn't have a social host problem. When stuff like the chief mentioned, when stuff go out of control, and that's when we have trained professional like sworn officer going in. But having the staff capacities, the ability to go on weekends to make sure that those 24 hours service and those compliance are in place is very crucial, because we do continue to get overwhelming call and bog down about, hey, by the way, my neighbor's doing this or that, or this person's parking for way too long. Some of these calls really are not required to have sworn officer, and to take sworn officers away from those critical incidents like high-speed chase, like narcotics and things like that, it's really not a good place to, I think one of a friend of mine always used these terms like, plowing a racehorse. When we sent sworn officers to those things, that's exactly what happened, is that we're expending resources where it doesn't need to be.
And so just to add on to that, there are even calls where a police officer will go to and he'll see something doesn't seem right, he'll back out and we'll send more staff. Won't go in by themselves. So it's just a matter of training all of our staff. It doesn't matter what their role is in the agency, to make sure that they operate safely and they know what to look for.
Chief, any of your officers or CSOs trained in forensics?
So there's a number of forensic, no. So all of our forensic abilities, we send, if for example, something needs to be examined, we send them to the Department of Justice Laboratories. In terms of mobile devices, yes, we do have staff at the police department that are trained. It's part of our technology deployment. We are able to conduct some level of forensic on mobile devices. Most agencies our size don't have that ability, but thanks to our council, we do. And so we're very proud of that.
Very good. Any questions? Okay, go on to your discussion points.
How am I doing on
Because your priorities.
Okay, so some of these things, I listed some of these things in the event you had questions. The majority, some of them are part of our routine requests. The first one is fleet operations. So as many of you know, police departments cannot function without vehicles, just like some of the department heads cannot function without their computers. So there's myself included. There's pieces of equipment that we just have to have. So police get to calls for service in cars. So that is generally one of our biggest asks every year, is the replacement of our vehicles. So this year, 2 police vehicles, 2 unmarked cars, a maintenance truck. As you know, we have a new maintenance employee, a code enforcement truck for the position that we are requesting, a new motorcycle to replace a 2007 motorcycle that's in service, and a equipment trailer to move some of our equipment around. This is not a mobile command trailer. This is like an equipment trailer. And then technology, every year we deploy cameras to assist us. We have solved a lot of crimes as part of our citywide camera project. The Drone First Responder program is something new for this year. If approved, we will be the first agency, I believe, in our county to do this. The Drone as First Responder program, spelled wrong, is something that it's new emerging technology, and it allows a police department to deploy a drone from our back lot, our roof, to a call for service. Our goal would be to have a drone overhead, a in-progress call within 2 to 3 minutes. And what agencies are doing with this technology is as staffing is more expensive, as staffing is difficult to perhaps retain or employ, agencies are looking more at technology. So I'll give you a scenario. We get a call for service involving a large fight at a park. Our officers start responding and we deploy the drone. The drone gets overhead, searches the area, and says, hey, there's nobody in the park. There's a kid on a swing. We're searching the area, and there's no fight at all. Okay, so the officers responding can be redirected. Now, perhaps that officer sees a vehicle run a stop sign, stops him, the guy's DUI. So now you just repurpose that officer who was going to go to that call, and now potentially you get a drunk driver off the road. Same scenario, drone gets overhead and is looking at the park, and he says, yep, there's definitely a fight. There's 5 guys fighting. The primary guy is wearing a red shirt or blue shirt, and he looks like he's holding a firearm. What happens is, as the police officers start getting close, you could see them 4 blocks away. They stop their activity. If they're holding something, they throw it away. And they can do that, but now the drone has been watching, and the drone can tell the officer, hey, he had a firearm. It's under that trash can. We go detain him safely. We recover the evidence. He says, nope, that's not mine. Sorry, buddy, but the drone was in the air, and
Recorded.
and we recorded. So so agencies are using technology like this to respond to calls for service. So the public calls us, and so we're deploying it. These are not programs that are going to be constantly in the air like a helicopter. A helicopter has a fuel tank and stay in the air for hours. These have batteries, so limited time. So they would respond when the public calls us for help, and we would deploy them. So we're very excited about the possibility of doing this program. There's some other equipment in here to support our traffic division, radar equipment, radios, and I already discussed the addition of code enforcement. So those are some of the things that we are looking at adding this year.
I really see the drone program protecting your officers' lives. That's what I really see. It's really being able to know what's going on before you just roll in and there it is in front of you. That's got to be worth so much. And I've been seeing too where even when there's someone trying to get away from police officers in a car, the drone's following them, and because this is out not line of sight anymore, right? So the drone could be 2 miles away from the police department.
Under the DFR program at
Yeah,
County, yes.
and so the drone's following the car, and the police are doing, there might be a mile back, just waiting for whatever. So that's being progressive. I appreciate that. I think that's the future. Any questions, comments? Okay, thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Okay, fire. Just priorities.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Yeah, fire is asking for an increase in overall operation capacity for a staffing plan for Station 4. We are asking for 2 additional firefighters, 1 fire engineer, 1 fire captain, and 1 battalion chief. Unfund 1 fire chief or assistant fire chief. Oh boy. You know, we've discussed several different staffing models here with the city recently, and we're not going to get the Gremlin, but we're not going to get the Cadillac either. We're going to find a staffing model that fits and works well within our community, and I think that this supports what we're asking for, and we're looking to maximize the available seats that we have available at the fire station, and also this will maximize the number of beds that we have. So currently, with this approval, we will be in alignment with where we want to head with Station 4 staffing, and this will allow us to be able to mentor and coach those that so choose to move up into other additional positions once those open with fire station number 4, and it will allow us to stagger the hiring process as well. Our system is already stressed as it is. We're projected to run over 4,000 calls this year. This year we ran just under 3,600. So we're seeing a drastic increase in calls, and overlapping calls increase from 20% to 22%. So additional staffing is definitely going to help. It doesn't necessarily solve the problem just yet, but we're on the right track.
Any questions?
Yeah,
No question.
Fire Station 4, when are we looking at that being up? How long out?
Councilmember, we're looking at breaking ground this summer, so sometime between August or so. Usually it take about 12 to 18 months. Unfortunately, this being a public safety facility, it does have to go through quite a bit more restrictive inspections and permitting process, very similar to how our police department is running. So we're expecting about 12 to 18 months.
Yeah. So priorities for discussion obviously is Fire Station 4. Right now we're at max capacity at Station 1. And once Station 4 opens up, we'll be able to offset some of those personnel into Fire Station 4. But what we're looking at here is we're looking to increase our training budget to include personnel training and training for city employees as well. For the next couple of years, we would like to provide some EOC training, and this component here with the public safety infrastructure, Fire Station 4 and Emergency Operations Center is a critical component to the city's long-term emergency operation plan to help improve local and regional responses to natural disasters or disasters in general. So we're looking to increase our training budget by at least 60,000 or so to be able to accommodate for that training. Additionally, fleet replacement and modernization. Our fire engines are obviously aging, and so are our command vehicles. And we have a fleet replacement program that we currently have, but we need to update. But we're looking to replace 2 fire engines in the coming next 2 years or so with mini pumpers. We know that we have one on order right now, and it's projected to be delivered in June, and the other one is to be determined. And then command vehicles, we're asking for 3 replacement command vehicles. Those command vehicles will replace our first out battalion rigs, which they are currently at 90,000 miles, and they are creating a lot of maintenance issues currently. Let me just run this back to the fire engine real quickly. We did put in for the clean air grant for our fire engine, so there's a potential for some offset of funding there. They pay up to 60% of the actual fire engine, so that was submitted a couple weeks ago. So we'll see where we land there in the next few months. And then turnout replacement with increased staffing levels. Turnout replacement is critical, and you'll see that that line item go up quite a bit just because the onboarding of several new firefighters and engineers and captains that they will need personal protective clothing. And in addition to that, their NFPA 1851 mandates that structural firefighting turnout gear must be retired and replaced no later than 10 years from its date of manufacture. We have some of those that need to be replaced. So each firefighter has 2 sets of gear. In the event that we have one structure fire, they have a backup set and they can wash their gear and wash and dry as needed. And so we have people in place currently that have lined this process out, and so we are on a good schedule to be able to maintain some sustainability with this line item, but it's going to increase just because of staffing.
Any questions? Any questions? Okay. We're looking forward to number 4 coming on.
Yes,
You'll be able
exciting
to,
times.
You'll be able to do any remodeling on Station 1, add more
Yeah, good
staff?
question. Good question. Yeah, we are currently looking at a redesign of Station 1. I don't know, the redesign will happen this year as far as the overall architect of it or the design in itself, but it probably won't happen until a year or 2 down the road. We're going to focus on another option first.
Mayor, I think that's, again, to the chief's recommendation. So what we put in this year is about $60,000 in architectural design fee, because we need to look at feasibility, because the problem is that any remodeling to Fire Station 1 will displace staff. And currently, without Fire Station 4 and Station 3 is on board, there's no place for those staff to go, and we didn't want to create that disturbance quite yet. But we imagine that Station 1 will continue to be the main headquarters and training ground because of the towers and everything up ahead. So there will be a significant expansion to that that's going to come in. So this initial $60,000 will serve as a concept and feasibility study for us to start planning that for the future and incorporate that as part of our impact fee coming up.
Yeah, and if I might say, when we start to move to Station 3, we'll have other options for Station 4 to move people and to house them. So it'll be a little less stressful for the crews once the Fire Station 4 gets up and running.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, we'll go to Parks and Recreation, Mr. Joe Hine.
All right, thank you. For this upcoming fiscal year, we are requesting for 2 additional positions to the department. One would be a Maintenance 1 position. This position is funded by Measure H. Currently, it's funded to about $53,000, which is about half the salary, and so that'll be evaluated, I think, as mid-year goes along. But this position will primarily be serving at the community center. They will be providing the first full-time staff on site there to help with our operations and programs at the community center. We do currently have some part-time staff, but this will really help us. Again, the community center operates anywhere from 8 to 8 or 8 to 9 p.m. On Saturdays, it's 7 a.m. to 1 a.m. And we deal with quite a bit of constraints with the part-timers being limited to 19 hours a week. Additionally, we have vacancies in part-timers quite frequently because they're young staff that move along in their life. So it's very exciting to get that position moving forward. As well, we're requesting an inspector on the park side. This is really kind of a new approach for our department and how we've historically done things. And I think both of these positions are really about being proactive, the inspector in particular. And so what this position will do is inspect our landscape throughout the city, things like playground inspections, MS4 reporting, a number of routine checkups on our what we deliver. And in our case, we have something like 270 acres of landscape spread out, depending on how you define a location, spread out between 350 and 400 locations. So it's a lot. It's a lot to get to each one of these sites. Fortunately, we have been renovating a lot of our locations, and in some cases, constructing new landscape. That landscape, doesn't stay the same. It matures, or it may be vandalized. It may die or need refreshment of mulch or different areas like that. And so this person's really going to help us keep our sites up and running and looking sharp. And like I said, both of these positions are really about trying to take that extra step to make sure that we're providing the best service to the public. This position will be funded 65% from the districts and 35% from the general fund, so it'll match what our other parks employees are and reduce the impact to the general fund. And again, for our department and what we're trying to do, I'm looking forward to seeing that position move forward.
I think that's a great idea, the inspector, because I know lots of times it's reacting to finding out something's broken or sprinklers aren't working or somebody's destroyed landscaping. You're finding out about it when somebody tells you.
Absolutely, yeah. As much as I love when people email and call us in, I'd love to find it first.
Which that works too, but now we'll have ongoing, scheduled.
Yes.
Much better.
And Mayor and Council, one thing to add too, I think at the beginning is that our park and recreation really transitioned from just programming. They're actually now doing a lot of capital projects. So this inspector will actually help out on that front also, because we've actually been borrowing from Public Works quite a bit. And Public Works now has an enormous number of projects that they're trying to deliver. So this gives us that assurance to be able to work with project management staff and stuff to deliver a project themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Anna and Patrick have done a great favor to us over the last couple of years in terms of our projects and being on site out there.
You paid them back a few months ago.
Of course. They get stickers and giveaways and free eggs at Acon.
Yeah. 32,000.
Yeah.
Whatever it was. So I have a question. When you speak of public landscape, does that include parks as well as any public landscape for the city on sidewalk areas and
yes,
masonry
exactly.
walls?
Yeah, so our parks, landscape, medians, wall planters, right-of-ways, city public landscape. That won't relieve our park staff from going out there. They're obviously going out on their route work and they're identifying hazards and activity as well. But this will really help us keep track of it.
Okay, thank you.
We also have to, when we do medians and stuff like that, we have to be more creative, I think, sometimes. I know we always fight with Caltrans because they don't do anything or they'll put cement bricks or something like that. But anyway, okay, go on. We're a priority discussion.
All right, Niran told me I had plenty of time because we're way ahead of schedule. No. So I did want to go through this full slide before we started talking about these projects, primarily because the first three in particular are really strategic within the Park Development Fund. So the first project, you are familiar with it, of course, or I think most of you are familiar with it, is the Colorado Ballpark renovation. This site on our west side of town hosts our Little League with 3 fields over there. This site is deteriorated due to age. It's I think it was built in the 50s there, and really has a number of issues: electrical, building, ADA, irrigation. We've had some light poles come down, and we've talked about the redesign repeatedly. And last July, if you recall, we settled on a concept that really reshapes the park into something that I think everyone will be very proud of. Again, kind of reconfigures the fields, adds parking. There's an open space available for warm-up, and the sizes of the fields are adjusted for the age groups that are most frequent within the Little League and youth baseball programs. This ballpark is one of our heaviest used parks as well, and so this would really just increase, the first and foremost, the safety of using the site, but also the quality of those programs. In terms of next steps for that, I think talking with our city manager and finance staff, I think we are kind of looking at the engineering design side of things in terms of bringing a different engineer on, a different way of approaching it, as well as seeking out, does phasing make sense? How do we accomplish this project within the greater scope of what we're trying to accomplish within the Park Development Fund, which again, I'll kind of circle back to at the end. The next project I want to talk about was the Ag Sports Complex expansion. William talked about the clean closure out at the landfill, which is east of the Ag Sports Complex. It's something like 35 acres. And really, it's an open space. It really, I suppose, could be just about anything shy of a school. But recreationally speaking, it really provides a great opportunity for some of the issues that we've been seeing in the community. And I think first and foremost, soccer and multi-purpose fields come to mind. Possibly lighting, possibly artificial turf, those sorts of elements, I think all should be considered. And in this fiscal year, that's really what we want to start, is this discussion and this conceptual development of what makes sense out there, what do we believe we can fund out there. Again, does that need to be phased? And other elements such as expanding parking, and other ways to truly make that a regional site. So going back to soccer, it's a huge demand in the community, and we do have a number of basins in the community. However, those are difficult to keep up to playing condition because they do have the utility purpose of being a retention basin for the Public Works Department. And again, they have issues like parking and other site issues as they weren't designed for that type of use. Shy of that, we really have about 4 fields in town. We have 2 at Olivera and we have 2 at Skylark. The Olivera fields are available for rent. Our Skylark fields are unfenced. At Ag Sports Complex, there's potential to add a number of fields, something that again might match something on the regional level and be able to host larger tournaments and whatnot with club teams or youth groups. Moving on to the aquatics and fitness facility, which I think everybody's very excited about. That's the one that, I don't think you can live in Los Banos without that conversation coming up of when are we going to get a pool, why don't we have a pool, et cetera. And so I think this next fiscal year, it's similar to the Ag Complex. We want to develop that conceptual plan for it. We want to identify and define location, what is our purpose, competitive, recreational, seasonal, year-round, indoor, outdoor, all those sorts of conversations need to be had, and I'd like to have discussion with City Council about that. And additionally, funding, what does that look like, and the timeline that we can look at there. Preliminary discussion has been to try to partner with a third party for operations. Operations is as big a concern for an aquatic center as construction cost is. the ongoing costs for a pool, there is a significant expenditure investment annually on that. So a partner would really resolve a lot of those issues. Location-wise, I think the 8th Street corridor has been one that routinely pops up. There's elements there that would need to be worked out and fitted into what council and the community is looking for. But really, this is a project that I think brings excitement to the community and is really that large-scale, community-wide amenity. And then the last two I wanted to bring up are Dock Ave and the Meadows Parks. Those are upcoming new parks that'll be coming on the west side of town. They're actually going to be funded out of the Villas Park Fund, which is similar to the Park Development Fund in that it collects impact fees, in this case for those subdivisions that are coming in on the west side of town. Dock Ave is there off of Dock Ave and Thistle. The surrounding roads off of the Meadows Park haven't been developed yet, but that area is just about west of Walmart, and it's a little bit bigger. Dock Ave is a much smaller, probably under an acre park, and in the next fiscal year, we're going to be hoping to have public meetings and begin the conceptual phase just to begin those projects. So that way we're ahead of the game when those houses, well, Dock Ave, their houses are really, they've come in quite a bit there, but the Meadows as that comes in, so that way we're able to really get going from there. So circling back to those top three projects, those all fit in within the Park Development Fund. The Park Development Fund is funded by impact fees, which are collected upon construction of a residential home. In the case of the Park Development Fund, we are collecting quite a bit of a reserve. I think the last year's reserve ending balance was something like 10.9 million. And again, we were collecting more and more each year. And so it's really looking at how do we fund these projects and strategically what makes sense to try to tackle and chew first, and in what phase or what part can we do these in. I think the goal on my end, at least, is to impact other funds, such as the general fund, as least or not at all as possible. My goal is also not to have to bond these out, but there might be a financing component that has to be considered. But really, I think these three projects really each serve a need for the community, and I'm hoping that we can be as strategic as possible in our funding of these projects to accomplish them. That's my report.
I was at the fair every day last week, and I swear every hour somebody had asked me a question about this new swimming pool. So it is definitely on a lot of people's mind, and I think that's a good thing, and it's something our community needs, along with the other two projects, Colorado Ballpark and the Ag Sports Complex. I just see so much potential at the Ag Sports Complex too. It's going to be fun working with the Park and Rec Commission, along with this council, and trying to figure all this stuff out. I think it's going to be good. Questions, comments?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I'd just like to find out, what is the time frame on when we're going to start, the city's going to start on Colorado Park?
I would say that we're probably about a year out from actual construction. It does need to complete full engineering of that project. That project is quite a bit ahead of the other two, obviously, having gone through a conceptual process. We are evaluating if phasing makes sense. But that is a project that I think will begin to really escalate here, or accelerate from here forward. Again, we do have that $1 million legislatively specified grant from the state of California that we want to try to expend as quick as possible. And I know I get, just as you're at the fair, right? Anytime Little League season is going, I get asked constantly about it.
Okay, so we're even with the $1 million, we're still looking at a year before we start doing anything?
In terms of bidding it out and getting that construction mobilized, yes, I think we're about a year out from that. But again, I think you'll see quite a bit of development in terms of fully securing how we're going to fund it, what's the timeline on, again, are we going to phase it or are we going to target a certain specific area to try to improve first, and conversations such as, you know, where are we going to move Little League and how we're going to accommodate that as best as we can as a city. Some of those discussions will happen before then, but I think you're looking at about a year for bid docs.
Joe, to follow up on Mayor Pro Tem's questions, that when we brought the conceptual plan to council last time and that got approved, that was estimated, what, 17 million? Is that correct?
Yeah, so the engineer is estimating about 17 million. I'm more in the 13 million range because typically it gets a bit overestimated. I'll take the pickleball project, for example, which was the same engineer. It was a little bit higher than what we had, what we actually ended up getting. And that's just our area ends up being a little bit better for construction, but you never know.
Yeah. So, and I think that's kind of what presenting some of the issue, Mayor Pro Tem, is that whole entire, if it was to develop as per conceptual, the problem with the current conceptual plan, although it increases functionalities, it increases, you know, uses of that park, in order to construct it per concepts, the whole entire site need to be basically closed off, right? It doesn't lend itself to any kind of phasings the way it is set up. And we would have to commit then the entire 13 to 17 million dollar. The existing funding that's available for that project currently is 10.9. And that 10.9 is totally out of park development funds. And park development funds is also obligated to the swimming pool project, also to the Axport complex, right? So at the end of the day, we have to kind of look back. Okay, when we look at Colorado, when we're looking at Axports and aquatic, what is the highest priority and then to which level that should be funded? In my opinion, that's why I looked at the feasibility of phasing Colorado, just because the restrictions of the airports and things, the expanded use of that park is going to be very limited. FAA is going to have a lot of says in for us to expand any footprints out of that park. But it is the ones that are being really heavily used right now, and we get the most complaint, to your point, because of the old infrastructures. So even though it is far along, it is one of the more complicated one because of that aspects of thing. And also when you add in the funding component of it, you know, right now, realistically, based on the entire park development funds, split that out with all the different projects that we have, realistically, we only have about $7 million that we can readily spend today, plus another $1 million from the state funding, that put us at 8. That's really only get us just a little bit over half of what that park is. We have to save the other portion because that then ties to the recreational swimming pool projects, and then it also ties to the Axport complex projects, right? So all of that we'll be bringing back because really what we're funding this year is the design of all of those 3 projects. In the design phase of those projects, there will be discussions about whether potential phasings of those projects or fully funded all of them for the construction the following year, fiscal year 28.
So, it's my understanding we're not expanding the footprint of Colorado Park. It's just a redesign. So I'm not sure how FAA, the Federal Aviation, is going to have some sort of kickback on this. Maybe there is that I don't know about.
Isn't it a little bit bigger, though?
It's a little, the footprint is a little bit bigger. The problem is the shifting of the fields and new lightings and everything that comes in just because of the air traffic that's within the area. And not to mention that the footprint of the entire park fall within the airport layout plan.
Right. But the park exists, so you're saying that there may be some pushback from them in regards to lighting and the reconfiguration?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So have we started working with them to try to get those things out of the way so we can move forward?
Yeah, we have engaged them already. They have not given us any substantial comments so far, just like anything else. FAA staffing has been heavily impacted currently, and their staff changes is almost every other month.
Okay. And my concern is that, you know, we have these various projects that we're looking at doing, but you know, the Aqua Center is something I think we may have to bond out to do. And Colorado has been sitting there for a very long time. And there's been a bit of an outcry in our city about it.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, I think trying to get that park done as quickly as possible and putting as much funding in it as possible rather than phasing it, because that's going to be another nightmare within the community of people saying, you didn't do it at this park or that park. Why is this one taking so long? And it's the larger of all our parks when it comes to baseball. So that's kind of, my stickler on this is to try to get this one done and out the way and then move on to the next project. I realize that we're trying to get all these things done, but the Aqua Center is one that I see that we may have to bond out if it's going to be indoors and some sort of expansion. Perhaps this is something as we move forward with our city plans is to try to maybe get some of the developers to help us with this rather than just it being a standalone project for the city. So that's my take on it. Thank you.
And then, Mayor, if I may add one more thing too on the funding component, and I think council did a marvelous job in adopting the general plans and as well as an annexation policy. So it's one of the things that are available to council discretions too in the future is that for any annexations, we do have the capability of using community amenity fees that are being charged per house. So as we talked about before, is that every new annexation need to bring in an amenity to the city, right? That fee is currently exists. So as we accept the new annexations, that is available. So in addition to the bonding components, that is also available in the future as well. But the only caveat is that we have to start the design process now, know what the expenditure is, what the program for the project is, and then we can move forward in those expenditure for construction.
Because I see like the aqua and fitness facility is probably much like you're looking at the ag sports, where it's multiple things going on. And for me, I'm more of a proponent of regional parks rather than continuing to build a bunch of pocket parks and small parks within a small community that's being developed. It just lends to way more than what we need to oversee in the city. And I think regional parks have more impact as far as the community is concerned and as far as things in a one-stop shop, sort of like our annex building that we're going to develop across the street, rather than a park here and a park here and a park there. And those could be spaces for additional housing in our community, which is, a mandate that's been forced on us by the state of California. So those are just kind of a few things that I'm looking at. It's less maintenance within the city structure, even though when you buy a home, you pay into landscape and lighting. If it's not calculated out right, it could be a burden on the city. And the state is always changing what you could do as far as amenities are concerned. So regional parks to me are a really good idea, and it just kind of keeps everything contained in one area for people to go to and enjoy.
Agree with that. Joe, real fast, how much bigger are the Colorado ballparks than at the ballparks you have at Ag Sports Complex? They're a lot bigger?
You're talking about the
Just one
distance from home plate to outfield.
Yeah.
I think Ag Complex, I want to say, don't quote me, but I think it's 265 out to the outfield. I want to say like the center field, which at Colorado, which is the main field they use for their age group there. I think I want to say that's about 200 feet. So there are larger, like the north and south fields at Colorado are probably pretty comparable to what we have at the Ag Complex, but the middle field at Colorado is quite a bit smaller. It's just I think that's like the 9-10 age group.
So those fields seem to, when you redid the fields at Ag Sports Complex, that went pretty well, didn't it? It seemed like to me, I mean, you had some weather problems, but besides that.
Yeah, so the biggest difference between the Ag Complex, Noah Jones Ballpark in Colorado is the irrigation there is a galvanized system.
Yeah.
The Ag Complex and Noah Jones were originally really built in the 80s. So you had a little bit more to work with in terms of a modern system. When you look at Colorado, it starts getting complicated because system-wide, it's deteriorated. There's electrical throughout, whether it be ball field lights or whether it be what's running to those buildings. And I wasn't there when they built those buildings, but I imagine it probably wasn't up to code back in the day, because there are some issues there, like the building directly behind the center field, field 2 is what we call it, as well as there's another building on the north field there. Of course, parking lot issues there. There's ADA throughout. I know Little League struggles with things like health permits for those facilities. But particularly when we're looking at construction, I think irrigation, it's pretty much system-wide, and electrical, it's pretty much system-wide. That really needs an overhaul. And so it's a little bit different conversation between those two just because of the age of those parts.
I got you. Yeah. Well, it's definitely needed. Colorado's definitely needed. Any questions, comments? Thank you. And let's see, we go on now to Public Works. Priority discussions.
I'm going to try to make this fast, but I've got three slides of projects, so let's see what happens. So for staffing, the request is to be able to increase the capacity for project delivery, asking for 2 project managers at a cost of about $300,000 annually. And these would be 2 new positions that would, basically what we're doing now is the engineering techs and the public works inspectors are kind of acting like project managers in a sense for all of the ongoing projects that are going on. And what this would do, it would be have project managers in charge of those projects and working with the inspectors and the engineering techs and be responsible for those projects themselves. That would allow us to be able to deliver a lot more of these projects that I'm going to list in the next 3 slides. And then for number 2, increase the capacity to the wastewater collection system maintenance by adding 2 additional utility maintenance workers at a cost of about $212,000 annually. And the idea behind this is the way it's been working in the past and currently is the wastewater treatment plant operators are basically doing the maintenance and the maintenance activities for all the sewer lift stations in the city. So the idea is to have them focus on the wastewater treatment plant and those operations and that maintenance, and then adding 2 additional staff to have 1 crew that just does sewer lift station maintenance, and possibly work in the longer term the storm pump station maintenance. So we would have a crew dedicated basically to pump stations, both sewer lift stations and storm stations. Excuse me. I've been waiting all day and now I got a scratch in my throat here. And then in number 3, increase the capacity for water distribution system maintenance by adding 2 utility maintenance workers 2s. To the water system at a cost of about $250,000 annually. And the idea behind this is to instigate a water valve exercising program and replacement program. We know there's a lot of water valves that we do not exercise because if we try to exercise them, we're going to have to replace them. So what we'd like to do is address the ones that we know need to be replaced and then start an exercising program on the newer valves and the newer developments before they get to that position where they have to be replaced. And then we'd also hydrant flushing program and hydrant replacement program. The new fire engines that the chief mentioned earlier, I think are more reliant on fire hydrants because they don't have a large tank. They're not like the bigger trucks that have a tank. So they're more reliant on fire hydrants. So we're going to have to make sure that the hydrants are maintained properly and replaced as needed. So that would help both of those programs by adding those 2 additional positions. Next slide, please, Stacy. So the priority discussions is the 2027 street rehabs. I mentioned earlier in that total cost of what we were going to spend or what we're planning to spend next year for street rehabs. So that's one of our number 1 priorities to get, and it's kind of a big ask to design and construct in the same year. but we've already assigned that to one of our consultants to design, and I've told them that that's a main priority, that it needs to be done. So they need to keep that at the top of the list. So that's already moving forward. They haven't actually started the design yet, but I've told them that we're going to assign that to them. And then I just mentioned this, the water valve exercising and hydrant flushing program. We're going to complete the reconstructions of 2 sewer lift stations. We did 2 this year. I think we did 1 last year. It's a lot of these reconstructions of these lift stations have been delayed and delayed and delayed over the years. So we're catching up on that. So we've been trying to do 1 or 2 every year. So we're going to do 2 more next year. Those are already in design, and that design should be completed this fiscal year. So we'll be ready to go right into construction next year. We're going to purchase multiple vehicles and pieces of equipment, some to have vehicles for the new positions if those are approved, and then some just replacement vehicles that we try to keep up with those. So 2 or 3 or 4 vehicles every year, including 3 full electric vans for facilities for the janitors, for janitorial services. And we're going to apply for a grant for those. Hopefully we get the grant and it won't cost us as much, but this is going to be the tiptoeing step into electrification of the city fleet. And then we're going to develop that electric fleet conversion plan, which we haven't made much progress on, and it's a state of California mandate that we have to have that plan. So we're going to develop that next year and get that on the books.
William, does that include police vehicles, the state requirement?
I don't think it includes police vehicles. Yeah.
No,
It's
that's a state,
it's medium duties and above.
medium duty and above? Okay.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
not the high speed.
Just wondering.
Eventually.
So the medium duty and above, those are the hardest ones to actually electrify. So those are the ones they want us to work on, but those are the hardest ones because there's not a lot of available capacity. The technology is not really there yet. We can buy Tesla police vehicles all day long if we wanted to do that, but a Class 8 dump truck, I mean, you got a Tesla truck. So that's kind of the only option at this point, but we're going to develop that next year and see where that goes. And then preliminary design and feasibility study for a new Public Works Administration building at the Madison Yard. In the budget this year, there was some money to rehabilitate the 419 Madison building. That's the one right at the end of 4th Street that you see when you come to the end of 4th Street. I toured that building, and the money that we budgeted for that is probably not going to get that building where it needs to be. And with the addition of staff and the age of the buildings in the yard there, even the break room for the utilities guys out there, the locker room, the storage buildings, some of those things were probably built in the 30s and 40s.
Yeah, that's the oldest part of the city.
Yeah. So the idea is to build one building that would house, we've got offices in the old Waterworks building, which was constructed, I think, 1925. We have offices in there. We've got, we're kind of spread out all over that yard. So the idea is to build one building that would house all of the offices, a new locker room, a new break room, a new conference room, and then work on some of the outbuildings and start replacing some of those storage buildings with modern, up-to-date buildings that would meet building code. That's the long-term plan. And then design a new locker room and restrooms at the F Street Yard. Currently, the F Street Yard, their locker room is like a 1950s or 60s van trailer with no wheels on it, set on the ground. It has electric, so there's lights in there, and that's their locker room. So the idea is to buy the 40-foot container buildings, 2 of them. One would be a locker room and one would be a restroom facility, and replace that current locker room with that. And then construct a new parts room for the fleet. Again, we have 3 of those 40-foot containers that are sitting on the ground where we keep oil filters, antifreeze, jugs of antifreeze, oil, things like that, small parts that we have inventory. And they're it's not the best of storage facilities, so the idea is to replace that with a pre-manufactured steel building on a concrete slab just for storage. And connect the new storm line at the F Street yard. So this year we did reconstruct the parking lot at the F Street yard. It was in really bad shape. We added some storm inlets there to actually, what caused a lot of the damage was the water that accumulated. It wasn't very level. So the water sits there, you drive over it, pushes it, the pavement cracks, more water. Eventually it turns to gravel. So we reconstructed that. We added some storm inlets to be able to take that water away. But we didn't have enough money to make that connection all the way out into the street to actually take that water into a storm line. So we're gonna have that done. It's a fairly small project. It's just taking it from where it stops now in the parking lot out into G Street. It's about a 50, 60-foot span. So we want to get that done so that we keep that pavement, get that pavement to last 20, 30 years. Then the next slide is we want to issue a request for proposals for on-call architecture services so that when we look at maybe redesigning a new building or adding a room or splitting up a room into different offices, we'll have an on-call architecture service. We could just call them up, issue a task order, they could design it. Similar to exactly the same as what we do for our on-call engineering services. We also want to issue a request for qualifications for federally funded streets projects so that we have somebody available and on-call status for any federally funded. There's specific requirements for federally funded projects to make sure we meet those qualifications. And then we're going to design and construct ADA curb ramp replacements in the landscape and lighting districts. Our draft ADA plan has a cost to become fully ADA compliant is about $300 million citywide. That's sidewalks, that's buildings, that's everything. It's about $300 million. I call it the 1,000-year plan because that's how long it would probably take us to do it at our current budget rates. But we're going to start in on some of the LLDs because we can collect that money through the landscape and lighting districts, and we can update a certain number of corners in each one of those districts every year to put a dent in that or try. And then we're going to design the climate mitigation, CMAC, I'm forgetting what the
Air
quality sidewalk infill project. We did receive a grant for that, so we're going to design that. We're going to design an airport runway overlay. And that's another grant that we received. Design a West I Street sewer line, and that sewer line goes from the West I sewer lift station, which is right near the hospital, and it goes to the east, right down I Street to 3rd Street. So we're having some issues there with some backups, and it's not flowing very well. So we've done a camera investigation of that line, and it's in fairly bad shape. So we're going to design that to replace that. And that's just outside of where the I Street pavement rehab stops. So we're not going to cut into new pavement. It'll be just to the east of where that stops. And then design the Pine Street storm line. So a few years back when we did the State Street sidewalks project where there was no sidewalks on the state streets, Pennsylvania, Vermont, Colorado, when we put the ADA corners in, when we added those sidewalks, it's really flat in that part of town, so to be able to meet the ADA requirements, some of those corners are a little bit too low. So the storm drain inlets that are in that area aren't connected to a storm line. They're the reverse siphons, so it goes down one side of the street, comes up the other. Well, when it comes up on the one side of the street, it floods those corners. One in particular, really bad. So the idea is to put a storm line from Colorado all the way down Pine Street and to connect it to, I think it's a 60-inch line in Texas. So we'll put that line in, we'll update the corners, and then we'll repave that entire length once that's done. So we're going to design that next year. And then we're going to design the H Street, Illinois, and Nevada storm lines. And this comes from our master plans. And those were two separate projects, and we're going to combine those. And that's just to, again, to take that stormwater away in that area. And we're going to design that next year. Those were two projects, and we just combined them together to get a better bang for the buck. So that's kind of currently what we're working on. And then the next slide is a little bit more long-term, a long-range planning. And the first one that we have here is a discussion about the future water supply strategy, and then to evaluate the future needs of the city and evaluate the feasibility of transitioning to surface water. And the idea behind that is the current chromium-6 issue does not exist in surface water. It's a groundwater issue. It's naturally occurring in our groundwater. It doesn't exist in surface water. So that immediately, if we went to surface water, we wouldn't have a chrom-6 issue anymore. The other issue is the groundwater that we have is really hard, as we all know, right? Probably most of us in this room have water softeners in our house. But what happens with that is when your water softener recharges, all of the salts, that granular salt that you're dumping in there, it ends up in the sewer, and all that ends up out at the treatment plant. And then once we treat that water and we land apply it, those salts build up in the ground. And they not only build up in the ground, but they can also infiltrate into the groundwater, which causes issues. Now, we're part of a salts management program, but we're not being mandated by the state yet to do anything. And I say yet because that's going to come. But one of the best ways to get rid of that problem is to have soft water, and surface water is generally soft water. So it fixes both of those issues. One's a current issue and one's going to be an issue before too long. And I've had some conversations with a couple of the water districts about that, because one of the things we could do is we have all this storm water that we're recharging the groundwater with. That's our plan going forward. We have this big basin where we're going to recharge the groundwater with storm water. And if we went to surface water, we would no longer be drawing out, at least not as much groundwater as we currently are. And that leaves that groundwater in the ground available for farmers to use, or it helps balance out that groundwater balance that we have to have in our basin, because right now we're kind of in the negative, and we're contributing to that. As the city manager mentioned earlier, it's a pretty small portion of the total, but it's still a portion. So there's lots of moving parts in that. And one of the next parts of that is the next item on here is a future wastewater treatment strategy. Currently, we have primary treatment, which is just a series of ponds. We've got about 600 acres of ponds out there. The wastewater goes in one pond. There's a biological reaction. There's bugs, and we call them bugs in there. There's bacteria in there that eats the waste. We move it to another pond. It does some more. We put some air in there and kind of add the oxygen so the bugs stay alive. And then we move it to another pond, until they eat enough of it so that we can then land apply it. And then we land apply it on our irrigated pasture land that we have out there. But there's going to be a point where we have to add another pond because our ponds are at our capacity. Now, we have some time before that happens, but if we add another pond and another 100-acre pond, now we got 700 acres. And then we add another pond, now we got 800 acres. Now we're eating up all of our farmland that we have to land apply it to. Now what do we do with the water? So the idea is if we went to tertiary treatment, which is the same process, but it's mechanically enhanced. We speed up the process. So the same thing happens. The bugs are eating the waste and they're digesting the waste, but it happens at a much more rapid pace. And then at the end of it, what you end up with is recycled water, which you could technically drink. You can, and there's even direct reuse is actually now allowed by the State Water Board. Now, I'm not talking about direct reuse, putting it back into our water system, but there just happens to be a canal that runs right next to there, which is Grasslands Canal. It's right next, it's the border of our treatment plant. And if we could exchange their surface water that's going through that canal with our recycled water, then we can use it, and we're just going to borrow it for a little while because we're going to use that water and we're going to recycle and we're going to give it right back to them. So there's lots of moving pieces in there, and it all kind of works together with the surface water for potable water, the storm water for recharging the ground basins, and then the wastewater, if we had recycled water, we put it to a beneficial use instead of just irrigating pasture land for some, some old dairy cows to graze on in the springtime. So,
And then in turn, they'll give us water for surface water.
that's the idea. That's the idea, because they have surface water that's currently coming down, and they're being supplied with surface water to irrigate the wetlands, is mostly what grasslands irrigates. So if we trade some of that surface water for our recycled water, and then we're going to give them back that surface water after we use it and recycle it, they're still going to get that too. So there's a lot of moving parts, and we're not anywhere near making that deal with anybody. But I wanted to bring this up because this is the long-term 5-year, 10-year, 20-year, and beyond planning that needs to be done for the city. I'm not going to be here in 50 years. I hope I'm alive in 50 years, but I probably won't be. I'd be over 100 years old, but the city's still going to be here. So the idea is to get the city ready for that and make the city more sustainable in the future for future generations to come.
Well, I definitely think surface water is the future. I always thought that if we're going to have to spend 60, 70, 80, 90 million dollars getting chromium-6 out of our water, and we still have hard water, that the water we have today, except doesn't have chromium-6, maybe some arsenic, doesn't have that in it, which are all very, very, very low levels. Can't we spend that money and do a plant that gives us really good water?
Exactly.
And that takes surface water to do, and then we're actually making things better, not just doing what the state has mandated.
Exactly. And another thing about the chromium-6, the farmers it doesn't matter to the farmers.
Yeah.
They can irrigate it with it all day long. They're not controlled by the same things we are because they're not drinking it, they're applying it to the land.
And I know the city manager said too, what is 5 years, what is the state going to mandate in water quality that we'll never be able to achieve? So I really do think both of those are the future. I don't know about your 1,000-year plan. That might be a little bit too far out that you talked about earlier. But
and I'll tell you how I calculated that, because it's $300 million, and generally now we spend about $500,000 a year on ADA improvements. So that's a 600-year plan, but the costs keep increasing. So we would either have to start spending $1 million or not. So I just said, well, it's really more like a 1,000-year plan. So
when you engineer your sewer lift stations, is that in-house?
no, we have consultants design those.
Do that too, huh?
Yes.
Talking about the electrical vehicles real fast before I stop talking. MCAG, state mandated us to put electric bus up to Yosemite. Well, I couldn't make the round trip, so now we're going to go hydrogen. I mean, mandates are one thing, but no one figures out if it's going to work or not.
Exactly. I agree.
Any comments, questions?
I personally really like that we're starting to take more of a route for long-term planning. I think that's something that we lacked, years ago. So I like the idea of moving forward towards surface water, just because with the hard water, it's really hard, right? I don't even like using my dishwasher for that reason. It just leaves all my dishes white. I don't have a water softener, but I really like this, that we're starting to plan for longer term projects and then getting the city prepared for the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so any other comments? Well, I just want to say that this 7-hour presentation on the budget is what needs to be done in cities. I know it's a long day, but compared to a few years ago when no one even talked about the budget, this is quite a difference. And even when I was mayor before, this is a format I really like. I commend all the work the staff, directors have done, our city manager. This is the way to be transparent in our budget. I just want to remind everybody too, everything we've talked about and new priorities, new spending, new employees are all can be funded in our new budget without just in the the additional funds we expect for next year. So we're not adding any taxes. We're not doing anything like that. This is funding that will take place next year that is already funded. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that. And of course, we go with the council's vision, so I want to thank the council. This has been worked on for a long time by department heads and by the city council to get to this far. So I want to thank everybody. Excellent job. Anybody stayed here 7 hours minus our break out in the webland, God bless you. But with that, this meeting's adjourned. Okay, I'm going to go ahead, and we missed one final ending comment from our finance director, Minnie Moreno. So I'm going to reopen the meeting, and Minnie, it's all yours.
As your finance director, I would like to emphasize that everything presented today across all departments is being evaluated with the city's existing financial capacity, with the exception of a few projects needed further input from council. All staffing requests, operational needs, and capital priorities are being reviewed against the revenues and operating expenditures of each individual fund, assuring that we remain structurally balanced. Additionally, each proposal is being assessed with the current fund balances, and we are maintaining the appropriate reserve levels required to keep the city financially stable, resilient, and fiscally responsible. In short, the council priorities will be incorporated into the proposed budget that will be presented to the council at the June 3rd council meeting that will honor our obligations, protect our reserves, and support long-term financial sustainability. With that said, is there anything that the council would like to add to this proposed budget that's coming forward, or is there any priorities that we did not address?
It's a very good question. I have one thing. How about that storm drain line that goes in front of City Hall here? We're going to change that over, that was backed up? Yeah, it's all plugged up from the abattoir?
Oh, that's a sewer line.
The sewer, sewer line.
Yes, what?
Yes, I had a discussion today with the city engineer. I had previous discussions a few years back with the owner of the abattoir. And the only thing that he wanted at that time was a letter saying that we would not remove the existing sewer line that runs across his property. And I think that's the idea. We're not going to remove that anyways. The other sewer, to make that connection, it's a very simple connection that we can make. We can do that in-house even. That's how simple the connection is. So I can get a hold of that gentleman and see if he's still amenable to that, and we can get that done relatively quickly.
Very good. Any other comments?
So we just want to make sure we hit your top priorities. Were areas we're controlling that you guys want us to control, or we're always going to be looking for one-time revenues for grants, or if there's any desired levels, increased levels that you guys want to. I think we've really listened to council as to what the priorities were. We brought them forward in this presentation, 7-hour-long presentations from all of our departments, and tried to incorporate every one of your priorities. So if there's anything that from now to when we present you the budget, you guys can let us know some priorities that we missed.
So it'll be presented again on the 3rd, June 3rd?
The proposed budget will be presented at the council meeting on June 3rd.
June 3rd, okay.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. One thing that I'd like maybe to take another look at is the capacity at the animal shelter, possible look at future needs, expanding in personnel or building facilities? Thank you.
Is there agreement by the council to do that? 'Cause
I
need
agree
to-
with that.
Yes? Okay.
I agree as well, yeah.
Okay.
As well as I wasn't a little unclear, are we even starting to think about, a regional park? I know that was one of my priorities, and I know a couple others here. Even just, starting to look at ideas or even start looking at areas, anything like that.
Yeah, Councilmember Perez, so as part of our Colorado Ag Sport Complex and the Aquatic Center, all three of those will be set up as a regional facility. Mainly the biggest expansions and possibility for us would be at the Ag Sport Complex. So we'll work through the Park and Rec Commissioners, looking at conceptual plan, bring on board designers and see what the possibility there. I mean, with it being close to 18, 20 acres, there's a lot of different fields and things that we can accommodate at that site. Same thing
you.
like Councilmember Lewis, Mayor Pro Tem Lewis mentioned too, is that the renovation of Colorado ball field itself will also add quite a few more amenity as well.
And thank you for giving me the opportunity to say all that.
And I apologize that I cut you off. Any other comments from council? Any comments from the public? Nope. Okay, well, I'll try it again. So our next council meeting is, let's see, May 20th at the community center, correct? Because we'll be rehabbing this chamber as required by California law. And I appreciate again everyone's commitment to the city, department head, staff, city manager, council. This meeting is adjourned at 4:11 on May 5th, 2026.